a story of the tournament has been 9 Class not playing the Monkey Kings and the Slarks. He's still his own unique player. He picks heroes that, it's not that nobody else is picking them. We know some teams are also picking IO, like GH for Enigma Galaxy, for instance. But they're heroes that are very particular playstyle that require everyone on the team to kind of like buy into the game plan. IO more about like the global map movements, Coddle about the macro play with the sustain from Illuminate and the team balling around that. And I just think personally watching the Coddle, there's so many things you have to factor. He pushes waves, he stacks camps so you have to invade them, and then he also creates this insane amount of sustain that you have to be able to actually do damage through. You see them go like Coddle plus like a Largo, like one other sustain hero, and suddenly it just becomes very difficult. So I'm surprised. I'm not surprised per se that they left it in on the side of Team Spirit, but they kind of know what they're getting into. They've left both in IO and Coddle.
Yeah, we also see them taking quite a while to remove Lone Druid from the pool, and as a first big team, that's a big decision, so it makes sense. But they seem to be preparing for a Shadow Fiend opening pick for themselves, or at least trying to bait P-Vision into banning out the Shadow Fiend, who is now also taking some time. There is indeed the Shadow Fiend ban. So let's see which hero they'll go for as their opening pick, with the Drow and the Earth Spirit and the Shadow Fiend banned, some of the most banned heroes already. I think the only odd one out that might have given them pause, Effie, is the Hoodwink. We've seen Hoodwink a lot, so I don't think it's that surprising to see her banned, but to see her first face banned, maybe that's a little bit more surprising.
Yeah, I've noticed Puppy does this thing where he'll kind of single out a player and think that they have really strong heroes or one really strong hero, even if they're not necessarily in meta. For example, versus Mouse, he just banned all of Crystallis's heroes. So to me, this says that he's identified there are players that have less heroes to work with, and this is the threat that he sees from the Team Spirit supports, the Hoodwink.
Yeah, we have actually Tree and Protector ignore.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'm like, they prioritized Bane over Tree and Protector. I think it's because it trades really well with the likes of the Coddle and the IO. Maybe they're thinking like that's our... I'm telling you, even though these heroes are not being picked or banned yet, they're being considered on every single stage of the draft. And so P-Vision actually ends up going for the Kez. I'm wondering, out of all the carries right now, because a lot of times against Bane, you want to pick a carry that has illusions or like multiple units of some kind so that you can wake yourself up from the nightmare. You can still do damage while you're Fiend's Grip. If you're going to pick Kez like this, I assume they're going to go for a save, whether it's, I think the most likely one is Ringmaster that we've been seeing against Bane. Is there any other reliable Fiend's Grip cancels or saves, Mira, that you'd be prioritizing against the Bane?
I mean, there's things that are less popular, like the Shadow Demon and the Oracle, that maybe we would see a team like Yandex or Liquid play, but I don't necessarily think we'll see come out here. So maybe that is part of the discussion of the Bane.
That they don't really play the heroes that are
that's not
generally
really
good
their
against
style.
it. That makes sense. I mean, these teams, like, obviously they're scouting very specifically. I know Team Spirit often adjusts their opening to the team that they're up against, which some teams will just be like, here's what we do, hope you figure it out, or maybe don't hope you figure it out, but Team Spirit, they usually cater to the exact team they're playing.
You know, I do find this Kez opening quite curious from P-Vision because they haven't done it this EWC so far, and you look at Team Spirit's bans, the Axe was in the very first phase, which is also kind of an anti-Kez hero. You secure that ban early on, and Yatoro did bust out his first Kez versus Reconyx the other day, so maybe there's some scrim information going on that Team Spirit would have picked Kez. P-Vision decided to pick it early, and they also think it's a great hero against Collapse's hero pool.
Yeah, I also think I think Kez is like top of A tier for carries. I think S tier is literally Drow, Shadow Fiend, and Lone Druid, and I think they might be arguing like, oh, all the top 3 carries are already banned out, so there's limited slim pickings left, and by taking Kez, you're going to be stuck taking a ranged carry that I think most of the other ranged carries, we saw TA, for instance, played against Kez. A lot of them struggle against the parry mechanic, the gap closing mechanic, the burst damage, and Kez with any sort of buffs, I mean, Kez without any buffs is pretty insane, but if you give him an IO overcharge, I wouldn't even mind if they end up going for something like Invoker. I think Team Spirit could even just take Invoker here because of the Bane Nightmare setup on side lanes.
And you know, if they do take the Invoker, that opens up the Faceless Void potential.
True.
Which is an EWC Yatoro specialty.
And Faceless Void's quite good against Kez. because one of the few heroes that can actually lock him down and take him out before he gets all of his free satanic, free dispel, free silence, and invis and everything off.
We don't see a lot of Tidehunter this EWC. It was very popular just a couple months back. What makes him good here?
It's extremely good against Kez because Tidehunter has his built-in Dispel versus the Kazurai Katana, which is where all of Kez's damage comes from. So he is one of the melee heroes that doesn't get bullied the same way as others do versus Kez. And also that shard, the Tide of the Deep, whatever it's called. I keep forgetting names. But it's really good against IO as well.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why Tide mentioned, for all the reasons Mira mentioned, later on the Kazurai Katana automatically just gets dispelled, but also in the laning stage, Kez is like a chip damage hero that attacks you a bunch of times and having the built-in damage block as well. So Tidehunter does to some degree deal with both stages of Kez's game. What I'm seeing a lack thereof right now for Team Spirit, it's like Willow kind of does it, but they're not. Okay, you have the Ravage, you have the Tide Shard, you have the Willow spells to follow up, but through this heal, I don't think this is enough. So where is the finishing blow coming from? Because you can't really pick a hero like Faceless Void, for instance. They have all the lockdown right now. I think Yato's hero has to be a lot of damage. Or I think Yato and Laurel's hero both have to be a lot of damage. I wonder if Laurel works out something like the Lina that we've seen a couple times. Just, I want to see heavily fixated on damage because they've done so much for control in the team fight right now.
I still think the Invoker is quite
Fuck
solid
up.
with the brown
Papi.
setup on one lane.
I want this anyway.
On
Between
another
it,
lane, that could be
division.
a damage solution. But I want to talk about Willow a little bit and her dynamic with IO. She's a hero that's become
Papi biết sao mà baby.
recently, but I do think she
Ai
can
tai hèn à.
do that little bit of early game damage boost versus IO
Đã
before
turu
he gets a lot of the sustain.
à kê đi xóm.
She kind
Đã
of
turu anh
functions
tây
as a
bí đó nó bay.
relocate hero in the sense
Thái
that
giang
if
cái dòng
she's
rất là
ready
phải nó
and the
Papi về xem team
relocate's
ấy.
coming, she can layer her brambles on top of her
Cái
terrorize
hero này là
and
Papi
buy
về
the
xem
team
chạy đấy.
a very valuable 4 seconds.
That's a good point. Against like Willow and Dawnbreaker, these global teleport ins, it is nice to just have stuff to throw on the ground that is often some pseudo
Papi biết cái nhà phê con lũ bảo lũ. Yên mà tao tụi nó fan mi rồi. Đã mẹ cast lũ bảo này rồi tao mà ba. Sẽ không chỗ lọc bí này.
The one thing I like about the Grimstroke is first off, you usually want Grimstroke to be in lane with
ဟိုကတွေးဖြည့်မဲ့တပေါက်ပဲတစ်ဖက်ကတဝဲလို့ separate versus ဆက်မှရမယ်ဒါမှမဟုတ်ရင် separate versus ဆက်တဲ့ main hero ထုတ် amber separate တို့ပါကိုထုတ်နော်အဲ့တော့လည်းတစ်ခါတည်း green stone တို့အောင်နဲ့ကောင်းတာပြီးသားလုံးဝဖက်ဖက်ကပြည့်စုံနေတဲ့ puppy ရဲ့ drift တားရအောင်ပါ
Phantom's Grasp, I think it's called, the second spell for Grimstroke. That's one of the few spells in the game that is not removed by Tidehunter's Kraken, so you can actually reliably silence him.
The Embrace? I guess
Yeah, the Phantom's the silence, yeah.
Where he shoots his wife.
Yes, his
SP
wife will shut Tidehunter up before he ravages, for sure.
division
Yeah, it's kind of like a soft disruptor
Body blow, yeah.
ulti with much lower
Division.
cooldown, so that's actually a really great point. It is also quite effective against the Bane. You have a means
Handy.
to cancel the Fiend grip early on, but I do like
Minus
this Largo quite a lot. You talk a lot
0.5
about the sustain
Mark one.
in this draft, Brian, but I also think the way
But
a
it's
lot of
rotating.
Largos have been playing in the late game, they're taking
Huh?
catchy like talents. I've noticed in that catchy like range, so you can also have a means to
Giá gì
reposition
lục
away
pin
from
này,
the
nó toái
Fiend
lại,
grip
toái
later
lại.
on. You can also dispel the brambles from Willow. It's a really good solution here.
And there's still the Invoker that
Lagu.
we talked about. So we
IO.
got the synergy there.
info ကားတဲ့
Potentially a Faceless Void ban incoming as well, because it seems like Team Spirit is
Why
very
should
much
we-
in agreement with
Kunka.
you guys on how you talk about this draft. Is there any other hero other than Doom that can really help stop some of the regeneration coming in from P-Vision? Because I can't
cast
see
နဲ့
anything.
နော် cast ကလည်း silent တွေပိုင်းနဲ့ကျွေးမှာ
Yeah,
ပဲ
the thing when I
ဒီ
look
ကာ
at
တို့ပါလို့ဆိုတာတကယ်
P-Vision's draft
I mean,
is
lá
you
de
need
boca
to
dia đi.
go through the sustain,
Cái này là
but
con
then
này
you also need to have like staying power. The problem I have with like a Faceless Void is if the Chrono doesn't get like 2 kills, then
Everybody is back to full health.
yeah, then what do you do from there?
Yeah.
So I think I wouldn't mind. They have 2 options. They have like sustained damage carries like Terrorblade that just dish it out. A lot of the prime ones are the SFs and the Drows that are already
ကု
gone.
န်ကာ
But
တို့
then you
တိတ်
could
တော့မ
also
ကောင်း
maybe
ဘာ
go
လို့လဲဆို
something
ကုန်
like
ကာ
the PL that we've
တ
been
င်မော
seeing.
တိုက်တာတွေပါဆိုရင်လေ
Profits face
ကော
up
င်း
because
က
right now
ဘင်းက
P-Vision's
8 BK
draft
တာ
doesn't
တို့ပါ
really
အဲ့လို
have
လုပ်လို့ရ
a
တယ်
way to kill illusion
Nó là voice
heroes.
upgrade chạy đấy.
And so if you take the long
À,
fight
sao đi
that
bộ
way
vào
where you
rồi
wear
cũng
them
nếu
down,
dạ
I think that could work too.
အားတော့နည်းန
I
ည်း
think
ခ
I
က်
like
ခဲ
the
နေနေတယ်ဗျ
TV
အဲ့ဒီဥစ္စာ
suggestion a
တွေက
little bit more than PL because in the late game, if Grimstroke gets his Ags, then you always have that PL illusion, which is really strong. And I think just a carry that can buy an early Scotty could be very useful on TV. That's
No way.
one of his natural items.
မြင်ပါ
anyway.
နော်စန
I always
ဖိုင်ယာ
think
ဆို
about
ရင်
the Grimstroke Ags. Yeah, I mean that honestly might
စ
be
နဖိုင်ယာလည်း
another
မ
reason
ဆိုး
why
ဘူး
they
ဗျ
picked
ဒီ
it
ဘက်
is
စန
because
ဖိုင်ယာဆို
illusion
နည်း
heroes
ကောင်း
are
လောက်
pretty
လာ
good against their
ကောင်း
draft.
အရင်ချလို့ကောင်းတယ်အာလီဂိမ်း
Grimstroke gives
Huh?
them
He didn't
everything
have
we
a
said,
sheet.
plus that if you do pick an okay, they banned Leshrac. They want PL. I'm just saying. They
အော်အဲ့
banned
invoke
Leshrac.
ရဲ့ force
There's
break
no
ကို
other reason to ban Leshrac.
စနဖိုင်ယာကောင်
If
ဆို
we're
AC ပဲဒီ
aware
လား
surely P-Vision's also
ကူကီလေးနဲ့
yeah, it's
ဝင်
gonna
ကျွေး
get
လိုက်
banned.
I mean, then the question is,
တက်လို့ရ
do they
ပြီးရင်
think
အဲ့
they
ဒ
have
ဝဲ
another
လို့
answer
ပါ
to it?
တက်ကတစ်ချောင်းလောက်ပြီးရင်
Yes,
စနဖိုင်ယာစကတာ plus level
I
1
mean, I
3
guess
နဲ့
I don't want to say it's the only reason.
ဒီ
I
တစ်ဝက်လောက်တော့
is
အနည်းဆုံး
quite
ကြာမှာပဲ
involved. So that you know, if Quinn were here, he would be talking about how good that duo is for the former Gamer
ကွင်းအောင်
Gladiators.
ပိန်းတော့မပစ်လောက်
Is
ဘူး
it really needed for IO to have another
Invoke
combo?
နဲ့
Do you
ကွင်း
feel
အောင်ပိ
like
န်း
it's
ဆိုနည်းန
enough
ည်း
for
စောရတာ
Kez?
ကွင်းအောင်ပိန်းန
I
ည်းနည်း
think
ကြက်
they
လာ
do need a mid-game combo. Like right now, Kez is going to be the guy you tether when you get Aegis and you're trying to go high ground. But somebody to
Stone
run around
separate
with
quoi.
that's just going to
IO
dish out a
နဲ့
lot of damage. You have two enabling
တွဲလို့လည်း
supports
ကောင်း
and
တယ်
you have Largo who's also an enabler.
magic
So I
damage
think
လည်းရ
they
မယ်
do
သူတို့
need
နည်း
to
နည်းလေး
solve
magic
the
damage တော့နည်းနည်းလိုတယ်ထ
0
င်
to
တယ်
20 minute
division
damage problem.
Do you think Faceless Void is off the table here, Brian? Like, I know it would give their draft a lot more greed and a lot more cooldown dependence, but
ဒီကောင်လေး
it's so
ပါ
hard
ပီ
to
ခု
not be tempted when you have that invoke.
ပြင်လာတဲ့ပုံကတော့တောက်လျှောက်တော့သူတို့တာတာနဲ့လုံးဝစနိုးဘောပြီးလိုက်ချမှာ
But I do think
ခု
it
ချိန်
makes
ဒီ
the
ဟို
game
level 6ကူတောင်အကြီးကြီးမပါဘူးတစ်ဖက်မှာတိုင်ဟန်နာတို့ကတော့ level 6အကြီးနေလို့လောက်ရမှာ
if there's a team that I would trust to execute.
အဲဒီဒါနည်းနည်းလေး lane state တွေအဆင်ပြေရင်တောက်လျှောက်လိုက်လုံးထွေး
I
ပြီး
guess
တပ်ပုတ်
I
ရုံပဲ
would prefer not to put myself in that position.
စပန်ဗန်ထားတယ်ကောင်းတယ်
It's very intriguing that the two
ဒါတို့
stunning
လိုအောက်ဖန်
carries
နိုင်နေ
in
ကြ
Tiny
မျိုး
and
ကစ
Sam
ပန်
get
ဖန်လိုက်တာ
banned.
ကောင်းတယ်
To
ပြီး
me,
ရင်သူ
this
ဝင်ရအောင်ဆိုရင်
says
ဆိုဩ
that P-Vision believe that the only way to get Invoker into this game is to just get him those Sunstrike kills with the stunning heroes on the
I'm not
sidelines,
even
and
openly-
they're comfortable outside of that.
Yeah, they might actually go Alchemist. I'm just
အမ်
realizing.
ဟာလည်းမဆိုးဘူးနော်
Like
အမ်ဟာကြီးလွတ်
having a stunning carry
Yeah,
that
hold
hits
it.
a mid-game timing. They kind of have damage issues right now on P-Vision for the early game.
ဒါပေမဲ့ pass damage လိုတာလို့အမ်ဟာဆိုသူတို့နည်းလုံးကထွေးရလုံးကထွေးရတိုင်ဟန်နာတက်ကနဲ့
Ember Spirit would
လုံး
still be
အဲ့လို
good
ညော
or
င်း
not
ပဲ
good for P-Vision. That's a Morphling, by the way. That's unusual.
Don't
but I
separate
wanna
လို့ပါ
talk
လို့
a
ပြီးရင်
tiny
IO
about
နဲ့
the
ကြတော့ Ember
Ember
Spirit
Spirit
တိတ်မ
because
လိုက်
this
ဘူး
is
လို့လား
one of the most picked and still incredibly successful heroes of this EWC.
I love that you asked that question, Shiver, because you know what the best carry in the game against Ember
Green
Spirit
Stroke ကြီး
is?
နဲ့လာကိုလာလိုက်ရင်ဘယ်လိုလုပ်မလဲ
I
အဲ့ဒီ
think they actually factored that into their last pick because Ember Spirit
Morphling
has
ကအဆင်
been
ပြေ
clear
ပါ
laner, and even if you can dispel his
Silent
Vanguard, they don't
ထည့်
really
ပြီး
have
တော့
hard
ရှာ
lockdown
နဲ့
for
တွေ့
him
ရင်
for a while until
Damage
like,
က
Tide
အတော်ကြမ်းမှာ
Shard, and once again limited damage. Ember Spirit punishes that as well.
ရင်း
I think
တော့
both
ကြီး
teams
လွန်းတယ်
are
လို့တော့ထင်တယ်ဗျ
relatively
တိုင်ဟန်နာ
low on
တွေ
their
ရော Invoker တွေရော
early to mid-game
Morphling တွေရော
damage unless
Separate
they're
က
able to chain a bunch of spells on you. They both hit like I think combo breaking is going to be a big thing this game. Whether it's like Four Staffs, Glimmer Capes, you know, Catchy Lick.
စတုံးစပရစ်တို့ကွင်းအောင်ပိန်းလို့ပဲကြိုက်တယ်အဲ့လို damage ကို
does
ဝေါ
this
ကနေဆို
team
ထည့်မယ်ကော
manage to burst the guy
Ember
with a
Spirit ကြတော့
symphony
န
of
ည်းနည်းလေး
spells?
damage က
I see Morphling and I'm looking mid. Oh,
That is
is
super
that
cool.
Largo mid or is that Night Stalker
Night
mid?
Stalker ဒါကူမေ့
It's a Largo
mid.
mid.
ဒါကူ
wow.
မေ့က
They've taken
Invoker
a
ကို
page out of
creeping
Gamer Legions.
ဖြတ်လို့ရတယ်
that earlier on. You
ဟုတ်
know what? That
ဘယ်
was
ပလီ
very
ယာလဲ
successful when he did it. It was against Earth Spirit that
တီး
time.
ဆော့တာမြင်ဘူး
But
လေ
it did look
အဲ့ GD က
very
ပလီယာ
good.
လားမသိ
What do we make of it?
မြင်လိမ့်နဲ့တိုင်လွန်းလားမသိ
I have. Oh, go ahead, Mira.
ဒါကူမေ့နဲ့
So
Invoker
I
ကို
just
creeping
think that
ကောင်းကောင်း
this
ဖြတ်
Night
လို့ရ
Stalker
တာ
was a great pick against Team Spirit's heroes.
ကောင်းတယ်
Like,
ကောင်းတယ်
Morphling is also that early
အဲ့
Scotty
Night Stalker
player that we
ဘိန်းကိုလည်း
mentioned that
ဒုက္ခ
can give
ပေး
them
လို့
a lot of
ရတယ်
the anti-heal, but Night Stalker will always give you
ဒီမို
a
ကောင်
way
လည်း
to
ဒုက္ခ
play
ပေးလို့ရ
into
ရှိသမျှကောင်
Morphling
တွေကို
with
ဒုက္ခ
that
ပေးလို့ရ
silence
တော်တော်ကောင်းနေ
and
ဗျ
just try to run
Night
at him
Stalker
in
let's
the
be
early game. The same applies to this Night Stalker running at the Invoker. So P-Vision are saying we're not even going to let you reach those item timings, and we're just going to win early with this Night Stalker pick.
Yeah, I literally laned against IO Night Stalker recently, and it's a surprisingly strong lane. You think of Night Stalker as kind of a creep for the first 5 minutes of the game, but IO tends to get him past that stage. I don't think
Oh, but
Bane Morph is going to punish it too hard, and then once it
No.
hits 5 minutes, I think Night Stalker is one of the few
I
heroes
forgot
that can
how
threaten to
Rema
boot
had
Morphling
to
out of
wait
lane. You're not
timing
going to
young
kill him,
Okay,
most
they got
likely, but you
changing
are
it.
going to
တော်တော်လေး
force
ပေး
him
ရ
to
တယ်
be
လိန်
low
နေ
and
စတိတ်ကြတယ်
potentially
ဆော့ရ
pressure
တာ
his
ခက်ခဲ
tower
တဲ့
with
Hebrew နဲ့မှာ
any
ပါတယ်
sort of extra rotation. I guess they don't really have that rotation. Like,
ဂိုင်း
I
မ
don't
စင်
think
ရ
a
တယ်အခု
Largo
ကျန်းနေတဲ့ ရှေ
is
တို့
gonna,
ပြီးနေ
like,
အဲ့
walk
ခု
to your
ပစ်လိုက်တဲ့
lane.
Morph လေးမဲ့စဉ်းစားကြည့်ရှေတို့ပြီးက
I
level
guess
1
all
မှာ
I can say
point
is
3
this,
နေပိုင်းနဲ့
Team Spirit, like,
The
they
fuck
have
out,
really
you know,
amazing team fight, but man, this map is
နှိမ်
terrifying
လို့ရ
to
နေ
play.
မှာ
You're
ကို
against
bác cả mỏ
a
phần này
Kez who's
tụ
going to be
để
playing
full
off
fight
that.
lòng
IO
mà
relocate
này
is
đi
going to bring 2 extra heroes in. You have
để lúc thành
Night
rồi à
Stalker
là
vision at
tụ
all
nãy
times,
này
so
hero mà chú để full fight
P-Vision's going to
này
get
số
the
cao đâu
fights
bảo
that
rồi
they
để
want.
bao lâu nhà thì con
It's just a matter of
cái này
this
đi
team spirit
sao
going
đâu
to be able
chuồn
to
à
force
này
themselves for it.
sign
Well,
and
to
take
answer your question,
sign and win
James,
ဖွင့်ချ
it
လာ
was
ယူ
just
ဝင်
such
လာ
a
မှာ
strong Night Stalker pick that I think they wanted to pick it regardless, and
အဲ့ဒါ
that's
ကို
why
တော့
they
နည်းနည်း
flexed
လေး
the Largo. And now
Use
you
side
just
ဖို့
have
တော့
to
လိုမ
play
ယ်
through your offlane. You have to play through
နောက်မှာ
Noticed on
ဘိ
his
န်းတော့
Night
ပါပါတယ်
Stalker.
ဘိန်းကတော့
And
နောက်ကို
Nolan's gonna take more of a
ပြန်
I'm
ပြီးတော့
gonna farm
အိတ်
my
ပေးလိုက်လို့
items
ရ
and
တယ်
I'll join in and I'll give you the auras, but Noticed is the playmaker for P-Vision in this game.
So what do we
မဲ့
expect
ရန်
coming out
free
of
မဆော့အောင်
Spirit?
ဗျာ
Because if
moving
there's
ဆော့
all
တဲ့
this
player
stuff
တယောက်ဆို
happening
လုံးဝ
on
ဂိမ်းကို
P-Vision's,
free ဆော့ကြ
side
တယ်
of
လုံးဝ
the map,
counter
and
less
they will try
counter
to
မရှိဘဲ
encourage
နဲ့ဒီကလာ
obviously on Team Spirit's side of the map.
ပွဲ
But
တွေကို
how are they gonna try
ထ
to
င်တိုင်း
make
ကျဲ
sure
ပြီးဝင်
that
နေတာ
this
ဒါပေမဲ့
Morphling
အခုပုံ
will
စံ
get
အဲ့
the
လိုမ
time
ဟုတ်
that he needs, and the Invoker will get the time that he needs.
ဒီကောင်နည်းနည်းလေးသူကဟို defensive item တွေနည်းနည်းပြန်
It's
ထည့်
just
မှ
a
ရ
very classic Team Spirit game where they're gonna have to weather the storm. This Night Stalker did create a
ဟုတ်တ
lot
ယ်
of problems
ဟို
for
က
them.
မိနစ်30ပြောမယ်
The
15
one
မိနစ်
thing
လောက်
you can
ဆိုရင်
think
တော့
of is
ရ
if
ထား
he
တွေ
can get
တွဲ
this
လာပြီ
Invoker some Sunstrike kills early, maybe he can rotate, but otherwise they're gonna run into this really
နိုင်တဲ့
difficult
တင်
mid-game timing against
တစ်ဖြ
P-Vision.
စ်မှာ
This
ဆို
is not
တော့
a fancy
ရှော့
answer,
မစော့
but
လောက်
in
ထင်တာပဲ
the, in the spirit
ကျွန်တော်
of
ထင်
Poshka, the
ဟို
coach
က
of Team Spirit,
တပွဲနိုင်
I think
အ
Rue
ဆင်
is
ပြေ
gonna need to
PVC
tank
က
some gangs as Bane
ကျွန်တော်ခုနက
because
ကြည့်လိုက်တာ
at the end of the day,
ဒီကောင်လေးကအပေါ်ဆုံးမှလားမသိအဲ့တော့
map mobility
ဒီ
compared to
အပေါ်ဆုံးမှဖြစ်နေတဲ့
P-Vision,
အတွက်ကြောင့်မလို့တပွဲနိုင်တာနဲ့
it's like 10 to 2 in this game.
easy ပဲ
So I
နှစ်ပွဲ
think
ပြတ်
that
တော့
there's
နိုင်
gonna
ရ
be
မှာ
times
ကျွန်
where
တော်
somebody on Team Spirit just has to
separate ကတော့
let
နှစ်
the
ပွဲ
Night
ပြတ်တော့
Stalker
နိုင်မှရ
rotate
မယ်
kill
ထင်တယ်
them.
သူတို့အနေနဲ့
And I
playoff
actually think it just has to be
straight
Bane.
ရောက်ချ
That's
င်
how they're going to get past the early game. But if they manage to stall this game out, I think they scale better on the side of Team Spirit. And their
မ
team
နေ့ကတော့နည်းနည်း
they're
live
both
stream က
at a point
စော
where
တော့
you can't fight
ဟိုဟာတွေ
them.
ပါကြည့်လို့ရ
Let's
သေးတယ်
find
ဗျာ
out
အခုကနည်း
if
နည်း
Team
ကြ
Spirit
ည့်လို့မရ
can
တော့ဂိမ်းဝ
manage
ပြီးမှာပေါ့
to
ဗျာ
stall the game out, or if P-Vision will run
ဒီနေ့ပွဲတွေကပိုပြီးမနေ့ကပွဲတွေကြည့်လို့ကောင်းတယ်ဒီနေ့
this two-game series
Group
with
D ကလည်း
Sunstrike and Kezu.
ဒီ one win နဲ့
Game 1 in
ရန်တက်စ်ကလည်းဒီလိုပုံစံလေးပဲ
Team Spirit and this is
ပြီးရင်အောက်မှာကျတော့2 3 4မှာကျတော့
Oh hell yeah.
OG နဲ့
This time I fully believe you.
VP နဲ့လားမသိဘူးဒီကောင်တွေက
Some of the best games
အတင်းက
that we
နိုင်
will
နိုင်
see
မရ
here
မယ်
is
အဲ့လို
towards
survival
the end of
stage
the
ဆော့
group
ဖို့
stage.
တော့
Very important matchup here for both the teams because
ဟိုပုတ်တာဆို
you wanna go
inner
straight
cycle
to
တာ
the
မသိဘူးအဲ့
playoffs,
တသိန်းပဲ
You
ရှိ
don't want to do some, other stuff or something. You have to
အဲ့
play
တင်း
some
ကတော့
other
ပြုတ်
teams,
သွားပြီ
and
ဒါပေမဲ့
none
အော
of
က်မှာ
those shenanigans, play
အဲ့ဒီ
clean and move on.
And for
Six
P-Vision,
မရအောင်ပေါ့
that means a
OG
single
နဲ့
game
အဲ့ဒီ
victory in this
ခု
series
န
is
ပြောတဲ့
enough to
VP
do
နဲ့
just that. Spirit have to 2-0.
ဒီ fight ရမယ်
In the
အဲ့ပွဲ
meantime,
ကြီး
they
က
are
ကောင်းမယ်
pretty
ထင်တာပဲ
comfortable in
နော်
that
အဲ့
second
OG နဲ့
position as well, and they've played extremely well in this tournament
Vale,
so
50
far,
ပွဲ
despite the single game
ဟိုပါ
loss
သေးလို့
that
ဒါလေးပဲရင်
they've suffered thus far. But yeah, we have some
Ali
interesting
Bey
picks.
fan
Like,
out.
kind of a last-minute switch up as noticed. Night
Narrow,
Stalker
narrow.
last pick in the
Narrow,
off
narrow,
lane, which moves Largo, played by no one, to the mid lane.
Honestly, a lot of very cool things here. Like, first of all, you pick the Morph into the Largo because, Largo in the offlane, he doesn't pressure very much. It's one of his weaknesses. So you get a very nice Morphling pick because you think he's going to do well in the lane, but then they swap it up in the end. So it's like, one
we are
up with
hero
each other.
gamer,
And
yeah.
yeah, Io Night
Master
Stalker
Brain
together.
will do
The whole
so what, you
P-Vision
want to
early
take
game
out,
draft, my god.
Don't
If
want to
you're
take out,
Spirit,
Night
you
Stalker
need to play
again, yeah, sure.
incredibly well to not get
Ah,
dumpstered
yeah.
on your map early on. There's no one with a lick on the range creep to make the Sunstrike miss. I like.
Nice little cheeky play. Does have some thick cheeks on that Largo as
Oh,
well.
he does.
So. But yeah, they have a lot of healing. I mean, Io, Largo on the same team, especially when it's a mid lane Largo. Like, what do we expect to see?
What we're expecting to see is early game aggression. Look at all of their lanes. Largo does very well mid against the Invoker. Night Stalker, Io as well. I guess, like, Morphling doesn't pressure much. He just wants to farm on his own. And then your safe lane is Grim Kez. Sure, it is up against a Tidehunter, but I play Tide against very good Kezes, and they can maneuver around the Anchor Smasher. Like, even though Tide is a good answer to Kez, Kez still free farms in this lane.
Yeah. So you were very excited to see the Morphling pick. I was not, of course.
Of course
နောက်
not.
ပွဲ
if
ဆိုရင်
you
တော့
hate,
ဖြစ်လိ
like,
ဖြစ်တာ
half
ရှိ
the
တဲ့
other heroes.
No, it's just
technique
Morphling is
error
terrible.
လေးတွေ
There
ကတော့
was a period
အချိန်
of
မှာတော့
time
ပြန်
for like
ဖြစ်လာ
2
ပြီ
years straight that
အဲ့
they
လို
were
တိုင်း
just
ကြားတာ
different
ကွက်
games.
တွေ
So it's just, I need a break.
No, that's true, but you've had a break from Morph for a while. The series
အား
did
ဝိုင်း
not
ကို
enough.
တန်းသွားမယ်ပဲ
Give it-
တင်နေ
give it
တယ်
another
အဲ့ကျွတ်လာတော့
No,
အား
no,
လီ
no. Because what I
Don't
like now is that they
တာတယ်ဟုတ်တယ်
changed like his base stats.
ကျွန်တော်
which
လည်း
means
အဲ့
you
လို
don't
ပဲ
have to skill
ချင်တာ
like
ပဲမဟုတ်ရင်
attribute
လာ
shift
ကို
early
နဲ့
on.
ဒီ
Means you can go adapt
stone
the
နဲ့
strike, you can go waveform, you can actually play pretty aggressive. They also buff the innate more, where the more agi you have, the more attack range you have. I don't think it's
ဒီ
like
ညမရောက်ခင်အချိန်
changes
တွင်းမှာ
overall, but the thing is also
အဲစတော့ကားကို
this
ဒုက္ခ
is
ပေး
a
ရအောင်လေဒီ
Yatoro
မော်ဖလင်းဆိုတဲ့
special.
ဟီရိုက
These
တ
big
ခြားဟီရို
tournaments
ဒု
are
က္ခ
gonna
အရင်
get
ပေးလို့
the
ကောင်းတဲ့
Yatoro
ကောင်
Drow,
ပေါ့
Yatoro
ကောင်က
Faces Void, Yatoro Morphling. So I'm honestly, I'm all for it.
You know, it's funny. I was excited in part to see the
Well,
Morphling
let
only
me
because of
lead
the new
on.
set, which he did
I mean-
equip initially,
I mean,
and then
yeah, Joey,
changed last
let me
second
lead on
to
with that.
this.
I mean, maybe maybe he hasn't like played it in past.
နှလုံးက
Sometimes
ဆို
you
ရင်
have
တစ်
a
လုံး
lot
ကတော့
of this
Blizzard
feeling
ထင်
where,
ပါတယ်
you
တစ်
know,
လုံးကတော့
you
Queen ရော
remind
ဆိုင်
yourself
ရော
when I've played this skin, I've won all these amazing games. I don't know if it's that or if he just actually this skin is
Baby
garbage.
တင်တဲ့ 9
Mostly
glass
placebo as the Sunstrike coming for nobody, but 9 class will be taken out eventually by Yatoro if he can find one more right click, make
Baby.
it 2.
Yep.
First blood to Yatoro.
I mean, they got the level advantage and just immediately get to play off it. I think here, if you're P-Vision, this was certainly not a kill that you wanted to give up, because Night Stalker IO, you know, early on, sure, it's not that you're gonna beat up the Morphling, but you wanna damage control through this lane. Don't give up anything and then play aggressive in the night.
အောက်လမ်းကတော့ကောလက်ကတော့တော်တော်အဆင်ပြေတယ်ပြောရမယ်ဗျ
To me, this hero is a hit or a miss, and based on your reaction thus far, Satanic, a lot of damage. Will dodge the Sunstrike, Shadow Realm.
Very fire.
In the air, he's going to be able to survive as a result, but look at the pressure being made. Not to be gifted some tangos. Yeah, Night Stalker feels like it's either incredible or terrible, and there's not much in between. Has that changed at all?
I would say it's still similar, but it has a lot to do with like the overall state of the game and what tempo you can play in. And I like it a lot with the P-Vision draft here this time around. Obviously, you know, you're good against Morph early on. I will say once Morph gets to like his 3rd item, 4th item, he can just stand his ground and, you know, honestly just kind of kill you. But I do think that P-Vision are very much equipped for a good Night Stalker game.
လုံးမယ်ထင်တာ
No one
သူ
in
က
the mid
ခွေး
lane,
ပူစား
21 and 3 versus Laurel's 14 and 2. So great start for P-Vision there.
Also,
ဘယ်ကြက်ကြီးမွတ်နေတယ်ဗျ
You're giving the early game to P-Vision. What's their game plan?
well, their game plan, I don't know if they can stop it.
ရှော့ပြီ
He's just dead. So Anchor Smash takes him out via collapse.
This is one thing that I need to talk about, because usually when you pick Tide in this matchup, it's because, you know, you get Kraken Shell, level 1, you get level 3, you have level 2 Kraken Shell, and you
ဒီ
just
တိုက်
kind
ကြီးက
of
လည်းပဲ
stand the
2မယူ
pressure.
ထားဘူးဗျ
But
လေ
they're going a
1-3နဲ့ဆော့
completely
တာ
different route. They can just play aggressive
အဲ့တော့
and start
ရန်
global
ဒမ်းမ
as
ထွက်
well.
နေ
Notice taking some pressure.
မင်းစီတိုင်းနေလူစီထားမှရမယ်
Does hit, but it's
ဒီဘူးတော့များသွားပြီထင်တယ်
likely will be able to walk away.
ဟောသေးတာပေါ့
Still overall a lot of pressure, but yeah, you can see the full stat build, but even so, Yatoro and
အဲ့
Ru
နိုင်
doing
လက်
a very
က
good
ရ
job
မှာ
up
ဆို
here.
လေ
But like talking about the early game, I don't
I
know
want
if
to
Spirit
come
can
with
really
that.
push back all that much. I mean, they are doing a good job in the laning, as not me.
ပါပီဆော့ခိုင်းတာဖြစ်မှာပါပါပီတို့ကူရူကီတို့ကတိတဲ့အတိုင်းပဲလေဒီကောင်တွေက IO အရင်ကြိုက်တဲ့
Glass won't be too sad about that. Gets
Course
a nice solo
ကူရူကီ
XP.
ဆိုလဲဟိုမှာ
As you can see, his CS is
ဂျီကိုလွတ်ရင်လွတ်တာနဲ့
top 2
ပြီးတာပဲ
already in the
IO
game, so he's
န
having
ည်းနည်းလေး
himself a
သူ
great
တို့အနေနဲ့
lane
နည်းနည်း ego
overall.
ရှိတယ်ပဲပြောရမယ်အဲ့ IO ရဲ့
More action mid lane. No one, just a
Bit
bit
rate.
of harassment. And in terms of the 6-minute rotations
Check out,
for
you work at
the
that,
power
Lord.
rooms, which team do you think has the advantage?
It should be
But they
P-Vision.
need to
I think
do
just simply the
that.
fact that so you
Check
have
out,
someone mid who's winning the lane. I
Nelly.
also like what
Ali
he's queued
game
up currently. You know,
not
phase
on,
boost
no.
into an urn, probably a
Oh.
vessel. As 9 classes
အာ
here.
လေ
for
မာ
the
လေ
play.
မာလေမာရောက်ရေးအဲ့လို
Good
ပလိန်
timing
ဝင်
from
တိုးရင်
Night
တေးတယ်
Class.
နော်
Gets all the spirits right on top of his face with the frog
ဟို
stomp
က
to
ပူဇင်
help
4
out.
နဲ့အဲ့လို
Good kill from
မင်းကန်တာတွေ
Very,
အာလီ
very nice move.
မိ
You
နစ်
can
တွေ
see
မှာ
the
မ
mid
မြင်ရ
tower
တာ
and also
ကြာ
the
ပြီ
PS
ဗျာသလား
lane
အခုမှ
control. This was
လာ
right
ကန်
before
တာ
the nighttime.
မိုက်တယ်မိုက်တယ်
So if you're P-Vision and
Night
Night
Glass.
Glass, you kind of have free real estate. You want to keep playing with the frog and mid, you
4
want
မိနစ်
to
နဲ့
notice
ကန်
that
ပြီးလိုက်တာ
top
အင်ဘောက
laner.
ရှော့သွား
So they can do either.
Well, Nightmare. This is going to be a pretty difficult hero to take out, especially with the
အာ
Io
ရ
nearby.
လောကပြေးတာ
No
လောကပြေးတာ
one-
လောက
Ice Wall
ပြေးတာ
not gonna be there
တေး
really,
ဖို့
but
တော့များသွားပြီ
the Bramble
လော
does
က
not
ကျုံ
be
သွားတ
making
ယ်
the rotation. That was needed. And 9 class.
Sounds right.
Ah,
does
ကောင်းလိုက်လား
destroy him,
တပည့်
so
ကြီးပြန်ရ
2
သွားတ
kills
ယ်
from Laurel. So despite that death, he's right back in the driver's seat.
Cannot stress enough how much these early kills actually matter, because P-Vision, they have a super aggressive early draft, and if they're in a good position, they can definitely run you over. So very, very big counterplay
အဲ့
here
လောက်
on
ကြီး
their
လိမ့်နေနေ
respawn.
နေသွားရင်တော့မကောင်းထင်တယ်နော်တော့ဟာစနိုးဘောပါမယ်ဆိုတဲ့
Talking
line
about
က
this Grim.
Ali
I mean,
Mala,
normally
yeah,
we
and
think
then
of two
Nate
things, which
in.
is the Inkswell targets.
Yep.
And, well, we don't really think of Soulblind targets as often because I feel like that's kind of an icing on the cake. It's more the Aghanim Scepter later in the game, the Dark Portrait.
Yeah, it's definitely a big bonus. I think, first of all, I like
Hey,
Grim
nice
a
work
lot
out,
more
Bila,
than,
ha, Leila,
you know,
look
what
at
the
that.
hero used to be. I think with the innate, where if you click people or if you have any spells on them, you see them in the
Tower
front,
ya
it
bo
makes
mya wa
it
yi
super
thin na
nice
be.
and easy to trade. Satanic,
Oh boy.
yeah, he's
You
gone.
don't even need the Sunstrike. This lane is going swimmingly.
All right,
Spirit.
Spirit are getting some
Yeah,
outplays
yeah,
on the lanes.
Bambi.
As hold
Top
that.
lane, yep, Silence right on top of Laurel, so his double kill will be
ခွန်
thwarted.
နေသူဆိုရင်တောင်းတောင်းက fan နေမှာ
Nullified as the tier 1
ဟုတ်
tower
လား
now being
နည်းနည်း
pressured
ပပီ
from
မှာတော့
P-Vision.
မှားလိုက်တယ်ထင်
This is
တာ
a
ပဲ
very,
ညောင်
very
နေ
heads
လို့
up
နည်း
move
နည်း
from
လေး
Lotus. I love that. Like,
ဒီမိနစ်
Morphling
နဲ့
in the
9
top
မိန
lane,
စ်
sure, if you
ကြာ
go up against him, it's like a 1v1
ရောက်ရင်
fest
တော့
in terms of the
ဒီ
CS.
လဲကောင်
But
နဲ့
if you
သွား
go
တော့
mid,
ဆိုပြီးတော့
what
တဲ့
is Morphling's answer? And what is Tidehunter's answer? They don't want to move from their lanes.
ဝိုင်း legendary ကိုဖြစ်တဲ့ TE တိုက်မြင်နေတာတဲ့ TN မှာဖြစ်ဖြစ်တဲ့
Titanic left alone for the
TE
time being.
တိုက်ကတော့เนาะအာမ short တဲ့အကွက်ကတော့ဒီကောင်တော့တော်တော်ကျင်းတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့အခုနောက်ပိုင်း carry တွေကလည်း
Also, so
အဲ့လို
what's
နှစ်ကောင်
nice
တွဲ
with
ထွက်လာရင်ဘာ
First Shot
ပြန်
is
ထွက်
we've
လဲ
seen a
ဆို
lot
တော့
more people go
ဖန်တ
for
လန်စာတွေဘာတွေ
silence,
နဲ့လေ
which is quite nice against the Tidehunter.
ပြန်ဖြီတော့
Like on all of this, losing your tier 1 mid
ညာ
tower minute 7 in a
out
greedy
drift တိတ်
draft
မလုပ်ပဲခုနောက်ပိုင်း out
that's
drift
a big
လုပ်
deal.
ပြီးတော့တော်တော်များများ
Might be some trouble again.
စော့ကြတော့
Titanic
တိတ်တော့မလွယ်တော့ဘူးဗျအဲ့နှစ်ကောင်တွဲရကြထပ်ပြီး short ပြီးတင်နေ
Sunstrike does hit, but you can see Collapse is the one taking the brunt here. As
ဟုတ်
more
တယ်ဟုတ်တယ်
rotations
ညားနေ
via
ညား
no
နေ
one
တို့
with
ငါတို့
all
ကြီး
the
လေးကို
heals
ငါတို့
to
ကြီးလေး
work
ကိုထိ
with.
ပါဆော့က
You
နည်း
can
န
see
ည်း
the
များနေ
power of this Largo,
Oh,
already
we
level
know and
7. Usually in the offlane, you're not going to be able to do anything like this. Probably wouldn't have the ultimate by now.
Absolutely not. He'd be lower level than this, but Rue did a very good job. He stole the enemy Wisdom Shrine, then TP spot him and takes his own. And I do think that when you're the team that needs time, stealing a Wisdom Shrine is so damn strong. Like, because it is the supports, they need to back up the course to make the moves in the early game. So both 9class and Tukalis definitely will be slowed down here.
ရင်းတော့လေကင်းတော့မရတော့ဘူးเนาะနည်းနည်းလေး35
And what
ကြော်
is
ဆိုရင်
the
တော့
theory behind the
ပါရီက
IO
နည်းနည်း
pick
ခတ်ပြီ
other
ဗျာ
than
တလား
the fact that you have this
အဲ့မတိုင်ခင်မှာ
double
တော်တော်လေး
heal
ကိုသားထားမှရ
on
မယ်
core, but
First of
ကျ
all,
ဆူလီ
I
တာ
think
ချာစီ
the
ပါ
hero
အ
is
များကြီး
very
ရှာ
good. It's also
လူရှင်
good
တွေ
that
ရ
it's
ရင်ရသလိုရှူ
permaband
အဲ့လိုပုံစံ
against
နဲ့
P-Vision, and it works so well in this draft and with how you also want to play at the moment. As
Titanic,
Titanic.
he's going to take the Ravage, Sunstrike as well. So another
Titanic
death
ကိုတောက်လျှောက်
for
ဖိအား
the
ပေးတာ
Chicken Man.
ဟေး
That's 3 for Satanic already. And Collapse continuing to dominate this lane despite that little
ချက်ကြီးဖြစ်နေတော့လေစိုးတာပဲတလားတောတိုးလို့ကောင်းတဲ့စပူးမဟုတ်
very happy with how things are progressing so far for Spirit. Ducalis trying to find his way in the tree line, but Collapse and company.
ကောင်းလေးရတယ်ကွာဟန်ဒီယူထားတဲ့ကောင်အားမနာဘူးတောက်လျှောက်သွားတည်ကြတာ
Okay, yeah, a lot of these early moves. I do think that Spirit are getting more out of this early game than honestly they deserve. Getting multiple kills in this bottom lane, trading the top for the bottom pressure at the moment, and taking P-Vision safe lane tower. I'm not gonna lie, they should be very happy with how the game is going at the moment.
ဒါဒီဟန်ယူမဲဆိုကြီးအားမ
We've
လို့
had
ပါဘူး
P-Vision
ဇာတ်
games
တူ
where
လိုက်တာ
even behind,
Let's
they
see now,
don't. It doesn't feel like they're rushed at all. And if they get to that mid to late
See,
game,
Ben, you
especially with
do
the
it.
likes of Kez, I mean, how good is their late game? Because
Also, where
just
are
looking at
T
the
like
year,
that?
they seem
ကြီးလိုက်ရတယ်
Thinks will not gonna be there in time.
Terra Blade
Timing on
နဲ့
the
ဒီ
TV.
ကောင်တွေက
That late game is
အာ
still
ခိမစ်
honestly
လားမ
quite
သိ
good.
ဘူးပြစ်ပြီးတော့
You've got Grim against Morph. It's a
Terra
good
Blade
illusion.
ကို
Obviously,
ပေါ်လန်
it
အေး
depends
အဲ့
on
လောက်နေ
also like the
အခုရောက်နေတဲ့
itemization.
နေရာမှာ
Can
ပဲ
you force your Toro to like buy a butterfly MKB
တတ်
when
တာ
an
လားမသိ
illusion
ဘူး
kind of
ကောင်က
folds
မန်လာ
himself,
ဆိုင်
or is it gonna be
နဲ့
something
ပြန်
different?
ရှောင်ပြီးတော့
But a
တွေး
lot of
လဲ
guys
ပြီးတော့
on
အ
the
မှ
draft
တောက်
is
လျှောက်
also
အဲ့ကနေ
about the mid
ပြန်
game,
ပြီး
the
တော့ကမ်းပတ်လာ
post-lane stage, because if you're P-Vision and you run somewhere, let's hold that 9class in the Bramble.
full bedlam. 9class actually dead, straight up. It's going to be a trade.
Will be a 1-for-1, but yeah, Night Stalker owns the minute to 20 mark. He's usually like the king of the map, just using
တ
your
နေ့
ult
လုံးလုံးကောင်းနေ
against
တဲ့
his heroes
တင်
like
ဟာ
Bane,
TI
Willow,
ရဖို့တော့
Invoker.
န
None
ည်း
of
နည်း
these
တော့
heroes can really stand their ground
ခက်
early
ခဲ
on,
တာ
so
မနစ်ကဆို
even
လဲ
if P-Vision are slightly behind early on,
ပဲကွာကောင်းနေဆိုရင်
expect
ဒီ
them
ကောင်
to
လေး
take over the map
ဒီ
within
လို
the next couple of minutes.
EWC မှာလားမသိဘူးဒီကောင်လေး
Yeah,
ပြုတ်
notice
သွားပြီ
working on
အဲ့
a
ဒါ
blink
နှစ်က
dagger as
EWC
his first
ချန်ပီယံ
main item for the
separate
drums. So
အဲ့
just looking to be
separate ကြီးက
ultra
တင်းမှာဘယ်လိုနည်းဘယ်
aggressive.
လိုပုံစံပြုတ်
We'll see
သွား
how
ပြီး
it
တော့
works out for him. I mean, it kind of
ဒီ
aligns with
extreme ကြီးကတက်
what
လာ
their
ပြီအဲ့လို
lineup
မျိုး
wants
ပဲ
to
သလား
do. This does seem very early centric overall,
Yeah.
with a little bit of Kez in the late game.
Because they definitely, like,
Dude,
eventually what they
eh.
want to reach is like the IO Largo together as, let's see, we have got a sleeve set up,
Yeah,
but I
one
think this is more
that-
pressure
yeah.
than really
ဒေ
anything
းပြီးလ
else.
စ်လာတာဟုတ်လား game 2လား
They
ကျွန်
don't
တော်
have
game
the
3
easiest
ထင်နေ
play
ရအဲ့ဒါ
right on P-Vision. If you're Spirit, you're happy keeping a very stale map where not much is happening, tied bottom, Yatoro stays top. Most of the plays kind of have to be initiated through the Night
ကောင်းပါ
Stalker.
တယ် morphling တွေခုလိုမျိုးဖြစ်သွားတာပဲမနစ်ကဆိုတောက်လျှောက် morphling ကြီးပဲလားမသိဘူးမြင်တွေ့ရတာဟုတ်တယ်
And does the build change at all for any of these heroes based on the position? It's
ခု
like
ကြတော့
Yoko,
ပါ
for
တွေ့ရမယ်
example,
ကျွန်တော်
has
တို့
the soul ring going
နောက်
for
နှစ်လ
Spirit,
ဆိုတော့
but
နည်း
we
နည်း
don't
တော့
see
လူ
that
သေးတယ်เนาะဒီကောင်လေး
offlane
ပြန်ပြီး
very
ပြင်ရင်
often.
ပြင်လို့ရတယ်
Okay.
Okay, terrorize onto 3 with the Sunstrike. It is going to hit the IO. And that's the death.
No,
အဲ့ရမဟုတ်သေးပါဘူးငါးကောင်နေအဲ့လောက်နေ
their own area.
နေနေလို့တော့မ
As,
ဖြစ်
not
ဘူးထ
quite
င်တ
done
ယ်
yet. There's Laurel throwing out a random tornado into the meteor.
Yeah, best. Looks like not me.
နည်းန
will
ည်းဟီ
be
ရို
the
ကြီးတော့ပြက်လို့မရဘူး
eventual
တောက်လျှောက်လိုက်
trade
ထား
of
မှရမယ်
Okay, still,
India
we're seeing some really good things. Like, this is just players understanding the limit that they can play on. You know, not me in the jungle gets a terrorize into the bedlam just with a sunstrike
တီးရ
combo.
ဘလောက်
And while it is
ကြံ
a
ကြံ
1-for-1
မီဒူ
trade,
ဇာကို
it
မနိုင်ဘူး
gives
ဗျ
a lot of
ပြောရမယ်
space
ဆို
to
အဲ့
Team
ဒီ
Spirit.
တစ်ခွက်လောက်ရော
No,
ပေးလို့ရတယ်
Nice
နည်း
juicy
30ကျော်လောက်ဆို
here,
ရင်
though, with the help
ဒီ
of
ကောင်
the
ပြစ်တဲ့
minion.
damage တွေတိုးမပေါက်တော့ဘူး
Also gonna have the
အာ
concept
ရောင်အေးစတက်ဦးကြီးကလည်းနဲတာမဟုတ်ဘူးကောင်တွေကဟီးရိုးတွေလည်းတက်တယ်စနစ်တွေလည်းလုပ်တယ်ကျန်စပူတာတွေတော်တော်အလုပ်လုပ်နေတာပဲ
Need to say it again. I do think that this current state of the game is beneficial for Spirit.
Yep, first grip of the game. Adaptive strike with the sun strike as well. Lots of strikes, in fact. Wait for him to finish the job. And Ducalis a little bit too late to the party. Won't
Ain't he
suffer the
finished it? Better now.
consequences, though.
Yeah, nice
ပြန်
play.
လေ
I do think that Ruse
ရကာဘာတွေယူနေရတယ်
getting off a lot of good plays. First, the double wisdom
နော်
shrine steal.
Snowball
You get
hero
all
ဆိုရင်မဲ့
stats going for your tide.
lane
Now
fee
finding
ကတော့
this
time
play
ပတ်
on
နေ
note is close to his tier 1 tower.
So after the Meteor Hammer, it's going to be Boots of Travel for Laurel. And, of course, the Blink for the Tide after the Consecrated Wraps. Nothing too crazy.
I'm still looking at
တိုက်ဟန်တာကလည်းတေးဖို့ရ
Phoenix
နည်း
want
နည်း
to
ရှား
progress the
သွား
map
ပြီဗျ
currently. Of course, you have IO, you have Night Stalker ult available. Looks like they are eyeing collapse here.
Yeah, very tanky with the wraps. We're
အဲ
gonna see the nighttime come from Noticed, and he's gonna be able to get the slow with the Void.
Ah.
Terrorize is coming. Hits two is collapse.
အဲ့ဒါကြီးကတော့
That's
စိုး
enough
ဝိုက်ကွာ
distance to
နော
get
့မီ
away.
တော်တော်စိုးတဲ့ဥ
Nicely
စ္စာ
done from Not Me.
See if they can turn this into
Poma,
something
Poma.
else.
အာဟိုမနိုင်ဒီမီနိုင်နေ
Relocate up top, but doesn't really look like it.
နောက်မှ IO ကပြန်ရှော့ပေးရ
Yes,
ပြီ
able to dodge two sides of the map now.
Need to commend Spirit on their map play here. Like, a lot of the time when they want to keep an open map, they're playing like a 2-1-2 split. You have one of the cores that is always bodied by one of the supports. Saw it there with Not Me down bottom, very good terrorize, and at the same time, Ru up top protecting your Toro.
And 9 class.
Needs a better
Spotted,
target.
Bramble,
Yeah, final
Sunstrike.
goal.
Should be a
ဒီလူ
kill.
နဲ့ရှုံးတာ
Nicely done from
ကျွန်
Spirit.
တော်ဒီ
Class actually
နေ့ကတော့
shooting
အားမယူ
exotimization.
ကျွန်တော်
So
လည်းအား
after
ပေးလိုက်
the
ပြီလေ
wraps,
လုံး
we'll
ဝ
be going for a
ကျွန်
Yule.
တော်ဘာမှထိုင်ပြီးတော့လုံးဝ
Very interesting.
တော်တော်များများလည်းအားမယူပဲရ
And
နေ
this
ချိန်မှာ
obviously
သူ
a
ကဖဲ
good
ကွ
way
န်
for him
ရ
to
သွားတာ
first of
တဲ့
all
ဆိုင်
gives you a relocate
ကျွန်တော်
cancel,
တို့အဲ့
which is quite nice later on.
ပွဲ
And
ကြည့်တဲ့
I
တော်
think
တော်
also
များ
when
များအဲ့
this Night Stalker like
ဘာ
runs
မှ
on
ဆို
you,
တဲ့
you
အ
can
ကုန်
use
လုံးက
it and
အားမီ
still
လို့
find
ဘာ
a
လို့
position
တိတ်လိုက်
to also get the
ရွေးလာ
Ravage
လာ
for
နဲ့လို့
yourself.
ပျော်ကြတာ
So actually, I don't really mind it. It's also
ဖဲ
a good
ကွန်
item when you want to
ခရ
play
စ်ကို
like
ရ
a
စေ
more
ခြင်းနဲ့ဆို
open
ရင်လည်း
map,
အားမ
right?
ယူ
You get
ပို့ပြီးတော့
more mana region, a
ရ
little
စေ
bit
ခြင်း
more move speed. If they gank you, it's easier for you to get
မဲ့
away.
ဒီနှစ်ကတော့ဘယ်လိုလာအောင်လဲမသိဘူးဗျ
No one hasn't really found a real entry into this game
Champion
yet. He
တစ်
does
ဖြစ်
have
ပေါ်
the
မယ်
vessel
ထင်လား
available and will get the 14-minute active rune.
3-3တို့ရက်ကွက်ပဲ
That's
လား
true.
မ
I
သိဘူး
feel
အခု
like
ရန်တက်စက
Largo,
ပြောရ
once
မယ်
he
ဆိုရင်
gets
ဒီအသင်းတွေ
that
အားလုံး
second
မှာဒီ
item
ကောင်
is
တွေက
when he
နည်း
really
နည်းလေး
starts to pop off. I mean, question is, does that change with the
Ta
build that
luôn
he's
này để
actually
lúc
going?
vô
The
à.
Spirit Vessel, like we said, is not the
အ
norm.
ကုန်လုံး
You're
9ယောက်
going to
လုံး
see Kaya, you're going to see
မင်းလိန်နာ
Ags.
ဆိုရင်လည်း
Yeah, I think it's still going to be like
ကျူလာ
the
ဂျူနီ
Kaya,
ယာ
maybe
ဒီနှစ်
some
တင်မှာတော်တော်လက်တက်လာတယ်
Kaya
ဒီ
songs
ကောင်
if
ရဲ့
you want. You could look at a
GPK ရဲ့
Lotus potentially. I think it's quite
Support
good
us,
against both the
Seska
supports.
တော့
Like,
ပြော
if
ရ
you
မလို့
look at both Bane and Willow, they don't really have any counterplay. If you preload
ဒီ
this, Bane
offlane
can't
က
really
DN က
play.
လည်း
If
သူက
there's a
လည်းသူ
terrorize, you can always take
သူ
that off
ပိုင်
as
တဲ့ hero
well.
ဆိုရင်အုံးတယ်
But at least, even though there's been a lot of games that went, or a lot of kills rather, that went Spirit's way,
အလား
it
ဒီ
is
က
only a
တော်တော်များများမ
2-2
ကြိုက်ဘူး
lead.
ဆိုရင်ပဲဆိုးပါဘူးဒီကောင်နေအာ
Interesting. He just got to TP
What
away.
the
I was
heck?
thinking so it wasn't available, but
စပူတာတကောင်
Not
တက်တာတော့မ
getting
သိဘူး
out
အဲ့လောက်လူရ
scot-free,
င်းအားတုံးတာ
even with the relocate being used during all of this.
Mech now online for 9 class. It's so weird to see him
လူ
play
ချင်းတဲ့
this
item တွေတော့
kind
ပြ
of-
ည့်တော့ပြည့်စုံသွားပြီဗျ
Not that IO is a standard. It's
င
not.
ကားစံဒီလည်းပါပြီအဲ့တော့ရန်သူ
Like,
တော့ကို
his
စပြီးတော့
call and
ချက်ထွင်
I
လာပြီ
do think like over time,
15 မိနစ်
this guy
night
got
တိုင်း
to,
လည်း
he
ရောက်
got
ပြီ
to calibrate. You know, from being the
ဒီကမှ
weirdo hipster
ရ
monkey
မှာ
guy
တီး
who
ရိုင်း
just
နဲ့
jumps around on trees. He's starting to definitely develop his overall.
အဲ့တော့
feel.
တီးရိုင်းရရင်တော့ဒီလိုဟီလို
Can kind of roam
ငါးကောင်
free,
6
you
ကောင်
can
လောက်
be
ပဲ
greedy
စော့
with
လို့မရ
Long
ဘူးဗျ
IO.
နည်းနည်းလေး
Not really being
I mean,
ကော
I
င်းနေ
guess
နေ
the
နဲ့
thing with IO nowadays is that you can play it
ဒီ
again with
positive
maxing
ဟို
spirits,
ဝင်း
it's
ပဲထိုင်
quite
ပြီးတာ
good.
တို့
So if you do have a
ဒီ
good
ရေး
lane,
ဆို
you
ရင်လည်း
can
ဒီ
kind of do this. So when
ဒါ
the
စေ
game
ဖီ
slows
နဲ့
down, you can just farm some camps and be chilling.
ပြင်ပါ
He was
ရှိမယ်
also like some
တက်စကားပေါ့
25
အဲ့
game
ကောင်
win
တွေပဲ
streak.
ထိုင်ပြီးတာ
Let's hold that for a
အဲ့
moment.
ချက်တော့နည်းနည်းလေးတော့ပိုတင်နေတင်တာပဲမစ်လိန်နာလိုရန် off ဆိုရင်လည်းဒီ separate နှစ်ကောင်အမ်ဘာရဲ့ stone separate ရဲ့
Will he be spotted? There's the
ပြီးရင်
Fiend's
Viper
grip.
တို့ Haskar တို့ပြောရင်အဲ့လို Viper Haskar ဆိုတဲ့
Single
မိ
Fiend
hero
is
တွေက
more
ဟို
than enough, so a great
Dark Horse
pickoff
တွေ
for
ဆိုတဲ့
Spirit.
hero တွေလို့ပြော
As
လို့ရတယ်
noticed, able to get out just fine. They're going to turn their sights on the Not Me, so it'll be a support for a carry, not exactly what you would write home
Hero
about
Puccini
in
ပေါ့ဗျာ
P vision, as no
Hero
one's going to get
Puccini အတွက်ကြောင့်မလို့တိတ်
Tornado not going to hit.
အားမရ
With
ဘူး
the EMP though, and Now no one out of mana is going to pop the wall. No big Ravage coming out from Collapse, hitting 3. As 9 Class gets the mech, keeping no one safe for the time being, but he dies shortly after. Noticed. He's going to get nightmared. Was that just in time
ဒီလို
for
ပေး
the
ကြိုက်လို့
relocate?
ထည့်လိုက်ပါတယ်
Really
ဆိုမှ
close. His notice dies as a result.
ဖြစ်နိုင်
So
တော့
two
ဘူးဗျာ
core
ဒီပွဲကတော့
kills in favor
သား
of
မဲ့
Spirit.
ကောင်တွေကအားရင်းတွေကနေ
Three if you count the Kez from earlier. 9 class comes
But they're
back
not
with the
done yet, too.
relocate. And the tornado is going to clip him. And Ducalis is linked up for the time being. That's
ဟာ
going to be
ရ
a
ရ
kill overall.
အဲ့လိုတွဲလိုက်ကြီးတွေမှောက်တာနော်
A full team wipe in favor of Spirit. Absolutely disgusting display from them.
Yeah, just the understanding that they're pressuring bottom and they do attack mid at the same time because they know if something happens
Hey,
there,
Nidia.
they can TP
Hey,
over.
Nidia.
I also didn't
Hey,
quite
Nidia,
saw what
what
happened at the
happened?
end
Oh,
with
never
the
saw the
sleep
sit
on
down
notice.
in
I don't know if Ru got
Don't shout
a
the one,
dodge on like the overall relocate towards the very end. But I think just the
Lema
understanding
no
here
one,
that after killing bottom, you can still fight mid and
The
obviously
end
with
time, I think,
reinforcements,
don't
right, you see
allow.
collapse. He's like keeping over and making this happen because yeah, I think P-Vision, they're definitely struggling here.
Oh, bottom. Oh, boy. We got some trouble for Satanic trying to kill off Laurel. He
Ah,
is
yeah,
taken
yeah.
down. He
They already
does
were being
fall,
dead
so
on, man,
really
he
close,
lead.
though. Satanic will go down to the anchor smash. So another death. I mean, yes, they lose the Invoker, but that's 5 deaths on Kez already. They're going to turn things onto Collapse now. His rotation's coming through. He's outnumbered, but he is quite tanky. Not me in the area with the Bramble.
Yeah, well.
Still has Terrorize at the ready.
အဲ့စတော့က level 9
Just
ဟို
the
ဘက်တိုက်ဟ
threat
န်တာ
that's gonna be
level
enough for him to be able to
73
walk away.
Yeah, they're not dealing any damage.
Offlane
really to
actually
Collapse
level
with the
40
ability he
ပြတ်တယ်
currently has. We'll say though, the play that Satanic got here.
Notice
definitely
you
worth it
bro,
for
မ
him.
ရ
Like,
ဘူးဗျ
You're behind. I think there was a streak on Laurel. He got like 600 gold, and like you said, he has 5 deaths, but his net worth is still very, very good on the Kez.
6400
Obviously,
ရ
you'd prefer not to be 1,000 gold behind your.
Let's spin တော့အဲ့ဒါ Let's spin ဒီပါတယ်အဲ့လိုဖြစ်သွားလို့မရ
Is
ဘူး
the hero of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Nutoro now with the Manta style.
အဲ့ဒီကတော့
Go
လောက်
on
ပါ
with
ပဲ
the Vlads that he picked up earlier will be a Hurricane Pike. And yeah, I wanted to ask about the itemization in terms of late game versus the Grimstroke. Do you avoid certain items? He looks like he has
ကဲ
butterfly
နက်ဟန်
queued
ကောင်းနဲ့
up.
I mean,
ဒါ
you
တူ
want
ကတော့
right
ထုံးစံ
choice.
နိုင်
You
ပဲ
want to avoid going Butterfly and MKB together as they're finding it
Gets linked into the
တေးပါဦး
crippling
နော်
fear. TP is coming. He gets the attribute shift off. There's
အဲ
the
တေး
Raptor.
သွားသေးတယ်
That's
ကျန်
more than enough. As the Terrorize a little bit too
န
slow.
ည်းနည်းလေး
Notice
ကို
gets
နှ
the
ကောင်
kill.
ရောက်လာတာမြန်လို့
Big
9
one
class
onto
ရင်
Yatoro.
စီတန်းနဲ့
First death of the game.
Honestly, I'm happy for them that they find this play because their draft absolutely can do this.
သူတို့ကအစိုးရကအဲ့လိုလုပ်ချင်တာလိမ့်နေရနေနေတော့အဲ့လိုအစိုးရကလုပ်လို့မရဘူးဖြစ်
It
နေ
was very quick on the side.
They get gushed for his efforts, though. Now stuck inside the bramble. Double root
Is that fight
indeed.
he-
Sunstrike not
ထုတ်
needed.
တင်တာတဲ့ပြောင်းကြီးလို့
Well, they get the trade. Obviously not the one the Spirit wanted, but still.
ဒါပေမဲ့အဲ့
Could be worse for sure.
flash space ဆိုတာအဲ့ဒီ
Like you
သူ
said,
စ
they
ထွင်
should
လိုက်
not
လို့
be up in this early
ပေါ်
game.
လာ
At
တာ
least
ဖြစ်နေ
that's
တယ်
not- that
အဲ့
was
လို
not
visa fight တွေပါ
They're gonna bleed another hero here on Ducalis. But yeah, to go back
သူ
to
ရဲ့
the
visa
Warfare
ကြီးကိုကြည့်
optimization,
လန့်နေအောင်
we
သက်
see
လား
Yatoro
အမှ
as a
တစ်ချက်
part
ပြ
of
လိုက်
it.
တာ
You need to
visa
play
ဆိုတာ
with
ပုံစံ fight ဆော့ရတယ်ဆို
or
ပြီး
BKB against Night Stalker, very important. Wait, hold up, they're not done yet.
Nightmare. Oh no, Satanic, another grip reserved for him. Sunstrike, there's the Ravage. Io trying to heal him up, but it's not enough. 6 deaths on Kez. As they're going to try to turn this around a little bit. Notice does find himself a support, but now immediately
Satanic
coming for the frog into the
အဲ့လို
gut,
တောက်လျှောက်ကြီးတည်
into
နေတာ
the
စိုးတယ်ဗျ
anchor
သူ
smash
နောက်က
and
အဲ့တော့
into the death
မတက်လာ
zone.
တော့ကြည့်နေ
It's
တောက်
just
လျှောက်တည်တာ
dominoes
တည်တာဆိုတာ
falling
မရမနာပဲ
over and over for P-Vision.
နည်းနည်း20မှာ
This is
KD တကောင်
without
6ဟာတည်တာ
I don't
နဲတာ
know
မ
how
ဟုတ်တာ
Collapse does this sometimes. Remember the Axe game he played the other
Yeah.
day against Necro? Like, he's top net worth again on this Tide. Obviously, Tide is incredible against Io when you get there and you don't have to play against like Io Slark, Io Ursa, like these combos that kind of own you. But still, like, it's another one of these performances where also Ru, there's some overperforming going on from these players.
Absolutely. I mean, when's the last time you saw Satanic die 6 times before the 20-minute mark? That is a rarity.
It's definitely been a while, but they just have their number in a lot of these plays right now.
ဟိုကလည်း
Yeah, and like you said, Yatoro hasn't been needed in these fights, really. He's shown up for a couple here and there, but for the most part, just been left uncontested.
It matters a lot because
Yeah,
when
I
you
don't feel
have this
that.
Morphling come
Yeah.
out, like they have heroes that can deal
Ah,
with
wait,
more
yeah,
I would say
လုံးဝ
more
ဖြစ်
so
တဲ့
like
ဥစ္စာဆို
the
ရင်သူ
early
က
game
ပြစ်
and
ပြော
the
ချင်
mid game. You can collapse on him with the relocates, with the Night Stalker silence. But the
ပြော
more
မရ
you
အောင်
get to
ဒီ
like
game
the
မှာ
mid
ဘာ
game, the 20 minute
လုပ်ပြ
mark,
အောင်
the
မသိ
25
ခင်ဗျား
minute
တို့
mark, Morphling starts itemizing
စောင့်ကြည့်ရ
against
မှာ
Night Stalker to
ကြောင်
knock
ကြီး
down. Like first of all, it's to farm, but then it's to survive. So this is absolutely not the spot they
သူ
want
တို့
to
အ
be
တင်း
in.
မှာအဲ့လိုနှောက်မဲ့သူတွေကများတယ်ကိုချ်ကနှောက်ရင်နှောက်
Satanic can make a
မ
comeback.
နှောက်လို့
We
ရှိ
have
ရင်
seen
ဒီ
many of those
ပလီယာတွေကပြတယ်
this lineup.
သူမေးတို့ပါ
And
တော့
they have yet to lose
ကော
a
င်းရပြရင်
single
သူများရ
game
တဲ့
at
ဆိုးတယ်
this tournament so far. They're going to turn things right on top of Laurel. He gets demolished. Relocate used. Satanic
Russian တော့တန်းဝင်ပြီ
And that is the power.
ဘာပဲလည်းမရှိဘူးဆိုတော့ရမလားပြီးတော့မပြီးတော့တယ်မှာနဲ့ handicap ကတော့ 10 ကောင်ရတယ်ကြောပြီးသားတယ်ရင်သူကလည်း21ကောင်ဖြစ်နေဆို21ကောင်
He is alive.
ကောင် 30 လောက်တောက်လျှောက်ကြီးတက်ဖို့ရမလုံးနိုင်ဘူးထင်ပါတယ်ချကွာမထူးရအောင်ငါတို့ကတော့ထိရင်တော့ချမှာပဲ
Pops the crack and Shell gonna dodge the entirety of the Raptor dance as Roche is not happy with this display.
Oh, it's daytime now.
He's gonna try to go for Roche himself. He's already at half HP. Knows gonna get a silence on the back line. Grimstroke.
တေးပြီကြက်ကြီးရေ
He's pretty low.
Russian တေးတော့မယ် Russian ကိုကောက်ကြအောင်
He's getting quite low himself.
အာရတူတူရသွားပြီဒိုင်ရပဲ Russian တက်သွားတာမွေပါလဲဆုံးတားလဲဆုံးဆိုတာအဲ့ဒါကိုပြောတာ
Will suffer the consequences along with Satanic with his 7th death as Spirit. The Roche defenders so good at it to cause
Force to fight တွေလောက်ပြီးတော့
to fall for P Vision.
အလုံးမဖြစ်ဘူး
He
လို့
wasn't collapse stealing it, but he did start the trend here.
ပါတီပေးစီရင်ဘလို့ဖြစ်တာလဲမင်းတို့အဲ့လိုမဟုတ်ပါဘူးမင်းတို့စောရင်တော့တီတီတက်တက်နဲ့စောတဲ့ကောင်တွေပါလုံးနဲ့ separate နဲ့တွေ့ဘာဖြစ်သွားလဲမသိဘူး
Casual waveform
Little
just
bit, yeah.
taking that for
ဒီလို
himself.
ပြကကောင်းတယ်မကောင်း
All
ဘူး
the hard work was collapse.
And this is the stuff that you're gonna see in like the most high skill
အဲ့ကလေး
matches. Like
ချရင်လည်းချလိုက်တာမဟုတ်စက္ကန့်20ကွာအကုန်ဝိုင်းခုတ်လိုက်ပေါ့
like stopping them from roaching or like you're not gonna be stealing it.
ဒီ nice တော့ကလည်းမကြည့်ဘဲဘက်ကိုကလစ်နှိပ်လိုက်ညာဘက်ကိုကလစ်နှိပ်လိုက်နဲ့
Like effort he's just tanking.
finger ကိုတော့ဖြတ်ပေးလိုက်ပါတယ်မစိုးဘူးဒါတော့
During the daytime. And then Yotoro's like, yeah bro, nice layup. I got this one.
Well, they do get him, which is
Oh,
therapeutic,
my
if
sure.
nothing else, but Yotoro basically had nothing to do other than waveform, and then he could just clean up.
Oh man.
The table was set by Collapse, and Yotoro went ham. Devoured that buffet.
Now it's a 10k lead with the Aegis on hand. Want to see what type of like plan even that P Vision are looking for here. Definitely not an easy game to execute from this point.
ဥပါလူလူအန်ဒါလူလူနဲ့
They do still have a lot of power spikes that are coming.
ဥရင်ဒီဥပါသမားတွေပြောရပြီလားဆိုတော့90ကျော်ဆိုရင်တော့နည်းနည်း short ရှိတယ်
You have Kez. If you can get a
ဟုတ်လဲဆိုအခုရတဲ့ ages နဲ့ကဒီ separate ကတော့ထပ်ပြီးတည်မယ်ဆိုစပူတာ2ကောင်လောက်ပဲတည်တော့မှာဗျအင်ဘောကလည်း BKB ပါနေပြီ
Is Satanic gonna have
ဒီ
double?
ကောင်နေနေနဲ့ပြီးရင် BKB သွားဖန်ရတော့မယ်
He very likely could. He's at 7.
He's not far off. He's gonna need to turn this around if P Vision are gonna hold on at all. Remember, they only need a single game in this series to secure top of the groups here.
Yeah, Spirit ain't having any of that. They like to place very high and well. I want to get the 2-0 here.
Spirit
ဒီကွာကြီးလိုက်တာပဲ
with
ကောင်း
the
ပါ
Aegis for another 2.5 minutes.
Jules as well on
How much do they want to get out of this? Obviously, just taking the Roche in general is a great deny.
Yeah. No, I believe that they should be getting, instead of 2.5 minutes, there's a very high chance you're getting all the tier 2s and outpost control, which then just gives you the overall map. There's no need to really push for a rack. You can hit the high ground to force people back, but I think closing
Ni wa bi, ni wa bi.
would be the main objective.
အော်တကားညက်နေတယ်တဲ့ညီဝါကြီးထင်တာ
Stuck in a tree line.
It happens.
Not as bad as one of the PGLs where he got stuck on a cliff for 6 minutes. I feel like that was maybe also Tidehunter. I think he just ended up using a Ravage because nothing happened.
I vaguely remember that. Usually it's Arteezy, but...
You know, Collapse doing his best effort to take the cliff man.
Still tier 2s up and running for P Vision.
Cute little animation on the Froggy Frog. Want to see later, you know, because you can turn into the Largo, maybe steal the Croak, give it to Larl if you want. I don't know if that's like his main target. I think turning into the Kez is also pretty chill if you want. Of course, Night Stalker, you can steal the silence.
I mean, surely he doesn't want to turn into Largo in a fight. It's not, can't be that.
I mean, you can steal the spell and like...
I'm not saying bad,
BKB တွေပါပါလာအဲ့လိုဆိုရင်တော့မဆိုး
Like even the Night
Night Stalker BKB ကြက်ကြီး BKB
I think if you want to like
ဒီစပူတာတွေကလည်းနည်းနည်းပိုက်ပါညာမိသားစံပေါ့ဗျာအဲ့ကြရင်တော့ရန်သူဘက်ကစပဲတန်တွေဒီအင်ဝကာတို့တဝဲလို့တို့တိုက်ကြီးတို့အဲ့ဒီချိန်တွင်းမှာအကောင်နှစ်ကောင်လောက်ကို BKB ဖွင့်တဲ့အချိန်မှာရအောင်အဲ့ဒီဆိုင်လိုက်အဲ့လိုမျိုးဆိုမဆိုးရလဲရမှာပါ Night Stalker နဲ့ဆိုတော့လေ
As 50 seconds left on the Aegis, did clear every single tier 2 tower, and they picked up a gem.
အဲ့လိုမျိုးဆိုရင်တော့ကမ်းပန်းနိုင်နေဗျ
timing here. Oh my god, I was actually memeing, but he has a greedy enchantment
တစ်
on
ဖိုက်လောက်ပါ
Grimstroke,
နှစ်
so
ဖိုက်
he's
တော့မ
only
လိုဘူးလား
1,000 away from Dark Portrait already. That's kind of crazy.
I mean,
ကောင်းရဲ့အပြာကြောင်းကလည်းရှိသေးတယ်
Aggressive Inkswell.
Still. Now they find
Night
themselves
Stalker,
with
2900 နောက်ထပ်
Night Stalker
1500
in. Delicious treat.
လောက်ဆိုရင်
And this is what I'm
BKB
talking
ရ
about,
ပြီ
Night Stalker. If the game doesn't go extremely well early, this hero feels like it feels bad to have on your team. Like you might as well have just picked any other offlaner.
They definitely expected this game to go better because Night Stalker, even with not the best early game, if you find ways to go on the enemy draft, like collapse on a guy, you have the
စပို့သားတွေ
relocate.
ဝင်ဖြတ်မယ်
I
ဗျာ
do think that
BKB တွေနဲ့
maybe it has a bit to do that no one is playing Largo. Usually he's, I think, a lot more of a playmaker for the team. Set up the tempo, set up the place overall, like get all the relocates going. But this
ကြီး
time
မရှိဘဲ
around,
နဲ့တော့တက်အဆင်မပြေဘူးထင်တယ်နော်
I mean,
ဒါတို့တို့
maybe like you did
Tama
last
lah.
pick this Night Stalker to make a lot of things, you know, happen in this early to mid game, and I don't really think that happened. As your Toro with the end of the Aegis going for.
အောက်ရှော့ပစ်တာဟေး
a lot of
နိုင်စောက
pressure.
မရှိဘူးဆိုတာနဲ့မကြောက်ဘူး
Yeah, we'll get the tower. Well, it is fortified, so maybe not. They're going to play it safe. 13k lead has truly ballooned after that Roche fight.
ဒီဘောက
Shiva's
ရှီ
online
ဘာ
for
က
Laurel.
ပါတ
You
ယ်
have
ဗျ
full map
အဲ့တော့
control.
ဘုဘက
As P-Vision, they
ဒီ
set up
နဲ့
two pretty good wards out.
ရ
You
န်
can
ဝင်
see the
တိုး
one
ပြီး
here
တော့
and
လာ
the
ဖို့ရ
one
င်တော့
on the bottom side of the map, but collapse.
Hey,
Walking around
Kibuya,
with the 13k
tingnan
gold lead
lang.
and the gem, you will soon say goodbye to most of your map.
Laurel finds himself a frog now. Delicious treat after delicious treat. Even a Fiend's Grip, this BKB completely useless against that combo. And 9 class, don't think they spotted him. Just on the outskirts of the dust.
He's taking the correct way. He's got a couple more seconds. We'll make it out.
And it has the Holy Locket, Glimmer Cape, and Mech. And for no one, saw that BKB. It'll be Ags next, so... Man, this is tough to see a comeback without Kez going crazy.
At this point, my eyes are on the Dark Portrait.
That's
I
true.
think you get the Morphling illusion. I'm pretty sure if you're 9 class, you're tethering that one. You're not tethering a hero anymore. You're tethering that illusion and trying to make it go
အကုန်လုံး
ham.
က
The only
နောက်
thing
နေ
with
ချိန်မှာ
Morph illusion
Bristol က
is
Morphling ကို
it's
ပြောင်း
honestly like it doesn't have the highest
Morphling က
HP.
ဖြစ်ပြီး
Of
တော့
course, it's going to
Scooter
have a
ပြန်တည်
butterfly, which at that point is going to be quite strong. Rue trying to set up, but of course Night Stalker noticed just
And
came.
ရှော့ပြန်ပြီ
collapse with the Yules. And this has really
Focus.
paid for itself over and over. Not me gets that one.
That's
As
why
a Blink
like
Dagger.
top tier vision is so like there's so many small things going into it. Like look at Spirit, they're warding their own triangle because when you're up this much gold, you understand that the enemy team they need to start being creative. They're gonna farm your top jungle, they're gonna try to squeeze in here or there. Without this ward, you're not finding this kill on a random Night Stalker in your own triangle. But this is just game sense and understanding of what the enemy team can do.
Well, they have the Axe, so the question is, do they just wait for Spirit to come high ground? Although there's no Aegis, so they
Duka less.
aren't. in
ကြာကြော
any
င်းပါလာပြီ
rush. Do they go for a smoke play? It's going to align with the butterfly, which, weirdly enough, the Grimstroke is going to be kind of happy about.
Yeah, at least about this timing, it's definitely one of the ones you're happier about. I would assume if you're P-Vision, I don't know if you need to smoke necessarily right now, but you need to be contesting the second Roach. That's going to be the name of the game currently, where also, you see them use a relocate in the top lane, you know, push out some more waves, squeeze in a little more gold, try and get no one
စ
closer
မုတ်
to
တွေနဲ့
his
လာနေပြီ
scepter.
လို့
And Laurel just looking for anyone to leave the base for P-Vision. No one connected to Io. Gonna lick off Collapse. The rest of his team nearby. There's the Yules.
ဖွဲမှာလာမသိပါဘူးကွာ BKB ပါတယ် BKB ပါတယ်အာချက်ကြီးကိုမိသွားပြီတေးပြီထင်တယ်
Meteors, everything used. Satanic is already
ဘက်ကလိုင်းကိုဝင်ဖြတ်ပေးခြင်းနဲ့
They
ဆိုတော့
couldn't get anything going.
ဘက်ကနေပတ်တယ်
for
ဝင်
P-Vision.
လိုက်တာ
They're
အေး
gonna lose
ဟိုကောင်နဲ့
some
OE ကျူထောင်ထားတယ်
Again, it's just perfect setup. They have a ward on the, you know, the gate outside the base. They see Satanic walk in immediately and they just get it. This is 40 seconds down without him. No relocate available anymore as well. This is a free racks.
Yeah, not even Dark Portrait used. It's daytime.
တဲ့ထပ်ပါသွားပြန်ပြီကြာကြောင်းဆက်ထားတဲ့ကောင်လေးပါထပ်တည်ရပြီလုံးဝပြက်ပြက်နဲ့နှာခေါင်းသွေးထွက်တာပဲ
45 seconds with no Ducalis.
This is bad
This
news,
is 2
Shannon.
sets at the very least, if not more.
Honestly, I think without the Grim available, even if Kez respawns, you can just keep going.
Another anchor, this time onto Aya with a Damage coming out from the Dark Willow as well. Sunstrike not
Ai
needed
ujaw
yet
ne
again
ba
because the
ai
damage
pit
is
like de usa ma
overwhelming
le.
for Spirit now.
Ai class one ma
Who's
ti
dying
do.
next?
Morphling
Let's keep
pit
up
cha
the
like.
one-by-one train.
Well, I want to see the Dark Portrait at least once. He's going to be up in 15 seconds. This is an Alacrity Morphling.
Just a
Now,
casual
for
460
the Mega
damage.
Creeps. Yeah, no big deal. An Aghanim Scepter by Laurel.
Kata la sin.
Okay.
Rabbit.
This is going to be Cataclysm, it looks like.
Yeah, you've got the Ravage. You know that
Lúc
some
trên này
people
lâu
are
rồi
definitely
đó
going to be
là.
stacked up. There's no summons, no illusions to tank any of that.
Okay, ai
As
smoke
the
ji
Spirit will
aro.
play this very cleanly.
GG smoke
Get
ji.
nearly everything apart from one melee racks. Now Roche, of course, is going to be theirs for the taking.
Radiant are scanning.
Satanic, we've seen this so many times. The only one not smoked right now.
Are scanning.
They are
Gonna
scanned
end up
out.
showing. Yeah, they are aware, but again, Spirit at the major advantage now. 30 seconds till road. Obviously, just wait for that.
Dire's top tower is under
Man, it's just a tough one to also contest here. Like, how do you do it? You know, Spirit, they have outpost control. Of course, there aren't any buybacks available yet for them, but even so, like, you have incredibly fat heroes. Yatoro as well, getting very close to Ascadi. You have Rue, who's getting close to an Aghanim Scepter. Also, I love that collapse. In my opinion, this is an underbought item, the Krelos Crozier. Like, just the passive, where you reduce enemies' like health restoration by 30%.
Yeah.
We see a lot of Kaudos, we see a lot of Necros, there's Ios in the game. It's like also, you go very fast, you have a Ghost Scepter. It's quite nice. I do think
Don't
this is
worry,
an
I'll
item we
pick
should see
any,
more,
eh?
especially when there's heals in the game.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
There's the Roshan Belch, one of your favorites.
That's right, P-Vision, they're going to try to go for this, but we'll see Spirit are already ready. They're going to try to go onto the Dark Willow to start things out. Looking for the Ravage is collapsed, going to reset a little bit, pops a Crozier. Buyback instantly from the Dark Willow. So P-Vision get a single kill, can they get more?
Relocate.
No one with the BKB, noticed. Also,
BKB don't have no
pounding
BKB.
the Dark Willow, but there's a grip, this time reserved for the Frog. Gonna be cancelled, but eventually Yatoro just finishes the job. Double kill.
Yeah,
for
fire
him.
beat him up.
GG, they know this is over. As a Cataclysm is
Oh.
gonna be there for the style points. Triple kill for
Rampage.
Yatoro. Make it an Ultra, and make it a Rampage.
Rampage by Yao out of here.
Enabled for Yatoro and the likes of Spirit, who are now one game away from securing themselves #1 in the game.
Oh, this is gonna be a spicy next game because Spirit, they are like, this is some prime form. You know, they bust out the Morphling after a long time. I think Rue as well had a lot of small but crazy plays in this game, starting from the Wisdom Shrine.
Well, and that that lack of resources, especially for like Undying, right? That it's super sensitive to that kind of stuff. So you're not able to zone out the Beastmaster. You're not, because you don't.
That's why I think they need to nerf the magic build part on this hero. I think they could keep the physical part, but they need to find some way to
Nothing no
make
build
it
wise mà nó.
appealing, you know,
Lucy à.
because the magic build is just too good at it.
It's too easy. Oh, okay. Well,
Aegis,
speaking of too easy,
Aegis with Lincolns on the things.
double catapult, banner, not bad. Devil looking to
EWC
pull them out.
handicap lìa đó
Gets
mà
off,
hoài.
and Lasso will pull Clinks back. Mr.
Where's the
Rubicon, but
backup?
the entombment. Ooh, the old catacombs coming out handy. Mr. Rubicon hexed up, and the damage arriving from it in your dream age is down as the split push is going on. You can see Fiend's grip being used on the Spirit Bear bottom side, but in your dream, gonna have to fight
yeah,
off the
they need
biggest
like two
zombie
nè.
you ever did see. My Striker Ray gonna be ineffective and
mà lại run đi bị.
solo
Bot
kill
lane.
in bot lane.
They have to
On the
retreat.
Bane, they will be retreating. They
Oh, no.
seed the catapult, the banners, all of it all, but they do get one kill on the bear, 405 gold, but an instant resummon. It's a lone druid game, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, I can see what they're trying to do here. They're grouping up with 4. They're always using the Bane to kind of stop the bear, but they couldn't really TP back because they were busy. He got a sleep and a grip, like a full duration grip onto the bear, but it's just. I'm not sure if this is going to work out long run, because if you don't deal with the bear, you need to place a lane ward and see it coming so you can prepare for the bear coming in quickly. You know? And I felt like they just couldn't really TP heroes back. You're gonna see like the Bane's going to go grip the bear, like he's gripping the bear right now, and they didn't have heroes to TP back right away to deal with it. You know? And they lost the Bane, they lost the tower, they lost the Aegis for a support Marcy. Yeah, it's just. which is not ideal, you know, for Nemesis in the long run. If they keep taking trades like this, eventually you're gonna lose the game.
They lose out of things to trade.
It's like death by 1,000 cuts, right? Slowly but surely, you lose a
ဟောင်း
tower.
ကတော့ကျိုးသွားပြီဗျ။ Verification 2C တွေပါတဲ့တာ
Death by 1,000 cuts from the paper hero. Right? When's the last time you suffered
It's
a
not
paper?
him. It's not him. It's not fair.
him. You know, it's unfair. You're right.
How can you get someone to do your bidding in the game? How? Why can't I just play CM and get Lich to do my bidding, you know? Lich
Right.
goes forward.
ဒီပွဲကတော့ငါပြုတ်ကြီးနှစ်ကောင်ပဲထင်တယ်
Gonna be an Aghanim Scepter, next item on Yamsun.
Separate 2C နိုင်သွားမလား
Enough. Oh my, the roll.
ဟာ hero ပစ်တာတော့မှ
You're not gonna be able to kill that bear. Not this time.
ဖြစ်ပြသွားတာ
The reselling
Vision
timer should also be kind of wrapping up, right? So even at, 15 seconds. Even if you were to kill it, back up again very soon. Aghanim's on the Bane. You like this Aghanims?
1-1ဖြစ်ဖို့တော့များပါတယ်เนาะ
It's
Vision
the
နဲ့
best item
separate
you
up.
can make
Yeah.
in late game. If you're not playing against like any AoE spells like Tide, for example, because if you're playing against Tide, I would strongly not.
ဒီထိတ်ဆုံးသုံးပွဲက1-1နေညှိသွားမယ်လား
Because he's gonna just cancel the grip.
နည်းနည်းအဲ့လိုစိတ်ထဲကထင်နေတယ်ဗျ
against Tide. So it depends on the matchup, but I think in general you should get it.
Gotcha. Does anybody have a Lotus Orb on Dire yet? I don't think so. Okay, Rubicon. You have to reach critical
Don't do
mass
ဆိုရင်
here.
တော်တော်များများအဲ့ clean ပစ်ကြများတယ်
Damage the Spirit Bear. The
ဘူး
tall
လျှောက်တာတီးလျှောက်သွားနေအစ်စ်တွေပါအတွင်းလမ်းမှာသလားကောက်ပြီးတော့ဝါလိုက်လို့ရတယ် clean က
got a lot. I don't know. At what point do you think this Clink starts to outdamage the Spirit Bear? Is there a point? Or is it already passed?
I mean, the thing is like the bear is not gonna stand and fight you. He's gonna be just splitting the map. He's not gonna fight you. I think Clinks is, if I'm not mistaken, somebody did like a damage test. Clinks is the highest damage if you're allowed to stand and hit with your agents and everything you have on the target. He's the highest DPS hero in the game. Yeah. Which again is not fair because he has backup. He has so many skeletons.
He's got his bone boys to do his bidding, right?
But he is the hero that has the highest DPS in the game.
Okay.
If you're not allowed to run.
Right. If you can hold him down. Oh no.
အိုး
Speaking of
ချက်
holding
ပြောင်း
him
တာဒီ
down,
စိုးသွားတယ်အောင်အေး
Yams caught out. Bit of a long
If you're
TP.
alone, you're dead, you know? You see?
Evidence.
You should take my advice. You know?
I'll take your
Don't-
advice every
yeah.
day of the week, Winter, especially when I can get it for free. Wait, I don't have to wait for the
It's not free,
invoice,
Dylan.
right? Oh no.
It's not free deal.
Reconnect ကတောက်လျှောက်ထိုင်ရက်တာကိုကောင်းနေမခံနိုင်ဘူးထင်တယ်
Think of my children.
Gonna take me out for some nice Parisian lunch or dinner.
I will make it happen. We got one more day to operate here at EWC.
အန်တိုင်းတို့ပါရဲအားနေချက်ကိုတုံးချ
Both of these teams.
အန်တိုင်းတို့ပါတော့ဟိုသွားတီသွားအရင်နှီးတဲ့ကောင်တွေဆိုတော့
Unfortunately, cookie forward. Jabs trying to get on.
အားရောင်အေးကလင်းပါလာတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့ဘာမှမဖြစ်ဘူး
Available. Tombstone down. Rubicon
Yeah,
gets it,
yeah.
it's out.
It's time for them to strike. The bear is dead. No split push shenanigans. Time to push them.
Oh,
mid lane.
cooldown actually.
Yeah, it's on cooldown. They have 80 seconds window. Right now, Nemesis need to strike while the iron is hot. They have to go right now. Run down the lane, push the high ground, get a rack.
ဘာမှမရှိပြင်မဲ့လေ
Try to force them back to defend.
Now, Winter, something
အေး
we
ကြီးမ
haven't
ပါ
really
တော့
discussed too
ကလင်းက
much
တိတ်တက်လို့
just yet
တော့မရဘူးလီနာ
is the
ဖောင်းတိုင်းကျွေးလိုက်ရင်တော့ခံရမှာလား
with all of
Lina
this
ရဲ့
split
ဖောင်းတိုင်း
push
ကသိတယ်
coming
မလား
on, do you think travel 2
တိတ်ထွက်နေတာ
are
ဗျာရောင်းနေ
going
ဆို
to
ရင်
have more
The snap
more of a
had
heavy
travels.
Yeah.
Yeah, it travels the whole time, but it's just you cannot deal with the bear alone.
Right.
You need help.
Right.
That is what creates an unfairness in the game. He comes to a lane, you have to send 2 heroes back, and you
နိုင်ဗျာ
cannot
ခုနဖေးထားတဲ့
any other part of the
separate
map.
ပွဲလေး
And right now, Nemesis is
Tick
doing
လေး
the
သွား
right
ပြန်
thing.
ဖြတ်
They
လိုက်
have to force the issue.
နောက်
Bear
နောက်မှ
is
လာ
gonna
ကြည့်ရ
be
တူတွေ
ready
ပါလေ
again
ဒီကောင်
soon. So they have to get as much as possible right now.
Green opening up a fair amount
Oh,
of
yeah,
damage.
they are chaining him.
Lasso gonna pull him back.
Oh, he needs help.
He's done a great job, and he needs help, but he will not have it. Dead
Alright.
for a minute now.
အဲ့တော့မလွယ်ဘူးလို့သူကသူဝက်ကမရှိတာ
Yeah,
Cleanဆိုတဲ့
that was
hero
so
က
greedy from Rubicon. Like once you
အဲ့
finish
ကောင်
the
အဲ့လို
game,
ages
like he doesn't
ပါ
even
ရင်တော့
have
မှ
to
တိတ်
get
ပြီး
it
တော့
'cause it's already down. He had to back
တက်
off
လို့မ
that
ကောင်းဘူး
because
ရမ်းပြော့တယ်
he doesn't really. I
He's
feel
not
like
bad at
he's
push,
not
right?
really seeing the fact that there was a way that he could die.
Right.
Yeah, so he was playing so aggressive up front. There.
Yeah.
Like
No-
being a carry, being a good carry, part of being a really good carry is understanding how far you can go when you're seeing a base. I think this is one of the hardest skills to learn as carry, like understanding and reading the situation.
because everybody thinks about their damage limits. They're like, okay, I can play the sight line here, I can get clicks, I can get a spell, I can kill, but can I live? And is it worth it? Well, can't live here. No tombstone to save you.
Because once they have their BKB,
တွန်းရှုံးမရှိပါလို့ဗျာ။တွန်းရှုံးအားကိုပြီးပြစ်နေတယ်မှာ
save you. And if you don't get entomb, even if you get entomb, if you are lassoed too far up, he entombs you in front of the tier 4 towers. What are the odds of you surviving? It's not very high.
No, very low. Just like the odds of this bottom barracks surviving.
ကဲတွန်းရှုံးမရှိတော့ဘူးဆွဲကျင်ဆွဲလို့ရပြီ
All for the full Monty analog gonna get rooted through the BKB. Cookies forward. Is there enough coverage? No. Rubicon buyback comes out.
ကလင်းပြစ်တယ်ပြစ်တယ်ဝက်ကလေးရှော့ပြီဝက်ကလေးရှော့ပြီ
will not make it out alive. Cookie forward, the buyback onto 2. They are
အဲ့ဘိုင်ဘက်ကြီးအဲ့လိုတွေတီးလိုက်ရကြ
Can you find Marcy?
ကိုနှစ်ကောင်လုံး
Would love, but he doesn't step up far enough. Wrong side of the trees, unfortunately. BKB TB out and
အာအင်းအတွင်းအမကြီးလုံးပြီးပြီထင်တယ်ဟိုတော်သေးတာဗော BKB ကြံသေးတယ်ဟာ
Gold Nightfall coming
AG
out.
store
They need to get
ရပါ
it's too
ရပါလောက်
expensive
ကလင်း
move there from Nemesis.
ဘိုင်ဘက်စနဖိုင်ဘိုင်ဘက်သူပေးမလဲကလင်းပဲပေးမယ်ထင်နော်
Would be amazing.
ကယ်ရီဆိုတော့ဒီချင်းက
That was not
Pressure.
worth
GG
it. That was not worth it at all. They need to get something in return. Is where you go to the coupon counter trying to exchange your coupons to get something. You realize you go to the shop,
Please, I'm
you
so
spend
hungry.
too much money, and it's time to use the coupons. You know?
Well, let's see if there's anything left for them to get here.
The refresher shot is the coupon.
Yeah, unfortunately. Double kisses could be kind of nice. Would you think double kisses or double like burning army? What's your preferred here?
Probably double kisses.
Yeah.
They have a couple of very enticing ones. Your double tombs.
မားစီနဲ့ဝက်နဲ့လှုပ်လို့ရတာပဲသလားဝက်ကတောင်းတန်းဆိုစနဖိုင်ရစီမရဘူးမားစီကဟို rebound နဲ့ခေါ်အားပေးလိုက်တာ
But back to the replay. Anything that we missed there, Muncher?
ဟုတ်တယ်နော်သူတို့ကွက်လေးရတယ်
I think the Bane should have gripped the bear instead of the Marcy.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, that was again a questionable grip there again by Yamsun. Because the bear is more of a hero than the Marcy.
True. So gonna be a refresher shard on the Undying. You can refresh Cecil Sturge probably. Right? No.
Unfortunately, no.
Unluck. I hope they know that.
No.
Because that would be.
You can refresh the tomb. 2 tombs.
Right.
Double tombs.
Double save.
Yeah, you're gonna be playing Resident Evil in a short minute.
You big Resident Evil guy?
No, but I
Me
watched
either.
the movie.
I'm too scared.
FBZ.
Oh, gonna have to deal with some dead here. FBZ
He's stuck,
gets to the
he's
high
stuck.
ground. Look at all of
Sorry,
the
young,
burning
eh,
arrows coming out. and
Army
bring
picture
down the
you
bat.
မခံနိုင်
Oh
ဘူး
boy,
Yeah.
that was again another mistake from the bat.
Yeah.
He didn't pop his BKB. He thought he was safe, and he didn't. I think he wasn't looking at his screen. He was just clicking back, and then he got caught in the bramble, and he died because he popped his BKB late.
Right. It's tough break for FBZ. And now Nemesis approaching.
Yeah, time to siege the high ground when the bear is far away from home.
That's right.
It's not at your base yet.
The bear's out of the cave, trying to get the honey.
အဲ rap ဖို့တော့
See if it's
ကြိုးစားနေ rap တူတာကိုအသက်သွင်းဖို့အတွက် recordist
In this exact same position before.
ကောင်းဆုံးအသက်သွင်းနေတယ်ခင်ဗျ
So yeah, he got ages. Yeah. A little
Yeah,
better.
these are precisely the things you need
ဟိုဘ
to.
က်ပွဲပြန်လာတော့ပြီဗျ
What heroes are
ဒီပွဲ
alive?
သွားပြန်ထွန်းရ
What are the combinations?
They draft
that
and they
can
have a
kill you?
morphling.
do
And
that.
is it safe for you to
What?
siege? You know?
Yeah.
When the Bat Rider is dead, because like you pointed out, the lasso is the primary way of Draconics dragging him into a bad position and killing him off. If the Bat Rider has to buy back to jump you, it means it's safe for you to siege.
Gotcha.
I think a lot of the newer carries, the younger carries, they don't really have this understanding in the game because you're so used to like the pub environment where you just click your buttons and you play, you carry the game.
Right.
But when it comes to games on this level, sieging high ground is a very, very different conversation.
This
Oh,
is
you
where
know.
teams lose.
Yeah, this is where teams lose. This is where you want to come up with a plan. Teams lose because there is no plan. And how they are using the banner, are they waiting for the catapult wave? These are all very, very important discussion. And as a carry, as a person hitting the tower, it is your responsibility to come forth with a plan.
Yeah.
Like other people can give input, but you are the one hitting the tower. You are the one having the last say on how we do things, you know, in the
အ
team.
ကင်းတော့အ
Especially
ကင်း
at
တော့
this point in the game. We're
Yeah.
52 minutes in.
And if you're a carry and you're 52 minutes in, you have no clue on how to siege the racks, you ain't winning the game.
Yeah.
ကဲတပိုင်း
You certainly are not. But from pub to pro, what do you think the biggest difference is from pub to pro?
On the carry role, because
knowing those win conditions.
every role is different from pub to pro. Like for carry role, it's
ကလင်ပြင်းတော့နော်ဝတ်ဆိုလဲ20စက္ကန့်လောက်ပဲပြည့်ရမှာလား
because I think one common mistake that the pub carries do is
ဘာရိုက်တာ
they
လုံး
will
ဝ
never die.
ကလင်ကိုထိ ချုပ်ပေးထားမှရမှာ
0 and 1.
Yeah, they're playing for the score, you know. Where is the grip? Where's the grip now when you need it?
No problem. Oh, going toe to toe against Analog and the rest of the team.
Where is the
BP
grip?
Marcy
အဲ့
able
မ
to
သိပါဘူး
escape.
တဲ့
Where's the grip when they need it? Like right now, this is the moment where the Bane actually has to be down there, you know. But he's not down there.
It's tough. Maybe he's trying to play on the Clinks.
Yeah, he was following the Clinks.
Oh, because look at that.
Because the Clinks has a rapier.
I can understand now
Yes,
why
right.
he was maybe
Don't
a little
lose
more
that.
inclined. Yeah.
Don't lose your luggage.
Have you lost your luggage before?
No.
No, me neither. It's a.
But at the same time, I've
Fear.
never bought a rapier.
Oh no, and Rubicon wishing he hadn't, but you know, he's got the ages to back him up here. The bait has been set, and a full length Fiend's grip on the Lina. Rubicon trying to turn around and do as much damage as they can. Lina dead by back in the rapier. Where is it? It's in the tomb.
အော်ရောက်အေးအဲ့ကလင်အာမီရားထဲမှာအဲ့လိုကြီးတော့ချလို့မရဘူးတင်နေနော်
Everyone's dying. Chain Frost bouncing on Yemson and Analog there in the middle of the fight, looking for
Lina
Dream,
don't worry.
gonna fly away like a cloud away.
အာကြားထဲမှာဝတ်တကောင်ကျန်သေးတယ်
No, but the bear looking for it.
Oh, Undying has the rapier.
Trying to turn around. Can he sustain?
ဝတ်ကောက်ရေး
No,
ဝတ်ကောက်ပြီး
Jared
တပိုင်းရသွားပြီ
Starts pulling back up. Yams and going toe to toe for FBZ. But a TP on the wave here, and Jabs looking to get some
Run.
revenge. But everyone
Save the rapier.
faster than the little zombie that could.
Oh no.
The
Save
rapier's
the
done.
rapier, Dylan.
I cannot.
The bear has a rapier. Oh no.
This is
အဲ့ဒီဝတ်
the
ချက်ချက်
worst
ရိုက်ရင်
that
တော့
could
စဉ်း
have
စားကြည့်လိုက်တော့
happened.
ဗျာ
Also, that's a
Swift blend လေးပါလေ
that's a
ထည့်ပေး
bobble
လိုက်
bear.
ရင်နော်
Have
အ
you
ရ
seen
မ်း
a
မြန်
bobble
သွား
bear?
မှာ
We've talked about
Cool
honey
chat, yeah.
bears, polar bears, white bears, black bears, but not a bobble bear. Do you think this item is unfair?
It's not unfair because you drop it when you lose it.
No. The enchanter's bobble.
Oh, the enchanter's bobble. Oh, bobble bear.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably the most broken, I think, neutral item.
Oh, here we
Oh,
go.
this is it.
Buybacks aplenty. Cookie forward, looking for FBC.
It's not
A
bad.
lot
Bad
of-
does
be
not have
sure
the rapier,
we-
guys.
Not. That's
It's
not the
him.
target you want, but on the back.
အာရဝတ်ကိုချောဝတ်ကိုရှော့ဟိုင်းဟန်ဝတ်ကြီးအဲ့လိုခါထိုက်လိုက်လေဟလား
And the Savage Bear going to town. Looking to bring down Analog, but a nice
ကျော်ပြီကျော်ပြီတပိုင်းပြန်ရပြီတပိုင်းပြန်ရပြီတပိုင်းပြန်ရပြီအာလစ်ကလာနှောက်နေတယ်
Maybe the savior of the hour. No. A reversal and a combo breaker. Oh,
Ah, yeah.
a second. Can you
ဂျက်စီရောက်သွားပြီအဲ့တပိုင်းတစ်ရောက်သွားတော့လူတကာစီရောက်နေတယ်ဟေးလုံးဝ
with it on cooldown in this chain frost.
Rapier
Let's
back.
see
The rapier is back.
where it belongs. In the midst of flesh and Dillo.
And Team Spirit, a unique situation for P-Vision. We don't know what they're going to do when they're a game down because they have not been a game down yet. Meanwhile, Team Spirit, when
Okay,
they
people,
were one game down,
Body
they did
down,
not lose a
wow,
single game
Quenny.
since. And we know what they're doing. What's
Quenny
coming our
mà
way in
ông
the
nhớ
draft
dùng
that
này phiền.
remains to be seen as we're narrowing in on that one, Effie. I want to know what they should be doing, what they should be addressing. Is there anything in the opening that you would like to see changed? Because we did see Team Spirit prioritizing that overall first pick Bane in this game in particular, and we saw Rue on Bane, and you highlighted him specifically because he made it look S tier.
Yeah, he did a fantastic job, and conceptually, it's a great hero versus P-Vision with a lot of the
notice ရေး
strategies
မင်း
that
ကို
they
ဘလူးကောင်း
wanna
နေ
run.
ပေးရမယ်မ
The
င်းတို့
arrow
let's
is
pick
an
ပြီးလို့မရ
example.
တော့ဘူးလို့ပါပြီးရတော့
The
ထင်နေတော့မှာပဲ
Kez opener that they played didn't necessarily work out. So if Team Spirit run back this starting Bane, I don't think we're going to see that Kez into IO follow up.
let's pick ပြီးလို့
I
မရ
do
ဘူး
think they're going to fall back on their keeper of
Review
the
ပေးမလား
light that they just
ဒီ
look
ကလည်း
so
ခုန
strong
တော်တော်
on
ဖိတယ်
here.
ကွာ
Yeah, there's so many dimensions to drafting.
ဟိုကလည်းခုန
I
နောက်က
remember
လိုက်
saying
ဆော့
this
တာ
in
နော်
game
အင်ဝါ
one
နဲ့ကို
as a carrier's perspective that if I'm playing against Bane, I'm either picking like an illusion guy or I'm
မင်းတို့ကောင်တွေ
hoping
ဘာ
one
မှ
of
ပြီး
my
လို့ရတဲ့ကောင်တွေ
supports
မဟုတ်
has
ပါ
a
ဘူးကွာ
reliable Fiend's Grip cancel. Otherwise, my game is just generally really
Lovely.
hard to play. And I think P-Vision might have gone a little bit too all in on their own draft. And there are
ကယ်
times
ဟီရိုတွေပဲ
where
ပန်း
there's a healthy blend of dealing with the problems that are presented to you by the enemy team's draft. I think because P-Vision played around their own timings
ဂျာကီ
almost
တို့တွေပဲ
entirely
ပြန်
with
ထွက်လာ
their
မယ်ထင်
draft,
ပါတယ်
that
ဆ
means
ပ်
that
က
it will fall pretty short, pretty,
Miss Boga hero
pretty
ဂျာ
flat
ကီတို့
when
ancient threat
you lose momentum or steam in the game. Like even just as simple as they open Bane, you have a reliable save from Fiend's Grip. Like that's the kind of simplicity that I would like to see inserted back into P-Vision's draft. And so I'm just going to be keeping an eye on this game because you know, Kezu mentioned, they haven't. Neither of these teams have really been tested yet, and I think it's like in theory, it's like, okay, yeah, you're not going to underestimate your opponents, but at the same time, these are things they're probably have been getting away with, where they're allowed to play for their own draft, and you have to step it up and think about what Team Spirit's ready to bring it today. So what problems is Maposhka going to present with Puppey in Game 2?
Well, we have a slight change in bans, only very slight. So of course the teams changed sides with now first pick going the way of P-Vision. The only change in bans is that the team that has first pick, instead of banning Axe, they banned Doom. We did see a Doom ban in the second phase, of course. And of course the change with the Willow position for most likely getting picked up first.
That's really interesting to me because I thought the support that P-Vision would try to steal is actually the Bane, but they go for the Willow instead and they double down on the Hoodwink first phase ban. To me, this says that they think that the offlane is the problem actually, and that if they ban Hoodwink and take Willow, then there is not a strong enabling support for collapse. But I still think there are some that exist, like the techies, for example.
Yeah, I do think there are potentially other options. I think what's really fascinating for me right now is...
Or the Rubik, sorry.
Yeah, Rubik's a decent answer. I'm just thinking... Maybe Treant's power is purely in the two carries that are banned every first round, the Drow and the SF, because
chance of that.
We've been seeing it more and more that teams are banning the carries first round, and then they're just skipping Treant Protector, a hero that's been picked or banned pretty much every game thus far. And... I guess, I mean, there's times, as you go on later in the tournament, if you ban a combo piece that you're effectively banning 2 heroes, I think people think they're getting 2 for 1 by banning these, and that's why they're doing, or effectively 3 for 2, I guess, by banning SF and Drow together. And Rubik, go ahead.
Do you also think that's, if you would pick Treant first phase, you kind of lock yourself in a little bit in terms of what type of laning partner you'll give with the Treant and maybe what type of offlaner your enemy team can play into it. Whereas with these 2 picks, world's your oyster. You can go anywhere.
Absolutely, yeah. If you have Treant Protector, you are like, okay, what ranged carry are we going to pick? But like you said, we virtually know nothing about what the guys are going to do. I think it's funny because sometimes you get the, okay, let's just pick Drow. You know exactly what our strategy is, but can you beat it? And then sometimes it favors teams to just say, okay, we're revealing absolutely no information. Because Rubik and Willow, they're kind of just standalone strong laners. It doesn't particularly say anything about their lane duo or their counter matchups in the game. I don't really factor this in too much. It's like both of them offer unique things, a little bit of damage, a little bit of team fight. What do you think so far, Amir?
Well, they do end up banning the Treant, so maybe it's just a team-specific thing for later down the line, but I definitely agree. I mean, taking this Rubik as a response to Lulu, I think was just taking that strong support for Not Me before they could take everything out in that second phase. He's had some exceptional performances on it, and you do have good spells to steal from Willow. She's not the best steal, but she's pretty solid for Rubik.
I have to ask if there's like, or I have to imagine if there's any block picking happening with Rubik. Like, is there anything that P-Vision would normally go for as like a synergy with Willow?
They're not really that big on the Underlord, which is really the only counter pick that I can think of for picking Rubik.
Yeah, because it's nice to lock in Nami's hero.
Why now? Basically, like, why prioritize Rubik over all the other heroes? It's like, it makes sense as a pick, but I always wonder what's the reasoning for it being the best pick on that spot.
I think that, like I mentioned, P-Vision are kind of targeting this offlane by banning supports. So you ban Hoodwink, you take Willow, and you're essentially saying we took the best 2 enabling heroes for collapse. So they wanted to lock one in before they get banned out in the
This reminds me of the Mao series where Puppey banned 7 carries against Crystallis, and he still left his hero to last. And then there was like nothing left. Okay, let's pick DK. So I guess that's probably what they're, like you said, if they don't pick Rubik here, then P-Vision has the 2 bans, not for the 5, which they banned the Treant Bane, but they could have banned 2 4s, and there's likely not too many good options left.
Yeah, I think for sure that's what it is, and we see a Winter Wyvern come out, and this hero typically is a response pick to heroes like Lone Druid, but I think it's also a very effective response versus lanes like Axe, where they want to just chip away at you. They want to press Battle Hunger, they want to make sure you're never at full HP. Winter Wyvern, now that you go level 2 heal, you can counteract a lot of this style of lane.
Okay, I also
ဝင်တော့ပဲ
hats off to
ဟို
Puppy
ကောင်
for
က
this one
Rubik
because
ဆရာကြီးဒီကောင်ရှိမှာ
if I'm a
ဝင်
carry
တော့ဝင်
and
မယ်
I'm
စစ်တီ
against
ပါ
Bane, I need a
ဖတ်ဆိုရင်
beam
ဒီကောင်
strip
ချင်းချင်းပြန်
cancel. If
ခိုး
I'm
တဲ့
a
ကောင်
carry and I'm against Axe, I need something that prevents me from
အဲ့
dying.
နော်
to
မီ
play
ရဲ့
that
Rubik က
full.
လည်းဘာဆိုလားပဲ
Yes, I can play around it. I can buy SNY. I can buy BKB. I can position myself. But it makes it so the heroes that traditionally would just die to that no matter what, I can pick them in the draft. I can itemize not purely for the Axe. There are 4 other enemy heroes in this game, so the Wyvern Cold Embrace prevents that combo. It's like, I think the laning stage is a big part of it. You have the sustain to go through the battle hunger. But for me, it's much more about that mid to late game. If we have Wyvern standing behind the carry, it just makes Axe's job a lot more difficult. You often don't want to pick Kez into Axe. Am I saying it's great? Not necessarily, but I would say this matchup's way worse for Kez without the Wyvern than it is with it.
Yeah, I think this Wyvern
ချက်
kind of
ကြီးပဲပြန်ဆော့
makes
ကျင်ပါတ
Kez's
ယ်
life
တဲ့ညီ
easy,
ငယ်
not just on lane, but for those blade mail
ညီငယ်
calls
ကောင်း
that
တော့
you
မှာ
talked about. And now this Wyvern is actually looking like the most important hero so far on P-Vision's draft. So now if you're Team Spirit, you have to think to yourself, we gotta jump this guy. Like we gotta pick some Laurel
Storm
Ember,
Spirit?
some Puck, something that can just run at this backline nonstop.
I thought they were going to go Storm because I think it's a little bit harder to counter. I think
Puck.
Puck is quite susceptible to maybe like a
I'm
Viper.
surprised
This is
to
a
check
sick Viper mid game.
But
I
in
actually
the other
think
so
no one
many.
is going to whip out the Viper.
လင်းနေစိတ်မှာအဲ့
response
Ember Spirit ကနည်းနည်းလေး
because 2 ways to deal
But
with
it-
Puck are
so
or
it's
3
gone,
ways
really
to deal with
put
Puck.
that
One is to have so much sustain and beefiness that Puck never does meaningful damage. Another one is to have insta
တ
stuns.
ကြီး
And
က
the
ကော
third
င်းလို့
one is
လား
to just
ကောင်းလို့မဟုတ်
dump
ညီလေးတောင်းလို့
straight
ပေး
in
တာ
lane.
ညီလေးတောင်း
I
ရင်
don't
မှာ
think
ကို
we'll
ကြီး
see
က
the
ရရ
no-one sniper.
ပေးတယ်
That's
ဆို
like
တဲ့
another option for
သဘောနဲ့
for really
ဗာပီ
slaughtering
ရ
the
ပစ်ချ
Puck.
လိုက်တာ
I
ဘာ
think
ကိုကြည့်
against
ပြီး
these
ချက်ကြီး
specific
ပစ်လိုက်
heroes,
တယ်မသိ
Viper's the best, but then maybe giving away Viper ult is bad against Rubik.
Yeah.
I wouldn't
So now fire
personally
pit line,
factor
that
in
I-
Rubik with my pick here.
ဟောဖလင်းနေပါပူလိုက်မယ်လေ
Yeah, I think Ember can be solid enough.
Finished.
Even we've seen no one have some great games on him, especially versus Puck. But I just do want to say they had to take the Puck here because if you don't Puck, you're getting pucked on 18. That's how this
Puck or be
tournament is
pucked,
looked.
I
Puck
think
or
is
be
the
pucked.
the saying.
You gotta puck them before they puck you.
Exactly. Only one meaning to this.
ပြောရမယ်ဆိုရင် nice talk ကလည်းဒီပွဲကောင်းတော့ကောင်းသေးတယ်ဗျပတ်တီပါနေဆိုတော့လေတလားဟိုယူတော့ပြီးမစောနဲ့တော့
layer of coverage, you know, something,
Oh,
some long
notice
range
ko pi ma
damage
saw
to
ne.
follow up on the call, some team fight control versus the
no one
Wyvern.
saw and saw ပတ်ကိုလည်းထိန်းလို့ရတယ်
Yeah, taking
Phoenix
their
ကိုလည်း
time.
ထိန်းလို့ရတ
This
ယ်
is a
နော်
tough pick, I think. Like there's a lot of different approaches you can take here. You can take the lane dominance. You can take the map movement gameplay like the Ember Spirit.
ဟော cast တွေရော
Ember.
ဒီ
The thing about
nice talk က
Ember
ရ
is I
ရော
think
ဆိုရင်
he's-
ဘီရှင်ဂိမ်းရတော့တော်တော်
Yeah,
ကောင်းမှ
okay,
ထင်
I
တာပဲ
didn't love the Ember because I
Slada
wanted a
de
hero
con
that
de
wanted
con
to
de.
like play around his
Bad
team.
nè, Slada con.
I think on the map right now, if you're by yourself, you're probably gonna die no matter what hero you are. So I would rather having a hero that leads the charge and has follow up from his team. Slardar makes a bit more sense there. We've seen teams go for like Slardar, sometimes like Earthshaker as a response to this puck mid.
You think for sure it's mid Slardar?
I wouldn't say it's for sure, but Slardar generally struggle. Slardar is almost all right click in the laning stage. Like, yeah, he has Slithering Crush or whatever, but his crush is only as powerful as the amount of times he can hit you afterwards. So picking him against attack speed slow 5s like Crystal Maiden or Phoenix
တေရာဘလိတ်ဘန်ထားတယ်
is not ideal in my opinion.
Agreed. I mean, if I'm Phoenix and I'm playing against Slardar on lane, I'm pretty happy. But if I'm playing against the mid Slardar who's got an early blink and is forcing me to press dive or forcing me to use supernova.
You might even have to supernova.
Yeah, when I don't want to, that's miserable. So
Yeah.
definitely a good fit in the mid lane here.
စန်တော်ပန်ထားတယ်
They banned the Centaur, so it looks like Team Spirit's anticipating the Slardar mid as well.
On the same page. On the other side, we got the Terrorblade already removed. What would you like to see Yatoro play this time
Saban
around?
Pidu Baro,
He is
Chelsea
going to get
and
over a
Roti.
last pick, so he is
Sapeli
going to
Bame,
see
Kerry
which
Lamete.
offlaner he will have to deal with on lane.
ဝင်းတာတို့
Kind of an annoying pick for him right now, just
Baru.
because of
Nai
this
Lu.
Winter Wyvern. That's gonna be like
Spread
kind
eye
of
by
countering
Miyaso
a lot of that
no?
physical damage, and
Spread
you're
eye
playing
Baru,
against Kez
Back
plus
wall.
Slardar. You know you're gonna get burst.
ပတ်တော့လောက
So
ပတ်လိုက်
I'm also
ဒီ
thinking, okay,
တောက်လျှောက်လိုက်
Wind
နိုင်
Ranger seems premier, so they're probably going to ban that. It's a hero we haven't seen too much of, but I'm predicting a Muerta pick for
Ooh.
That's a nice pick, kid.
Yatoro. It goes through the Wyvern Cold Embrace. It's a ranged hero that has a defense mechanism against Kez right clicks as well as Slardar right clicks. That's what I actually think that's the best pick. I don't know. Muerta's fallen off quite hard, but we have started to see teams dip into the B and C tier carry heroes. So I imagine it's on P Vision's radar that they're probably going to pick a ranged guy or girl in the case of Muerta. They have a Willow. Centaur would have been nice. I think any setup stun hero.
ကဲမင်းတို့ဘာပစ်မလဲကွာ
Lane.
ကြည့်မယ်လား
Underlord would be okay too.
The ultimate
Actually, they have
Willow
perfect, never mind.
combo is they still ban out the Ember, just respecting that side as well. But is the Mars? We have seen Mars come out a couple times. I don't think it's been very successful. They go with the Pangolier.
ပန်ကိုလီယာဘဲကောင်းလာလာပန်ကိုလီယာမနိုင်တဲ့ကောင်ဆိုရင် လာတာ
offlane, but
ကို
it does
သွား
feel
ခိုင်း
like
လိုက်
when
မယ်
it comes
ပန်
out,
ကိုလီယာ
no
နိုင်
one
တဲ့ကောင်
just
ဆိုရင်
wants
ပန်ကို
to
လီယာ
run
သွား
around
လိုက်
on
မယ်
the
ဆို
mid
အဲ့
lane.
ဒါတွေက
The thing is,
တိတ်လိုက်တာဗော
I
နော်
think I would still like to see it be played on the offlane because you're playing against a puck. It can go very wrong for you very fast.
I think TA now becomes an option. Muerta is still good defensively, but then you have nothing to hit the roll.
Ooh,
ပန်ကိုလီ
They
ယာ
go a
offering ကောင်းပါလေ
completely different route.
that was one of the unpicked heroes today.
It was.
In the graphic as well, and she showed up. I mean, on paper, it's
စပရဟီ
fantastic.
ရိုကြီးကတော့ကောင်းနေပြီအဲ့
Not even for the hero dynamics
Kaduru
or
eh,
interactions
Nagasa
that
Ran
you
Yaro.
probably mentioned, Brian,
Laro
but just
Lai.
for the map play. Like, there's actually not that
လူ
much
တွေပါရင်
wave clear
window
coming
ဝယ်
out
နေ
from
ပါတယ်
this
ရှာ
Laro
လို့
and
ရတယ်
draft early on. Like, sure, it's going to exist later, but Naga could create a lot of wave issues in this game.
If Naga gets, it's a weird timing to say, but if Naga gets to treads level 5, then that's the point where the illusion time is about 100%. You're actually getting meaningful
Slara
whip
ne
type
be offering
procs when it comes
သွားတယ်
to pushing the lane. Like it's very difficult to slow their crush and kill the illusions in time. A lot of this lane against Willow Slaughter, what Naga does best out of all the carries is she just shoves the lane and leaves. And there's no tower pressure from these heroes on the side of P-Vision. If Yatoro gets to that point where he can just send 2 illusions at the wave, he's jungling camps, Rue can just leave him alone, they can play through collapse. I actually think those first 4 levels on Naga are going to decide this game, quite frankly, because I think if he gets there, then they don't have any answers.
And it's quite the good carry matchup against Kez, right? Kez isn't really known for clearing AoE damage early on. He's kind of big single target burst into disengage, which you can't comfortably do against a Naga.
Yeah, Naga also, the build historically, and I think he will go this game, is Manta into Orchid, and that just destroys Kez on the map. Like, the big thing for Kez is
လုံးလိုက်ကွာ
there's very few heroes that can represent meaningful kill threat on him from the carry role. And that, especially when you're playing the map, like, yeah, you have like the Ursas and stuff that will burst him in team fights, but there's very few that will set up the kill on the Kez. And so basically, I'm looking at bottom lane. If Yatoro has the start that Naga can get, they actually nerfed Naga's early game because in 7.41 she got some meaningful buffs and she was getting picked a lot in pubs and had a really high win rate. They nerfed like her base attack speed and stuff like this. So that's the only question mark I have. If he gets to that Manta Orchid Butterfly Heart, I think Naga's unstoppable this game.
Let's find out if this Naga is going to get unstoppable and if Team Spirit can punch their ticket to the playoffs or if it will be P-Vision instead. Before we head into the game, we're heading to our casters, Sunspan and Kezu.
Thank you, Shiver. Yeah, welcome to game number 2. Sunsfan here with Kezu. We've talked a lot about Collapse and his Aegis steals throughout his entire career. Do you have any idea how many that may be?
Wow, that's a great question. I'm glad you asked because everybody, I've
He
got my
wants to
brand
wow.
new.
Oh,
Tu i
Look
ne
at this.
puai.
So light too. My Lenovo Legion. So you want to know Collapse's Aegis steal?
Yes.
Okay, when did Collapse steal Aegis last? Says here, yesterday his 47th Aegis. It's a record.
Damn.
This guy is pretty good.
It's definitely a record. Nobody steals as many Aegis as
You want to hold this? It's very light.
Oh, wow. You're right. Okay. Not bad.
Are you giving it back to me?
If you want, I mean,
Okay,
you can
thank
cast
you.
the game at some point.
You're the caster. I'm just the analyst. I gave you the stat.
I appreciate the stat as we get into game number 2 between Spirit and P-Vision. We have some interesting picks. You let out an audible gasp when Naga Siren was selected.
Did you try to emulate the gasp I let out?
No.
Okay.
I was just saying you gasped.
No, this is the thing with Spirit and Yatoro. I am a little bit of a fanboy because this guy, just love watching him play. And I think he has very specific like heroes that come out, you know, specific scenarios calls for specific heroes. And I do think this is quite a good Naga game. Like outside of Pango, none of these heroes really deal with it very well. You also have a lot of good combinations. Like you can always protect the egg or set it up even with Song of the Siren. And also Axe loves having Naga in the lineup. Like later on, Axe wants to play on pickups. You want to follow up damage. Naga always gives that for you. So honestly, I think it's a very, very cool Naga pick. Also the first one of the tournament. And who else better to do it than Yatoro?
That's right. And P-Vision On the other side, again, they need to just win a single game well, now both teams are in the exact same position.
Yep.
Whoever wins this game is top of their group. But P-Vision have had 2 attempts at it now. Is this going to be enough for them? They have a lot of physical damage going on here. You got the physical damage of no one on the Pangolier, Slaughter, of course, and Kez on top of that. So I'm sure itemization coming out from Spirit will be a lot of armor-heavy things such as assault. And I mean, is this even a blade mail game? A lot of times we don't see Axe even pick that up.
Lotus is very good. I do think it is a good blade mail game. It depends a little bit. Like, you want to go either Helm of the Dominator or blade mail. I don't necessarily think he needs to go Dominator. It's more something you do in lanes where like you want to split up. So I could see more the Faye, Stick, Bracer, go blade mail, blink, and just play on that. But yeah, armor is definitely something you need to get against this dire draft. You're playing against Pango and Slaughter and a cat who will dish out all this physical damage. So, you know, Lotuses, you talked about the AC, whether it's any other items you can get out like Vlads or, you know, on the neutrals, if you get some medallion, all of this is definitely what you want.
Yep.
We're
used to seeing that coupled with a Drow type hero, but it's going to be the Kez instead. Do you think there's any different interactions between the two as we get to the later stages of the game?
Honestly, it's just very, very strong. And to go back to the blade mail part, like Winter Wyvern makes blade mail a lot worse of an item, because obviously if you jump the Kez, like later, if Ducala just drops the Cold Embrace, like the Cold Embrace, you know, Satanic isn't going to be hitting into the Axe, so we'll see what he's going to do. As Collapse is going to take the wave and farm the wolves.
Yeah, last game we saw Collapse on this hero. It was something to behold.
Oh yeah, I mean, he just destroyed the entire game, and that was against a last pick Necrophos. Like, that is not normal. And look what he's doing right now. Because he's farming the side camp, he can actually steal the water rune, and you can tell that you just throw the tip up because who does that? No one does that.
Yeah, that's true. Well, not literally. Nobody does that.
Okay. Yeah. As he all chats Mimo Hodom. So you know what that is?
Yeah, that's definitely English. For sure.
Usually
that comes out when the cat's on your keyboard.
I think that might mean suck it.
Oh, I see. Is Collapse going to get gone on a bit by Satanic? The Battle Hunger applies to him, though. Collapse will be able to walk it off. Not me playing the Rubik this time around. How good are his steals?
They're
Rubik is running a passing to him.
You're definitely looking most at the support. Collapsers.
I didn't think he was in trouble here, but Satanic getting him onto very low HP. He's going to get Cold Embrace now. Back to respectable amount of HP, but the Battle Hunger and the right clicks kind of nullify a lot of that heal.
Well, it's still quite good for P-Vision.
Lotus is up as Collapse.
He overplayed for sure.
Couple more kills happen in the bot side of the map.
So
just supports biting the dust.
It's definitely the type of lane where Yatoro is happy the longer this lane goes, but Slaughter Willow can definitely pressure early on, and they can win. Like, you can max out the stun, which is kind of what you want to do on the Slaughter anyway. I think Willow is quite good at trading. Obviously, Phoenix is a pretty strong +5, but there's some downtime you can play around when there's no illusions, when there's no fire spurs, you'll be quite happy. But yeah, I definitely do like the Winter Wyvern Kez combo. We've talked about it a few times.
Now getting gone on this
he's
just gonna die. It will be to Satanic's right click. A much better start, let's say, than last time around. Satanic, how many did he end with? It was 7 last count I saw. I can't remember.
At least 7, maybe 8. He did lose like more than half his treads on the courier that Collapse did get to kill, so that doesn't matter. But I think you talked about the spell steals. It's definitely more so the Terrorize, the Witcher's Curse, Cold Embrace, I think as well, especially against these heroes, like the triple physical is what you want to be doing, because Rubik, to me, has looked quite atrocious in this tournament. He's not as good as other 4s, so you gotta have the correct steals, and you need to play very well.
And what kind of build can we come to expect from Yatoro?
It's still very, very similar. Like when you play Naga, you have to go Manta style.
Yeah.
There's still a lot of people that go for the Orchid after. And I think it's just when you think of itemization or in general or how the mid game is played. So Naga opens up the map. With Manta, you do it even more. Then people need to split. Then you get the Orchid for your own mana region, but also to actually pressure on the map, which is very, very good. And I think after that, you can look for some different itemizations. I think Butterflies is always very good. Same with Heart, Skadi. Later on, you want a Bloodthorn to just completely decimate people with your illusions.
And Collapse after that death is back into
the jungle, and it will be
a first item.
Love
to see it.
No one lead.
Collapse now found by Ducalis.
ညီလေးလာပါအောင်ညီလေး
A lot of damage. I mean, Mud Golems are excellent for this. He's going to get a courier as well and be able to walk away. Although TP,
Roots.
Bramble does hit with the Shadow Realm
Good,
to follow. Is
good.
9class able to bring
Oh, no
Collapse down
TP,
for the
right?
second time this game.
Well played by 9class there. Good read, and also with the pre-Shadow Realm just to buff up all this damage initially. As we see, Satanic did get his courier, so he's got the treads unlocked. He's got the urn as well. This is what we saw Pure do as well. It's just great early stats. You nearly always go for plays with this hero as well.
အောင်လမ်းမှာဆလာရာကလည်းအဆင်ပြေတယ်ဗျတနေ့19កောင်လုံးရနော်
Back towards the mid side. As the 6-minute power room.
ကိုလက်ကွာ
We've gone on by Collapse now. As you can
အေး
see,
ည
the
နေ
Slaughter
ပတ်ကိုညနေ
quite a bit of damage. They'll actually be able to get this kill.
အာရောင်မရပါ
Because he
ဘူး
gets to the high ground.
ဒါပါအောင်ညီလေး
Able to take out 9class in turn as no one now completely surrounded. Although they're going to target Ducalis instead, as he will bite the dust. So 2 dead for P-Vision, and even the Chicken Man coming to play. They'll get the kill on Daru, but the question is at what cost? The first rolling thunder from no one puts Collapse back onto the high ground, and that's going to be not the greatest
အောက်မှာလည်းတော့မရှိ
from
တော့ဘူး
P-Vision.
Really good overall rotation by Spirit, and again, these are the small things as Yatoro has a fairy fire available.
Oh boy, Crush. He
The
does
miss.
miss an
ဒါ
attack.
တို့
Fairy
တို့
fire.
မင်း
Lotus
ရန်
is
အမ
not
ကြီး
gonna
ကို
spawn
လှုပ်လိုက်တာ
on
ပဲ
Yatoro. He desperately needed it. So Notice
ဆလာရာနဲ့
Notice
ဝမ်း
a solo kill
သွားပြီး
on
တော့ fight တာ
position 1.
That's a big one.
On
I
it,
also
on
think
it.
that's the
I don't
type
want
of play
you
they
down.
needed, because earlier you saw Collapse, you know, he's respawning. He just TPs to the mid, and this is why it's important that you look around, like what is actually
9 မိနစ်
happening. You don't need to, you know,
ဘတ်
bring
မှာ
that
ကွိုင်
TP
မရှိဘူး
into
မ
the
နာ
top
မရှိ
lane
ဘူး
just because you're the
လာ
off
ပြီ
laner.
လာပြီ
Looks around.
ဒါပဲ
But
ကုန်ရမယ်
in the meantime,
ရူဘစ်
P-Vision,
ပြဿနာပဲလား
double Wisdom Shrine by the
How-
looks of it.
Yeah, this
ရူဘစ်
is
နဲ့သွားလိုက်ရလို့တော်တော်ဖေးသွားတာရောအေးမိပြီမိပြီ
as Collapse still only level 4. He's going to take a full Raptor dance.
တေးဖို့တော့များသွားပြီ
Tier
အာ
2.
ဟိုကရှိတယ်
He will
ကွာ
dodge one of the Echo Slashes and the Blood Grenade, it seems.
လုတက်လုတက်ရှိတယ်
Collapse
တေး
a
လောက်
little bit worse for wear. But here comes
Ah.
9class out of nowhere. Doesn't do that much damage at this stage of the game. So Collapse does survive. But again, these Wisdom Shrines, this is starting to stack up. Start of a bad lane for Collapse. And then again, every time we say that, he somehow finds a way
He-
back in the game.
He knows what's up. But it's still a very nice move from them. You know, you get to invade into the Wisdom Shrine, you steal half of a stack, you make him go low HP, and Collapse definitely suffering when it comes to the level department. Not even level 5 yet, where Satanic is starting to push on to level 7, being already level 6.5.
4900ရယ် Oh sorry
Haven't talked
3900ရယ်
about Ruben. I mean,
2300
Phoenix-
เนาะတော်တော်ကွာသွားပါ
haven't seen Phoenix that much. this
ပြီ
tournament.
ကလကြီးကလကြီး
It's very good against the 2 supports, and also against the Slardar.
Yep, Ducalis gonna get bursted by Laurel. We can see the first coil of the game. As the Amen Arun spawning, not me. Looks to be the sacrifice coming out from Team Spirit, but the Illusory Orb is enough to outclass 9class. And Laurel gets that haste rune, so now he can play around with Satanic a bit. We'll get back to lane.
Lars is getting all the active runes.
I
First,
need
the
to
Amplify,
deep
now
wear
the Haste, the
Where-
absolutely the 2 best runes you can kind of ask for. At
ဒါကို
minute
ချုံ
6
ရရ
and
ချင်
8
တယ်
here,
ဟုတ်တယ်
we'll
လာဟာတော်
still
တော်ဆိုးနေ
continue pressure onto no one. This is half a tower down at minute 8. Like, this matters. Like, these early little chip downs on the tower can definitely swing some of these matchups, because in the start, you're obviously not going to commit on a full HP tower, but 10-minute rune, if you bring a couple heroes, you win a fight, this half HP tower might just be gone.
Every time we pan over to Collapse,
ဒီပွဲပတ်ကလည်း
either
ကောင်းတာမ
getting pressured out or in the
ကွာ
jungle.
Yep.
A rough start for
လေ
him.
ဆလာရာတော့ရှိတယ်ဗျာ
Bottom net worth of
ဒီ
the
ဆလာရာ
core.
တကလောက်ရရင်
I
ဒီ
mean,
ဘက်ကို
looking
ပြန်
at
ကြည့်
just
ပြီး
the
လို့ရ
net worth alone, though, you can see no one is pretty far down there as well.
Yeah, it happens like from a lot of these mid moves, right? Like the first time Collapse goes there, steals the water rune, then he doesn't get the active rune on 6, he doesn't get the active rune on 8.
ဒီ
But
ဟို
I've
မှာ
been
လည်း
very
လုံးပါ
much
အောင်
liking how Satanic is
ရန်သူ
moving
ဘ
here
က်က
in this early game.
ပြောင်းနေ
He's been mid a couple of times, he's invaded the Wisdom Shrine, now he's going into the
တာဝါရ
off
ပြီတာဝါရပြီ
And this is very good and needed pressure into Yatoro's Naga here.
တော့မလွယ်ဘူးဗျာ
So
တာ
now
ဝါရ
some pressure to this
ရင်
tier
ရင်
1
ရှိ
bot.
သေးတယ်
Satanic
နောက်10မိနစ်လောက်အချိန်
the
ပေးမှရ
rest
အောင်
of P-Vision should be able to clean this up relatively easily. As Kez will be going for the Mage Slayer, so I assume Pango will not. It'll be the Diffusal first.
Yeah, definitely just Diffusal, allow Pango to play around other things later, as they see Notme, who's very deep here.
Yes, he is. In the corner now. Swashbuckle mostly misses there, it looks like. Attempting to TP, but the Rolling Thunder will cancel that immediately. So eventually they will kill him off.
I like that he cancels it just to make sure that you don't bounce him onto like the low or high ground.
ကဲ
up
ရွန်
towards the
ပတ်
side
နောက်ကို
there.
လိုက်မယ်ပတ်နောက်ကိုလိုက်မယ်
And
ပတ်
Ruin
နောက်ကို
seems
လိုက်
to
မယ်
go
ရဲဘော်တွေ
3 for 3 on this one.
Trying for it.
ဒါပဲငါတို့ရပြီ
Does not get it here. Pressured out by Ducalis.
Oh, baka,
now
fat
with
off, fat
that
there,
Arctic
you don't
Burn
wanna
And the Blood Grenade really doing his job. And Laurel
He leash
will be
la.
able to
ဒီလေးရွှတ်ရွှတ်လားတွေ့ပြီတွေ့ပြီတွေ့ပြီတွေ့ပြီသူပဲသူပဲ
What a bait from P-Vision. Very nicely played.
Yeah, I was initially wondering, like, what's Ducalis up to? But
Yeah,
he's just
Chao
slowing
is
him
in
down,
that.
kind of
Okay.
baiting him to linger a little bit
Mucha
longer.
baiting.
Then Laurel, of course, getting himself stuck in the trees. I do think he would have gone down anyway. He's Satanic, who found a very nice route to connect onto it.
Noticed on the slaughter, second in net worth, which
ကျုံးွာအဲ့ဒီကောင်လေးစပူတာတွေက level 6ရောက်မှသုံးစားလို့ရတဲ့နှစ်ကောင်ဒီ2မိနစ်မှာငါတို့နည်းအလုပ်လေးတစ်ခုတော့ထပ်လုပ်လိုက်
Absolutely can, but against this lane, like Phoenix Naga, not the strongest lane, doesn't have the most pressure, doesn't really have like very high kill capabilities. It's more the type of lane where you want levels, you want gold, you want to prolong the game. And I think if you're noticed, if you just pay attention to where Laurel is on the map, you're not really dying. Like a Rubik isn't really going to gank you, nor is an
ဒါက
Axis
ပြီး
being
ဝိုင်း
shut down. So
okay လောက်ဖြစ်ဖြစ်
it's
လေ
all
တလား
about
ဆလာတာ
Laurel's early game with
ရ
the
င်းသားရ
courier,
မယ်
so I
ထင်လို့
expect
ပါ
Notice to have a very good time.
အဲ့လောက်ပါထက်ထည့်ပြီးထိုင်ဆိုပတ်ကိုထိန်းလို့ရဂျကာလောက်နေပဲမလို့တော့ဘူးထင်တာ
It's going to align pretty
I
nicely
can't-
with the
okay လောက်ပါထက်ထည့်
diffusal
ပြီး
blade
ထိုင်
coming up
ပြီး
from
ဝိုင်း
the Pango.
ဒီနေ့အတွက်လည်းကောင်းတယ်လေဟုတ်တယ်
Satanic, I mean, I'm not sure if he's even wanting to participate in fights, but Kez is definitely a hero that can do that, and he's going to have Mage Slayer as well.
Oh, you definitely can. I think you're like the type of hero you generally win your lane, which also means you can constantly push your lane, which makes it easier to look to other sides, maybe TP to the mid tier 1, go to most of these active runes. I do also wonder if he wants to go for
ဟို
a
က
specific
အ
or
ရင်
different
တာမယ်ထင်
item
တာအဲ့လောက်တော့မ
later.
တောင်း
Like
ဘူး
maybe
သူက
it
လည်းသူ
turns into an
ကိုလက်ကလည်း
incredible
ပြန်တော့တက်လာပြီဗျာ
maybe
4000
there's
300
some
တွေပါ
Bandit Fury or Mjolnir route later on, or maybe you just commit to the Deso, you know, with your Slaughter, with your Pango, play on like speeding up the game, taking faster rolls, just taking faster towers.
Are we seeing Battle Fury ever? Is that
No,
actually a thing?
not really, but perhaps, you know, maybe there's this type of hero, you know, Naga is a hero that drastically changes the game.
မိမလားမိမလား
So you might have
စစ်ထဲလိုက်မှာ
customization.
Satanic opening
စစ်ထဲလိုက်မယ်လေ
Laurel collapse
ဟုတ်တယ်အဲ့ဒါကိုပြောတာစစ်ထဲလိုက်မယ်ဆိုတာ ရွှတ်ရွှတ်
puck in a precarious spot in the
ပတ်ကြီးက
last
အဲ့လို
second.
ရှော့သွားတာပါတဲ့သား
As Ducalis claims the kill and now collapse on the run. Kind of stuck in no man's land. Pops the blade mail as the cold embrace comes out from Ducalis.
ကိုလက်ကြီးတိမဲနေကိုရရွေးမနေနဲ့ကိုလက်ကြီးရဲ့
Nice call from Collapse, but he's not going to have any backup. So the Chicken Man will claim him as no one finds a little juicy stack here.
You can see it in both these games. Like when either team has a small edge or they know like what they get away with, they just fully execute. Satanic being one of the best Kezes, I am very impressed with his
ကဲ
early
Ruby
game.
လေးရောက် level 4ပဲရှိသေးတယ်နော်
Keyboard. It's got some nice keycaps on there,
အမှန်မှတွေ့နေရပြီ Ruby ကိုတွေ့နေရပြီ Ruby ပဲရွှဲလိုက်မယ်
I believe. One of the
Yeah, and that's a dead Rubik, level 4.
Looks like it. Notice level 10 versus the 4, yeah. One is greater than the other. So showing off that Blink Dagger now.
They are TPing top. In 1 minute, you've got a Wisdom Shrine available. Looks
14
like Notice
မိနစ်
will cancel it
ယူဖို့တော့
after
ညီ
all.
လေးကတော့မတ်မှာတော့ပြလိုက်ပြီတလားငါတို့ဒီ
That's
ဒီလမ်းကြောင်းတိုင်းတောက်လျှောက်သွားရင်လည်းလူက14မိနစ်ဝစ်ဆွန်ရမယ်တဲ့
That might be copyrighted there. It's all good.
Yeah, we'll keep showing it. It
ညာ
looks
တူတူ
like
အဆင်ပြေနေတာဆိုတာညာတူတူကောင်းကြတော့လေလိုက်တက်လို့မရဘူးသူ့ပေါ်တာတွေပဲတတ်မှရမယ်ဒီချိန်က
no, actually.
It is,
We'll get a full screen of that later, of course.
Yep, of course. Let's get a nice zoomed in picture at some point. No one on the tier 1 mid. There are some TPs coming in from Spirit, but it'll be tough to defend this.
It's going to be a free tower. Like, you've got the shield rune as well, and if you're P-Vision, you know that you are so far ahead currently in this early game, and you're going to want to keep up the pressure. There's a Naga on the enemy side, there's an Axe on the enemy
ကဲ
side.
ဦး
These
ပဲလေး
guys,
ဝတ်တ
they
င်း
all need
နောက်တော့လုံး
a
ဝထင်
lot
တယ်
of gold and a lot of time, and it's not really changing anytime soon. Like, Manta for
Iska.
Naga, it doesn't change
ဗ
the
လီ
way
မီ
the
ဆက်တာ
game
ဆို
is
ခဏနေ
played.
တကား
It's
တကားပဲ
only
ဝ
going
ယ်
to
မှာ
be
ကောင်း
Collapse's Blink, and then maybe later the Orchid. So for P-Vision,
Good lord, I looked at Collapse. The blink is so far away.
yeah, shouldn't have looked.
Holy jeez. 1,500 away from that, so that's going to put them
အာရရ
Okay.
အော်ကောင်းတယ်ကောင်းတယ်ကောင်းတယ်
Oh, actually, no, it does connect.
Silent
to
Lee
the
Teme.
Wyvern.
ရွှတ်ရွှတ်
Silence.
I think the Satanic is coming in, but he's completely outnumbered. Might have bitten up a little bit too
အာ
much
ရ
to
အေး
chew.
အဲ့ဒါမကောင်းတော့ဘူးအဲ့ဒါမကောင်းတော့ဘူး
Pango on the run. They're going to get the nice call into the chop.
ခုနကောင်ကွာဘဲကိုပြန်သွားတာလေကွာ
Onto the Pango as well as no one falls. So somehow these
အော်
are
လုံး
just
သွားကြည့်တာပါတဲ့
a little bit too greedy from P-Vision. And just like that,
နှစ်ယောက်ကပါတော့သွားကြည့်နှစ်ယောက်ကဒီဘက်မှာချဒီကောင်းလေးပါကောင်းနေတယ်
Not just did they give up 3 kills while being ahead, they lost both Wisdom Shrines. Like,
Yeah,
Eternal
no, I
went
see, no, I
aggressively
see.
with a song, stole that one, then they got their own one up top. Rue was level 4 when we watched him a minute ago. He's level 7 now.
Yep.
He actually has a Dota game to be played now.
crazy. All right, let's look back at Collapses. He's, oh yeah, a lot.
Slaughter
of
lo
that
toa
Blink
bo,
Dagger
wow.
now. Yeah, felt like they overstayed
Hey,
their
sure,
welcome,
sure, right,
and then this is the domino effect, right? One person coming to help another, and then no one coming in to help Satanic.
Yeah,
and it's like, and everybody ends up paying the price.
Yeah, sick egg on top. You get the call. You get a dunk from Collapse as well. First one of the game for him.
I don't know what to team le 25 minute 30
Yeah, it needs a little bit more of that, as no one is not happy with the turn of
အဲ့ဒီပြဿနာ
events.
လည်းရှိတယ်နော်
I mean, they were in a pretty good
Absolutely,
position
yeah.
to kind of
No
snowball
shot,
this
damn it.
slowly in their favor, but
damn
see
sorry
the
now what he
Raven's
did
Veil stolen by not me.
Well, it's quite good on Rubik too. As he just uses it and runs the hell out of there.
ဒီကောင်းလေးလည်း
Time
သိ
to
တယ်လေ
fight Dust.
အနိုင်မဲသိလို့ခုလည်းတောက်လျှောက်
Coming
လိုက်
out pretty
ဖိ
shortly.
ပြီးတော့ချ
Actually already is online for for notice.
That's quite nice, of course, you know, helping out your stun, making sure you apply the corrosive to everybody. It's also nice against Illusion Heroes because it just means you can start with the Blink Crush, they're gonna have to Manta, then when they walk away, you can still apply the actual corrosive phase on the real one. So I've always been a big fan of this shard. It's also quite good for like his overall draft, right? You're playing with the Kez, you're playing with the Pango.
As noticed, we'll be opting for the BKB, no big surprise, and after
ပ
that...
ထမ Russian ဒုတိယ Russian နဲ့မှာနည်းနည်းလေးတော့ဒီပါကြီး1000လောက်မဖြတ်နိုင်ဒီဘွဲက division နိုင်မှုတော့နည်းနည်းခက်သွား
I
လောက်
do
မယ်
like it for now. I would assume that also it has a lot to do with like first
နာ
of
က
all,
လိတ်ဂိမ်း
right?
back
The way
လိတ်
Naga
ဂိမ်း
kills heroes later, end snare,
Phoenix တို့ပါဦးနဲ့
at
နော်
least
သူ
one
တို့
of the
hero
two
ကလိတ်ဂိမ်းတော့အဲ့
sometimes
လောက်မ
both.
strong
So Lotus overall is quite good. Maybe if some of the supports can buy it, then you can skip yours. Could also be the type of game you know he's looking for. BKB and Aghanim Scepter later is
လေးရတယ်ပါ
quite
ဆက်
good.
နေပြီပြပါဦး
Bonus
ဒီလေးကို
armor,
item
bonus
လေးပါ
attack
လေ
resistance, always very nice against
လေး
these
တက်ဆူ
heroes.
မဆက်တော့ဘူးတဲ့ဟိုကအာမ
Looks like
နည်းနည်း
Satanic
များတဲ့
now,
hero
he
မို့
will
လို့ထင်
just
တယ်
go for a dispel of his own,
Yeah,
honestly.
so it doesn't
Like
look
it.
like he's itemizing for the Naga, at least not yet.
Say
And maybe
boom,
that's
yeah,
the
you
play
do.
until she's a problem.
Yeah, I honestly think that it's
But like
quite good this
late
way.
game, you're not going to get Battle Fear, so it would have to be Mjolnir, I assume, because Radiance doesn't have the. I mean, not that you would ever go Radiance.
Oh yeah, the Radiance
It doesn't work
is
against
garbage.
illusions the same way it used to.
Yeah, it's quite
ဘောနဲ့
weak.
သူတို့တော့မှ
So they're just more playing around the fact that you just kill the rest.
တိတ်စားလို့မရတော့ငါတို့တော့လာစားနေပြီ
You can't
အဲ့
have it for a long
ငါ
time.
တို့တော့
It's more
တော့
about
ကံကောင်းနေ
can you survive
လုံး
from
လေး
map
မြင်
play?
လိုက်လို့
I
လုံး
think
လေး
that's
မြင်လိုက်
where
လို့မ
the
ဟုတ်ရင်
meta comes
အ
in,
ကောင်
that's
သေး
where
ဖို့
the
များတယ်
Lotus
ညီ
Orb
လေး
will come in later. So definitely don't mind this type of idea from
တဲကတော့ပါနေပြီဗျ
Alright, collapse, blink
ပြန်လိုက်
dagger
ပြန်လိုက်တော့ပြန်လိုက်တော့တော်လေးကို
He is a hero. all
ရောင်
of
မား
a
ယူဝင်လာ
sudden.
တဲ့ကောင်တွေကိုဆွဲ
1 and 3 start for him. And it's not me. Will be picked off quite easily from P Vision. And again, they're really invading this triangle over and over and over.
They are, but I'm looking, I do feel at the moment, they are happy, of course, they're ahead, like 1k gold, right? Also soon active room coming out on 18. I wonder how they will look to speed up the game. Like there is definitely an easy Roche for them to take. Obviously, they don't have the best like tower taking capabilities, but
Okay,
you
do
could look
paro
to pressure
para
out
me.
Spirit, and Spirit are incredibly good at this
Yeah,
situation.
Oh, they find the Rolling Thunder into the
Ah.
Terrorize will miss the phase shift in time.
Oh,
But they
that
have the
was-
Bramble and Laurel. Not enough to get
Fish
away.
it တစ်ဆင့်
Big
လိုသွား
kill
တော့
for
fish it
P
နောက်
Vision.
တစ်ဆင့်
No,
ရှ
they
ရင်
still got him.
လွတ်
That's
သွား
very
တော့ပြီ
nicely done. Even with a slight maybe misplay of the stun staggering there. Because you
Okay,
need
Alma.
to stop Spirit from being rats on these sidelines. You know that what they need is time.
Well, Yatoro does
သူ
get
က
the
လည်းသူက
fourth
လည်း
free.
ရင်
When
မြင်
does
လို့
this
မရ
hero
ဘူး
start
သူကလည်းရင်မြင်သွားပြီ
becoming fearsome, as we're going to see Ducalis get, well, not quite chopped.
A little bit unlucky. You would love to have the chop stack in this game. As bonus armor is ridiculous
Yeah, that's true.
against the dire draft.
Is it third item for Naga when you start worrying?
Orchid is like the first time that you need to actually pay attention where she is. I mean, I guess Naga's game doesn't really change, right? You continuously play on map state, and when people split, that's when you can be really aggressive. Team fighting is never really that much up to you. So I think until he has like hard, maybe butterfly, I don't think we'll see him all that much.
Man, the Orchid already, they're optimizing for this. I mean, Kez eventually is going to get, he has the Manta. Slarart will be getting BKB. Pango, that's the interesting one. Do you upgrade your Diffusal a little bit earlier to get that Dispel, or do you itemize for something else like, I mean, we used to see
Yeah,
Lotus
para,
back in the
check
day, not
a little
nearly
bit.
as much now.
Yeah, I think you still
Say, yeah, no,
can.
PUI.
Any type of
But anyway,
dispel
take
is
Chelsea
good.
on the road.
Personally, I
No
wouldn't
way.
really mind a BKB either, just because you're also playing against like the puck. So we'll have to see what he goes for later. But I do think it's something that you don't need until like fourth item, maybe. It seems for now he's queuing up the Aghanims, and honestly, I don't blame him. I think he needs to deal with Naga aggressively.
တွေ့နေပြီ
not
တွေ့နေပြီ
defensively.
တွေ့နေပြီတွေ့နေပြီ
I forget who we were casting. But
ဟုတ်ပြီ
the
ဟုတ်
other
ပြီ
day,
အဲ့ကောင်ရရင်
you
Russian
see
မှာရမှာနော်ဟာ
Yatoro getting gone on, will be able to sing his song and TP out.
တက်လိုက်ကွာ
A huge kill for P Vision. Might have to settle for Rue instead. Corrosive Haze will give all the
Rolling
vision
down
they
a
need.
bottom, man.
Pops the
No way.
egg, but they should be able to get this quite easily. But the axe call comes in from Collapse at the last moment. The egg does die though, and the Raptor dance to follow means Collapse
đi đâu?
will
Wow,
fall
bắt mà
as
xì lụ,
well
bắt mà
as
xì lụ.
as not me.
ပတ်များရှိရင်
So
တော့
a really good
Rêu.
attempt, but ends up hurting them now even more than just a simple Phoenix kill.
Who wasn't in the call other than the Winter Wyvern? Because
ဒီကဝင်လာတာကတော့
only
ဒီလို
Ducalis who
ဟု
could
တ်
hit
တယ်
the egg.
နည်းတော့စိုးရင်
I
ကြ
guess maybe Satanic got
ခု
a
န
good job
ကို
of
ကြီးထဲမှာ
firing
ပတ်တာရှိရင်လေ
quick
ပြီးသွားရင်
represent
ဒီ
from
ပွဲကတော့ GG ဆိုရင်နှလုံးရိုက်လို့ရရင်ကြည့်လိုက်အောင်အရန်ကောင်းတယ်
Collapse here
Oh,
for
yeah.
play in here, like going for the egg, you know, into the follow-up stun because it looked like he could potentially have gone for a save here.
အဲဥပျော်ပြီးပြေးချူတာသလား
Yeah. He
မတာဆိုင်နဲ့
You're right.
ရှောင်သွားတာဗျညီလေး
So that is just really nicely played
မ
by
ဟုတ်ရင်အဲ့
I think
ကမ်
that
ဘက်ပွိုင်
egg
နော်
like Ducalis
ဥပမာတီချာပြန်ပြမတာဆိုင်နဲ့ဘတ်စကာကိုရှောင်သွားတာ
That was super close.
Nice Satanic in the zone.
Yeah, just needed a warm-up game.
True.
အဲ့ဒါကြောင့်လေ
Instead of having 7 deaths, he has 7
ဒီလောက်
kills.
That's right. He
စင်
flipped
ဒီလောက်
himself
အနေထားကို
out.
ရောက်နေတာ
Somebody told him you should be getting more kills than deaths, and he's like, oh yeah, forgot about that, my bad.
ဟုတ်ရင်ပတ်တော်မလို့ဘူးဗျခုနအနေထားနဲ့လေဘတ်စကာကောတာအဲ့ဒီ
Have you tried killing
ကတ်
them?
ကိုညှိသွားရင်ပြီးသွားပြီတော့ကမ်ဘက်ပဲ
Tier 2 tower will be going for P-Vision.
Radiant's
And
Oh.
Butterfly looks to be on the
Yung
menu
kung
for
yawe.
Satanic. So against the Naga Siren, I mean, the Blood Thorn, I assume, will come out at some point, though.
ကဲစ
Definitely.
တင်ပြီ
And
နောက်
that's
ဖြတ်ရ
also
မယ့်အ
gonna be
ချိန်ကို
important
တော့
that the
ရောက်တော့
supports
ရောက်လာပြီ
also look at a type of dispel. You have the 9 class who's queuing up a Yules. I do think you want multiple Lotuses later if you can. Like
ဒီဘက်ကအာမနှုတ်မယ်ဆိုတော့လိုင်းရကအာမမနှုတ်ရဘူးဖြစ်
It's always about the
နာကနေကြတော့
snare,
နာ
the
က
platform,
အာမ
the type of, you know,
နည်းနည်း
cutting
လေး
and poking you.
တိုက်များတဲ့ဂိတ်ထဲ
So
မှာ
do
ပါ
get
တ
the
ယ်
shard on Ducalis.
Laurel. Laurel. Gets the illusion orb onto 3 with the coil to follow. Has to get out.
လိန်စမှုလာစားသွားတာ
He's being
Hey.
pursued, though. They actually get the corrosive haze, so they have the vision
အာ
now.
မရတော့
Another illusory orb that should be enough of a gap to get away.
Yep, Puck doing Puck things.
Will be a Parasma into an Octarine, so going for big ticket items on Laurel.
That's definitely what they need. We have seen Lard pop up in a lot of games in this tournament. I mean, I guess that's a good and cool thing about Team Spirit, right? You can count on kind of all of them when needed to have one of those pop-off performances.
Collapse. Almost having a game-changing call there just a few moments ago. We'll be opting for the BKB.
It is quite difficult.
Wow,
with
he's
them.
actually queued up a Ghost Scepter after that. Interesting.
Honestly, I don't mind it because it could turn into like these type of situations where you're kind of forced into a fight. And if you go Scepter, you're not really dying to anyone.
Yeah.
Like all these 3 cores aren't going to be killing you until there's like a nullifier later. Only the
ပြောင်း
best
လေးပြတ်ပါမလားလို့နာဂါကြီးလာနေပြီ
Okay,
လို့
will this be a free Roche?
Collapse, where are you? It's Roche time.
They do see him on a ward farming in the jungle, so I think for
Alright.
now they can
They seem safe.
heart rate at the steady.
Collapse. Oh, wait.
Oh wait, your heart rate up, heart rate going up. Just kidding, we got it for free.
Yeah, they'll get there in time. And it's Pure, or Satanic
Yeah,
rather.
Pure is here,
Satanic dot Pure
now of course.
will get the Aegis.
He gave you a freebie out there.
Oh, Bramble actually
အိုး
cancels
ကောင်းသွား
the
ပြီ
TP
အောင်
and
အေး
terrorized the
နိုင်က
follow
လက်
Laurel.
ဆိုလိုကီ Oh
Absolutely
my
destroyed.
god
They have been on top of him. 4 deaths to the Puck's name.
Nicely done. I do think that you can tell that the top teams, they know how to close out the map. You have a gem that's being queued up by Ducalis. You're up 3k gold as
လုံးလိုက်မလားနိုးဝိုင်းရဝင်တာမိတယ်ဝင်တာမိတယ်
Golden Brace.
Crush comes out though at the last moment into
အာဝင်တာကပြန်ခိုးလိုက်ပြီ
the counter curse right on top of the Pangolier. The Song trying to get out, but the BKBs are mitigating all of this damage.
Oh, it's a
And Yataro gets the Song off just in
Aw.
time. They kill off the Pango and they get away with
Oh,
murder.
okay,
အော်
misses as
crash
well.
down တာ miss သွားသေးတယ်
Another
ဟေး
TP out
ပြဿ
as
နာ
Rose looking to find a kill.
BKB ပါမရတော့မယ်
Evaporated to 1 right click.
He nearly
Ba
got
ma
it
ya
because
rồi.
he has the crippling crossbow and like all the damage coming out.
နာ
onto
က
Ducalis.
ပြဿနာတဖြည်းဖြည်း
I
ကြီး
can't
ထွားလာ
believe
တယ်
that was a 1-for-1 trade and not me gets out with stolen curse. Like I don't care that he doesn't die. The fact is that he lives and keeps the curse for the next fight.
Yeah. Yep, not too shabby.
ဟိုကောင်းရဲ့ရူဘေးရှိမှာအဲ့လိုဝင်တာခတ်တွေတော့ပေးရအဲ့ဝင်တာခတ်လောက်သွားလို့မဟုတ်ရင်တေးလောက်တယ်တလား
Okay, 9 class, apparently. Okay, there we
No,
go.
this one placing a nice ward to end up catching no one here, and you can see the power of the Orchid. Like if Notice isn't this close,
သူကားလက်ကလည်းဘာကြောင်တာလဲ
it's
မ
a
သိ
very good curse that was stolen here, and he barely got that song off also.
And he actually dodged the shield crash with the Manta style.
Look at this crush.
Yeah, that's as close as it gets. Needs to get that Chasm Stone, I think.
Would have had that one.
I'm surprised we're not seeing more casual Chasm Stones for any hero with AoE.
I mean, it's just sometimes hard to slot them just because, I mean, it's an item slot. That's one of the problems. There was a while we saw it a lot on like Snapfire early on as a support, which I think is quite good, obviously, for the globs. It's like more when you can build it into the bigger things later.
Yeah, I guess Collapse will be getting Shivas at some point in the game.
Oh, it's gonna be a necessity, I think, that you get it.
I mean, that's the worry I have for P-Vision, is that they're just very one-dimensional in the damage department.
It is true, but it's also when you're overwhelming in that damage department, you can still, like, you can cut through some of the rest, because it is a lot of minus armor. Like, it is harder and triangle. I think also at some point, for a call. Like, Slardar has one of the strongest 25 talents. You know, we don't need to talk about, like, it's still quite far away, but undispellable corrosive haze. Generally, anything in Dota without counterplay.
He does have curse, but he's going to get blown up. Man, that would have been a really good curse. Just didn't have the vision. So they delete it. No longer with that potentially game-changing ultimate steal.
That's a good and quick kill, and they immediately also killed the Observer Ward that they just placed with this fresh gem that Mr. Notice is currently running around with, which is going to be a secondary gem, a secondary ward. So this is already, basically you got half the gold back from the gem. And if you look at Spirit's vision on the map now, there isn't a single Observer Ward. It's all going to be, you need to get the lanes out, you need to have illusions swarming, and hope that you can place wards that are easy to find.
And Yatoro getting pretty close to, I assume, wait, what? Did he not finish Heart?
Might be on the courier, he might just have too much gold, he just buys 7 items at the same time.
He has Oblivion Staff and Bloodthorn in his backpack, or his stash rather. So where's the recipe for the Heart? Okay. Well, either way, this is a shit ton of farm out of nowhere.
He's got it on his courier. I guess he's just waiting for everything to then come out at the same time. Okay. So yeah, he's basically getting a double item timing. Of course, the Heart will help him stay alive.
See that? That's
like, you can see it sometimes like Alchemist if his courier dies, but not really on like normal heroes.
Is he trying to hide it, and then when the Aegis expires, they smoke and take a fight?
The 2000 IQ play.
Yeah. I mean, how often are these players, like, how fast are they clicking to see inventories?
You click all the time. I think especially, like, any type of downtime needs to be used to understand where are enemy heroes, what are they building, what are they buying.
Right. Satanic only has 30 seconds on the Aegis, so we'll attempt to go for this tier 2 tower. BKB now online for So in terms of the buildings, P-Vision still leaving a little bit to be desired with this Aegis. I mean,
that the game is, because they're progressing it in an okay manner. You got out of tier to tower, and you are
into smoke.
Well, that ward, I think, did spot the smoke, so P-Vision should know this, but this is still a very good move from Spirit, because you push in a lot of the ways, you force in P-Vision to retreat to their own side of the map, so they are split at least for the time being. And now, even if the smoke doesn't hit, it could give you some space, push in some more lanes, or get out some Observer Wards for the secondary Roche. As Not Me, of course, will be the one to throw out the Observers.
And he's working on a Ghost Scepter.
Okay, I agree with him.
On the Spirit side. Smoke from P-Vision. Noticed, ready to pounce on the first target. And the rest of Spirit kind of dodging this unknowingly. I'm sure they're aware that something is happening. He's gonna pop the smoke. He's out of the fight already. Now they get the counter initiation. Ton of damage with Satanic. KB needs another right click to finish it, but he does burn out eventually to the damage over time from Satanic as Notice gets the double kill. Big fight for them. That opens things up a little bit more.
Honestly, this Ducalis Winter Wyvern is a big problem. Even with a good call, like, I don't even think Ducalis' spells made that big of a difference, but it's just the threat. If there's one Cold Embrace, like, Collapse nor Yatoro are really dishing out any damage unless there's a Bloodthorn, and even that you can dispel with a Lotus Orb. There's Yule Scepters. Like, they just immediately find through, and like, just look at the call. It's honestly not that much damage. There's too much teamfight coming out from P-Vision right now.
Yeah, he wasn't ready for that much damage coming out from the Phoenix. I mean, if he could replay it, I'm sure he would egg right away.
Yeah.
And then the call to follow protects it, and potentially they can turn the fight, but just over from the start for Spirit.
Huh?
Even so, like you're playing
That
this
will
into
show
a
Abby.
double BKB.
Lu show I don't do damage. Ya do show Abby.
Is not bad at killing the egg at
Okay.
all. He has really high attack
Claro,
speed,
la
especially with the butterfly, BKB to boot. You have even more attack speed from the Lurgan champion. He's also going to go for MKB. Like, Satanic is going to start shredding people.
Oh, he already is.
Okay, online ဖြစ်နေတဲ့ကောင်လေးအဲ့လိုတီးသွားတော့ငါတို့
As
Gary
Hellfire's
by
next
Nelly
on
name la.
the list for noticed. He's 2K
How do you
into
send the call?
it, so the
Yeah.
Ghost Scepters are going to be countered completely when that comes through.
ဟေး
Another
မဲ
potential kill on it. Oh, he
ပတ်စ
does
ကာ
get
ကော
the
တရီ
egg
တာ
off
ပတ်
this
စကာကော
time,
တရီ
though,
တာ
and there, Laurel comes in with a nice coil onto 2, but the egg does fall collapse. Gonna get countered by the
Mate,
first
no
immediately as no
အာ
one
တီ
gets
သွားဟာ
chopped
နှကောင်လုံးတီသွားတယ်ရောင်ကြီး
They find
ဟာ
the 2 kills, another chop for collapse, and somehow they turn this around. The Spirit showing some signs of life.
what the heck
How was this a 2 for 4? Satanic had an amplified damage, but I think he went to kill the top tier 2, not really expecting something to come out there. As
ဒီလေးကပုံမှာ easy လေးချိုးနေတာကိုနှကောင်
stupid numbers.
တွားပြီးတော့ Phoenix ကိုတတ်တာ
Just gets to barely live. The blade mill gets to chop some people in the head. Not the type of
I
fight I'm
also why.
expecting P-Vision to lose there.
5k ပေးလိုက်ရ
Let's look at the replay here. So egg comes out.
ကြီးလိုက်တော့လေဟုတ်လားဥမရှိတော့ဘာလို့ဆက်ပြီးမှန်
It's
တာ
TP, but I think it's a long TP from him.
Yeah, imagine that
Ah.
egg doesn't even go down there. Very close.
I mean, Satanic is maybe a little closer. You can absolutely take that fight, but Collapse just goes ham.
Really nice telekinesis. That's the shard showing the range, giving him that extra mobility to get that second chop.
When you go
Wow,
on people
yeah.
this close outside their base,
Ah,
you
nire
gotta
usare.
be sure that
Kung
that is
piyara.
a quick kill or that you can disengage.
ဖတ်တို့ဘာလို့အစားကြည့်အောင်နောက်တွေပို့ပြန်တက်လာ
Call us in the tree lines, trying to protect Satanic from potential danger. Nothing imminent.
The other big part is too that you dropped the gem. Like the reason why you could keep up the map play all this time is that you're pushing in the lanes and they killed, I think, like at least 3 or 4
လူရှန်အတွက်ပဲချကြရအောင်
Handing the
ငါ
gem
တို့
to
ကောင်
the Naga
ဟုတ်
Siren
ကဲ့
team
တော့မလုံး
actually
နဲ့
gave up a few kills.
Oh, no one. The shield crashed back down, so he still does not have a dispel of any kind.
He has it soon, like you said earlier. He is looking at the disperser on the Pango. He's quite close to it.
ဒါကလည်း flying သွားကိုသွားမှရမယ် hero ဆိုတော့ဒီလေးကတော့ MKB ကြိုပိတ်ထားလိုက်တယ်
Being able to just use it on enemy.
ပုံမှန်အတိုင်းလေးပဲညီလေးကိုပေးခုတ်လိုက်အဲ့ Phoenix ကို
Very nice.
MKB completed for Satanic, which means all the eyes are going to be on the secondary Roche. Which means also buybacks are going to be highly valuable and very much talked about here from both sides.
And Collapse, I think, is ready this time for a Roche defense.
He's got enough items to be a criminal once again.
Roche is now up. Notice it's going to spot it. And Naga can spot it anytime she wants. Notice gets a little bit of vision here onto Collapse. And yeah, this second Roche is
Roche
going
တော့
to
ပေါ်နေပြီအောက်မှာပတ်
be for both
ရှူထားတယ်
The Spirit are very, very good at this. They
I mean,
understand.
which team do you think needs it more, if that makes sense?
I believe it's more on
ဒီ
P-Vision.
Lucian ကတော့ Parivision အနေနဲ့
pressure building. I don't think
ရှာ
they
ကို
feel
ရ
bad
မယ်
by any means.
Lucian
They
ဖြစ်
still
သွား
feel
ပြီ
great.
မရရင်
I'll say it's more up to them to
တာ
make
ထား
sure
တယ်
that they get the ages.
တာထားတဲ့ဥစ္စာအကုန်တဲတဲ့ရေတုံဖြစ်မဲ့
It is scary
fight
to
ပဲ
go into that pit, though, with a Wyvern. The curse is
ဟိုအဲ့ရင် Viper တွေပါ
crazy,
အသုံး
but
ပြု
then
မှ
on
ရ
the
တော့
other
မယ်
side, you have Song, you have Egg, you have Coil. A lot of AoE from Spirit.
Ducalis was drawing perfectly on the map, kind of understanding that Spirit are in a smoke. There's 2 ways that they can
ဒီ
be
ပါက
going.
တ်တယ်ပတ်က
Looks
ဒီတော့နေတွေပါရမဟုတ်နော် damage damage
deciding to not go
နဲ့
for
ပြ
the
ဿနာ
butterfly, as
ရှိ
there's
နေလို့
already
ရှင်လေ
a completed MKB on Satanic. We'll look to go for the disperser instead.
အောက်မှာ
Was the
ရှိ
first
တော့
team
နေ
to
တွား
get
ယူလိုက်
a
ပါ
pick off, or
ကို
do
လို
they
ဝိုင်း
just straight up try to go for Roche?
I wonder if P-Vision will just wait for Roche to like move to the bottom side. Then if there's a team fight there, you kind of have some of the buyback advantage and you can set up the area first. Which
They're going
seems
to
like
get on the aggressive with the smoke now.
they are doing that, scanning the Roche just to make sure that Spirit aren't sneaking it in the same time.
Spirit now with a counter smoke as they do the old
လူရှန်
clockwork
ခိုးတက်နေရလားမသိ
roundabout.
ဘူး
Look at Laurel.
Yeah, they do spot Laurel. Just getting the smoke off.
လူရှင်ခိုးတန်နေတာ
Couple of heroes as the crush comes in from Notice. They find the connection onto the puck. Look at the damage, just dead.
ပစ်ထဲမှာတိပြီငါတို့တိပြီ BKB တွေဖွင့်မယ် BKB တွေဖွင့်မယ်ဝင်ကြမယ်
Rolling Thunder coming in from Noah. The BKB pop.
မရဘူးအေးအဲ့ဒါမရဘူးဆိုတာအဲ့ဒါကိုပြောတာ
Yatoro right away.
အားရညီလေးကိုယူဆိုင်ကောင်းတယ်ဟေး Winter Cuts
Gets it again.
ခေါ်လက်ရသွားသေးတယ်ကွာ
Unbelievable. He gets the battle hunter. He's trying to finish the job.
But.
The buyback came out from Laurel. Is now Notice on the run. P-Vision trying to run away. Heads.
ရွှီတော်သေးတယ်ရောင်ဟေး
Hold down to get some HP back.
ခေါ်လက်ပြန်ထလာပြီညီလေးလစ်မရမယ်ညီလေးအာအဲ့ဒါကိုပြောတာညီလေးလစ်မရမယ်ဆိုတာ
Run from Collapse brings Satanic to his knees as no one called up. Notice is still there. Collapse is completely surrounded here. Obviously having that Aegis. Is he going to be able to get that? Rue actually just dies on the sidelines to a random shield crash, and just like
this, it's a it
was Spirit, so they lost
the
Aegis in the end.
But they had
It looked really good at first for Spirit. What
Aegis go live, you know, do you are?
Huge price, but I think the fact that Yatoro just died so early on in this fight, they're just running out of juice eventually. Like, what is that? 48 damage on your Naga. It was Rue who's actually like just leading the charge there.
Oh my god, I didn't even notice.
Yeah, but P-Vision just
damage.
like.
Wow.
They just got a very nice, good initial go, even with Collapse getting the Aegis again. Like, they just keep the fight going like way too nicely. And I think this initial go on Laurel is very good. Like when you have this Roche standoff, it's a lot about this like mid-wave, how can you control it? And even with the song and like the Sunray,
he
just melted.
Yeah. How does Collapse do this? I mean, it wasn't a snatch, so it's not going to add to his stats, but this was effectively one.
Could have been maybe slightly faster on the curse there by Ducalis. But even so, it was a great fight for them with Not Me. Sealing the curse, pushes himself out, very good telekinesis, and then also sealing the Raptor Dance. But still didn't really change the outcome all that much. And it was a very... Sure, you got the Aegis, but...
Winter Cuts be jam it in that.
Yeah.
And
the Aegis, technically.
Yeah.
That's what happens, I suppose, when your position one is not able to get anything off, really. I mean, he pops the song, but the BKBs were still up and running, so not having any effect. A little bit unlucky. I thought he was going to get pushed outside the pit as Collapse. Well, he's going to get cursed now. It's Not Me trying to steal something, but it gets nullified.
Con này, ma này bị. Spirit ma này bị.
Pursued by Satanic with that Raven's Veil Yatoro.
Ủa mà nãy cái steel đến nào đó đấy, cú lép chặt toàn PY. Pira nãy cái đầu, quý phi bị lại nên là, ấy ở đâu rồi, nên là rồi. Em ấy, ta cả ai đủ trả đấy mà, muốn xóa mẹ, em nhú mù mà ta.
That's effectively a dieback for Laurel. 90 seconds.
Lên nào rồi mà.
P-Vision, they don't lose a single core.
No, they're finding all the right moves at the moment and all the right connections in this game. Sure, you lose your two supports, but this is Laurel out again. And it's not just a normal death. It's a death where you know he doesn't have any buyback available. This is an 11k lead, and I mean, from the earlier play, you know, this is what Spirit does. They take risky plays. This time, it did absolutely not pay off on the Roche. Yatoro trying to cut some waves, but honestly, not really
gonna do that much. Ai đến 6 quarter PY เนาะနိုင်မှတော့ရရမယ်ဒီ7 minute နဲ့12 minute လောက်ဝန်းကျင်မှာ ဒီထက်ကျန်းလာဖို့တော့မရှိတော့ဘူးစီတန်းနစ်က
I find to be very annoying in these games and can kind of pressure quite a bit as Yatoro.
And very soon
face the wrath of the Chicken Man. A Rolling Thunder coming in from no one as well. Able to find a connection. Satanic gets the tower. Will exit for the time being. Of course, remember they don't have the Aegis. As Song.
Don't look for an egg to call.
Egg as well. They're going to try to time this correctly with the Sunray to follow as Collapses here as well. They get the stun from the egg. Where is the call exactly? They'd be able to burst down Ducalis in the meantime. Yatoro out of mana though, has to exit.
ကိုကောနော် Winter Cuts ထဲ့တာနဲ့ခိုးပြီးသားဆိုတဲ့ပုံစံနဲ့ခိုးတာအဲ့ဒီနော်မီရဲ့လက်ကတော့မြန်သလားမမေးနဲ့
onto Satanic, but of course you're kind of like forcing some of the backlines to come a bit closer. Maybe the
Ducalis
finding himself slightly out of
position. ဒါတို့မန်တာဆိုင်နဲ့ရှောင်းလိုက်လို့မဟုတ်ရင်အဲ့ Winter Cuts ကပါဝါဘူးများတယ်
OP Exodia talents on Slardar here. Undispellable now against this Radiant Draft. Sure, you've got decent armor coming your way, but if you have Haze on you, Naga only has 10 armor. If you get lucky shotted, you're gonna start being literally around neutral.
Yeah, I was wondering why Collapse wasn't opting for a Shiva's, but that's because Laurel has it already. Don't want to double up on that. So.
တော်သေးတယ်ရတယ် Phoenix ကိုရမယ်။ဘဝဝင်နှိုက်လိုက်မှာဟုတ်တယ်အဲ့ဒါကိုပြောတာဝင်နှိုက်လိုက် DY အဲ့ဒါသူချလို့ရပြီအကုန်လိုက်ချတော့အကုန်လိုက်ချတော့တို့ကြောက်တာ Phoenix ပဲကြောက်တာ
No supports to work with for Spirit.
No one's also doing a
ရပြီရတိုးပါထက်ရပြီရတိုးပါရပြီ
BKB from Notice trying to finish the job.
ရှိုက်တာ
for 25 seconds anyway. Just needs
မဲရိုက်တာဘယ်ကိုပြေးမှလဲဘယ်ကိုပြေးမှလဲ
for Yatoro had buyback, but if he
ဘယ်တော့ရှိတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့ဘိုင်းဘက်ရှိမယ်အဲ့နာကဆိုတာဒီဟိုက်ရောင်းမှနေကျန်းတဲ့ကောင်မဟုတ်ဒီကောင်ကဒီအဲ့လိုညောင်းကြော်မှာလိုက်ပြီး crit ဖြတ်မှကျန်းတာအဲ့တော့ဘိုင်းဘက်ရှိတာကိစ္စမရှိဘူး
There's just a lack of damage overall from Spirit. Also want to commend no one. He's covering his ult very well against Not Me. Keeps trying to steal his ult, but he's always just roll upping for like 0.1 seconds, so you can never get the rolling thunder.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed.
At the very least, that means he can't use the roll up in more meaningful situations.
Well, it's not really needed to do so.
Yeah, I guess so.
Seems a little
easily
bit
out
too
of
easy.
swift lane of young
The buildings now. Gets called up with Laurel to follow it up. They actually have so much burst damage. He's getting super low.
Oh,
who gets bashed up and killed off
again.
On the list. A good attempt from Spirit, but just too much to handle from P-Vision's side. They had Yatoro available to buy back, but now he's going to respawn naturally without 2 cores. So you're just getting mega now.
Hey, how
you can hold. And I also don't know how Satanic was able to live through it. He has like
Leo Stake
Satanic and just heals nearly to full. Now, I don't care that this is Yatoro. I don't know how he holds his 3v5.
No. Not happening. They will get mega, but again, we've seen Spirit level up against mega creeps before.
They've come back from both situations.
Tough
one, and remember, this is a very important game.
Yeah, with this victory, P-Vision, if they're able to hold on, will secure first place in the groups. And Satanic working on the tier 4s now. 40 seconds for Laurel, 30 for Collapse. And the rest of Spirit just waiting it out in the fountain. They start to bleed. They're going to get some pickoffs with Notice just blowing somebody out. They're not going to have a true 5v5 defense at any point the rest of the game.
Lotus Orb, you have an Aeon that's going to Winter Wyvern, Cold Embrace. Use the roll.
Rolling Thunder again just to buy some time here. Yatoro does get off the song. Does catch the Kez. Rolling Thunder again, no one.
ဟိုကကယ်ပြီးတာတယ်လုံးဝ9 class ဟို class ကိုတော့ထိမိတာပြေးအော်မီကရထားတယ်ငါတို့ခဏနေရိုရှင်တက်ပြီးမှမင်းတို့စီပြန်လာမယ်အေးစီဘာလောစရာမလို
to make sure that Collapse doesn't have a follow up there by cancelling his blink. Should give them an absolute free disengage.
မဟုတ်လို့မလောနဲ့လို့ မလောနဲ့ဆိုတာအဲ့ဒါကိုပြောတာညီလေးရဲ့
but Notice onto the back line looking for the supports as there's the curse to hold him in place.
ဆွဲစမ်းညီလေးရဲ့ဥကိုထိုင်ချိုးနေတာတယောက်တည်းရော့မှဥကျိုးသွားပြီ
Delicious egg to be consumed for Kez.
နည်းနည်းညီလေးကိုနည်းနည်းကြည့်ဟိုလက်ကိုအရင်မလိုက်ကွာပြီးရာတူလက်လာမယ်
And Yatoro, that's the issue, is he just cannot stay alive. They call GG despite the buybacks coming out. And P-Vision, number 1 in the group.
ကိုလက်နေတယ်ပလိန်တော့ထောက်တာလားတော့
I think from the laning at the start with how they're moving around.
survival stage ဆိုရမယ်ကောင်းတယ် playoff stage ကနေလမ်းပြီးတော့နှောက်တာကိုလက်နေပါတဲ့
Looking for this last pick Naga. It was annoying, but I don't think it really did.
အဲ့လို
He was looking at the creeps. He thought that the ancient would be blocking a hook, not
Fiji ပွဲ
just chucking right through him.
Fiji 2-0ဖြစ်သွားရင်ဘာဖြစ်လဲဒါလေးတော့ကြည့်မှရတော့မယ်ဗျပွဲတွေကပြီးကန်နေလေ
Stall out just a tad bit. Crystallis is working onto the Divine Rapier after the Daedalus now. Just trying to get that damage going.
Division တက်သွားပြီ survival stage ဟောဒီကောင်လေးကပွဲကဘလို့ဖြစ်အတူတူပဲ4-2ဖြစ်ဘာဖြစ်နော်
You're hoping for like a 1000 damage boundless.
အဲ့တော့ခဏနေမှဒီမှာ Yandex နဲ့ one win နဲ့ပွဲရဲကြည့်လို့ကောင်းပါမယ်ဒီမှာဒီနှစ်ပွဲ AGD နဲ့
already bought out anyhow so
AGD ကလွယ်တယ်2စီးနဲ့နိုင်မှုများတယ်ဒီဟောက်ကမပေါ်တင်နေတွေ့ OG နဲ့ဒီ VB ကလည်း short ရှိတယ်
Where
ဗျ
tier 5 start showing up.
1-1 ဆိုရင် OG အဆင်
That
ပြေတယ်
could be a fascinating time if you start to get
1-1
some
ဆိုရင်
Stygians going here.
ခု Perivation ဖြစ်သလို OG ရဲ့ Spiral စိတ်သွား
They got the lasso. Do they have the
Uzi
follow-up
ဆိုရင်
damage? They
ဒီ
need to
ကောင်
dismember.
5-5
There's
နဲ့
a
ဒီ
Lotus
ကောင်
protecting him.
ကို
They
စင်နဲ့
still manage to have
OG
the
ပြုတ်သွားမယ်
damage to finish the job.
ဟော OG လောက်
Will-O-Wisp
ဘွဲလောက်
not
တော့
enough
နိုင်
to
ပါ
save
ပါ
him. Great find there from Boom. Shiro all alone on the other side of the map.
Pretty. Another big kill coming out from Maoist. Buyback at least available for Shiro.
Bonus point
Not
at
expecting that kind of move into the triangle, all things considered. No vision, but just, again,
That
having this
beast
sense of a
it
threat.
up.
Kind of mess up on his pull a little bit.
အဲ့ဘွဲပြက်လိုက်
No tough.
ခုနဘွဲက
Rubicon.
လုံးရုနိုင်သွားပဲ
Oh, he's
It'll be close.
fine. He's
တပိုင်းတွေပါရပြီ
fine. Axe
Yeah,
is
I
a
watch
little
it.
late.
I was clenching. I'm not gonna lie.
You gotta be.
Asabri က
ABC,
position
baby,
3
always be clinching.
Lina
All around here.
ဘာတွေလဲမသိဘူး
Spin, bending
ဘော်
the
လီပစ်က
stun.
Nemesis
Not
ရဲ့ပစ်
bad.
ကတော့
And
စားတယ်
TP's coming through. Jikoi a little more confident. Steps up the bat. But that does signify to Nemesis something might be up.
TV မှာ
They are
flying
getting the
ပါတယ်
Rubicons to
အား
chase
ပေး
them
ခြင်းတော့
around
လား
the map a little
Fight
bit, so that's not too
လိုက်ရ
bad.
တယ်
The
တိတ်ပြီး
Aegis gets used.
စော့နိုင်တော့အဲ့လိုပုံစံ
1,000,
ဒီကောင်နဲ့ဟို
2,000
ပါပီလို့
gold
လိုင်းလိုက်မှရ
It's
တာ
not
ဟုတ်
the
လား
biggest win in the world.
No.
So Nemesis, I won't say
နည်း
it's
ပါပီလို့
successful,
ခူ
but
ကီ
the
လို့လိုင်း
game
လိုက်ရတော့
is maintaining the same pace.
သူနဲ့ဟိုခစ်ပြိုင်နေရ
Look at Juggernaut. He is
ကိုနေရ
he
ကို
is
သိနေပြီဒီ
voluptuous
ကောင်ကိုနေရကိုမ
in
သိ
this
သေးဘူးဆိုတော့အဲ့လိုပုံစံ
It's
ဖြစ်
quite rotund.
one.
Quite rotund. But also, I mean, getting the Aegis allowed them to take Tormentor unchallenged as well.
Fair.
So
And Largo is going to go for Solar Crest. I wonder what other items he's going to go for. I
ဒီ
feel
ပွဲ
like
ကငဘောပွဲကြီးပါဗျာ
gets Lotus
ဘယ်ကောင်ဘလူးနေနေပြုတ်နေတယ်ဟိုဝဲလေးရမှာတော်အောင်ပါလေခုနစင်းကျူကိုသွားအားပေးရမယ်လေဟုတ်တယ်မလား
Kane Rune coming out here for XM.
Asan
Pretty
was
useful to
injured.
have overall. Still no shard in XM, which, again, damage isn't an issue, but if you could just have a little bit more damage. why
အော်မီ
not?
ကပေးထားတာဟာ mouse က
Miss out on a few
အဲ့ဒါကို
babies
ခု
teleporting
တောက်
home.
ထားနိုင်တယ်ဘိုင်ဘက်တွေလည်း
So
ကုန်နေပြီ
terrified. They're like, we don't see anyone on the map.
ဟိုကြည့်မှာပဲဗတဲ့က
We know
What
that
they know, Mitchell.
they're probably making a smoke play, so at least a smart move from Mouse to get into the base. The arcane root on Storm Spirit is a really big issue with that 25 challenge.
Ligi,
he goes,
Ligi.
so you cannot take the fight.
ပိုင်ကောင်တွေထုတ်သုံးနေရပြီမန်ကြီးကင်းတို့ပါတော့အမှတ်မလို့တဲ့ပွဲကိုရှောက်
Taking
ပြီး
their
တော့
time, of course, playing it
သုံး
safe.
နေတာ
Just, it's your last group stage game. You know, you don't want to risk anything here on Vici Gaming. Neither would you want to risk it on Mao's when you're behind. So you play it safe. I don't know if you really want to wait out for next Roche because the Divine Rapier is here now on Crystallis, and that is a dangerous point. The Monkey King can start to really nuke you down.
ကဲ
if you're
subscribe
not
လောက်ရသေးတဲ့ပေါ်လာရှိရင်တစ်ချက်
It's
လောက်
got
နှိပ်
that
သွားပြီး
damage
ပါ
with
ဦး
the
နော်
Boundless and the
ဒီ
Jiggy.
ရောက်လာ6လောက်မသိရှိတယ်အဲ့
It's
မှာ
a little bit scary.
လောက်ရသေးတဲ့ပေါ်လာ
I
တွေ
think you
ရှိ
have to
အောင်
go
မှာ
for
ဆို
a
လို့
play here. Like, you got to get the
How
waves
many
out
there?
is the issue because they're
Where's
all
she now?
pushed back into your side of
ပွဲ
the
ပြ
map.
မဲ့ stream လေးတွေရှိပါ
But
တယ်
you gotta
ဟုတ်ရ
make
င်
a
တော့
play with this Divine Rapier.
ကျွန်တော်ရဲ့ road to 8.5k
You've got to make something happen.
ခီး
You
စဉ်
can't
ကို
just play high ground
တူ
here
တကွကြည့်လို့ရပါတယ်
on the side of Mao's.
D4 မှာတော့ 7k တော့ရောက်သွားပြီဗျ
Halfway through the game.
6500ကနေ9000
Would be quite the
ဒီရက်နဲ့ရောက်သွားတယ်ဗောနော်
to close out
ဝ
the
င်းဆွေရ
series.
ရမ်းများနေပြီ
Decided
တ
to
ပွဲကို
really
MMA မတုံးဆို
slow it
80
down.
နဲ့80လောက်တက်နေတယ်ဝင်းဆွေရမ်းများရင် MMA တက်တာမြင်တယ်လေ
Vici Gaming.
Oh, we're gonna see the BKB. The last
ဟောတော့ပွဲ20လောက်နိုင်ရှယ်ကြီးဗျာစပူရာနဲ့နိုင်ပါမလားကြည့်ရ
The turnaround, the Will-O-Wisp is out. Crystal's trying to clean that one up as fast as possible, but you've lost the Ringmaster. Boundless Strike just destroys
Oh, yeah.
Fly. But that's your BKB out from the Monkey
တ
King.
ပိုင်းနဲ့
He's
ရိုက်
got
တာနား
around
တယ်ဟာ
Will.
ဟောရှိသွားတယ်တောက်လျှောက်လိုက်ပစ်တာ
From Shiro. They're thinking of looking for more. XM's gonna go in. They know they want this Monkey King more than anything. He's gonna be forced to drop the Wukong's command. Tries to leap away into the base. The throne actually taking damage from the creeps. They'll buy back now on the Bat Rider.
Pretty big commitments out. You gotta love the staggering out of Lincoln's here. Just make it more challenging. Again, a lot riding on these Lazarus to actually provide you some openings here.
နည်းနည်းသူတို့ရဲ့ကျွမ်းကျင်တဲ့ hero တွေပြန်ဆော့နေတာပေါ့နော် Yamish ဘာချာတို့ပါဆိုတော့တစ်ချိန် mouse အရင်ကျန်းတော့ hero တွေနည်းနည်းအလုပ်ပြန်ဖြစ်မလားဆိုပြီးတော့ပစ်ကြည့်တယ်ထင်ပါတယ်
back and forth play that can happen here. So much pressure even for VG. They don't want to risk
ကျောက်က
it.
အမြဲရည်နေတယ်
Maybe if you find a freebie kill though somehow.
ဒီကောင်းတွေဘာဖြစ်သွားဟိုစလားတွေမရှိတော့တာကြောင့်လည်းပါမယ်ထင်တယ်နော်
Will survive the Lotus.
စလားတွေနဲ့တော့နည်းနည်းလေး strong သေးတယ်
In this. I mean, he
Oh, yeah.
dies there if it's not for
နည်းနည်းလေး
Yamish.
ကောင်းနေပြီးတော့နည်းနည်းလေး
Shadow Blade on the Pudge. giving him just
အ
that
ကြပိုင်း
little
လေး
bit
ရအောင်
extra
Salary
vision.
retire ဆိုပြီးတော့လုပ်လိုက်တယ်အဲ့မှာ
Just enough. to
mouse
get the
ကနည်းနည်း
spacing done right
အတင်းကြီးဟန်မပေါ်တော့ဘူးအဲ့လို tire
on the side of what else
တူး
are we
လဲ
doing here? Aeon
ဒီ
Discs,
tire တူးပေါ့အဲ့လိုပဲ
Yamiche
တတ်မှတ်လိုက်ရအောင်
protection, Yamiche as well.
ခု tire 1လက်အနေထားမရှိတော့ဘူးခု tire 1လက်အနေထားဆို icon ရှိ
On the
မယ်
side of Vici, I'm so
ခုန
curious why
separate ရှိ
XM
မယ်
just doesn't want a shard.
vision ရှိမယ်
Like
ရန်တက်ရှိမယ်
it's good damage.
အဲ့ဒီ
XM.
လေးလေးအောင်
Eventually you'll get it.
ထည့်ရင်ထည့်လို့ရတယ်အကြီးရတယ်ပြီးခဲ့တဲ့ပြိုင်ပွဲမှာ finalist ဆို
Vici
တော့
Gaming is just gonna force him
ပြင်
to
1
have
win
it.
ရှိမယ်
Like here, have a shard.
It's 50-50. There it
ဒီ
is.
ကမာဒီဘာတော့လာမမှန်းနဲ့နော်အဲ့တင်းကကျွန်တော် tire 1မတတ်မှတ်သေးဘူး
If
ဒီ
you
လို
remember
ပူရင်
to
ကျင်း
click
တဲ့
the active,
ကော
of
င်းလေး
course.
ခဏနေအောင်
Sometimes you forget. I have to see on XM. Mao is again doing a great job of holding on. Vici Gaming just very patient. Roshan in a minute and a half.
Very long Roche respawn.
And that it is. So I'm gonna be stuck waiting for a little bit longer. And end up into the maybe even reach that 1R mark. Where again some tier 5s could be really good. Stygian out on Mao's would be
Hiruki, yeah,
amazing,
just
especially with
saying
the
por
monkey
that.
moves. That would just be literally perfection.
အနာတော့ဖြစ်နေတော့ဟုတ်တယ်အနာတော့စီးရင်လည်းတော့ဒီကောင်လေးကိုထည့်လို့ရ
Stygian out here on your Wind Ranger is also pretty darn good.
Ooh,
mouse ကတော့အနာတော့
for the
စီး
keeper
ရင်နေ
delay.
မှာ
This is
မ
nice.
ပါ
I
ဘူး
saw him queuing this one up earlier.
Yep.
အောက်လဲဆိုတော့ဒီကောင်လေး
Did not think he'd get it that fast, but
I mean into
He
all
get
these
it
Aeon
qualifier
Discs coming
မှာ
out
တော့
here as
တော်
well, right? It's gonna be huge in
ဝေး
terms
กว่า
of
တဲ့
removing
အနေထားမှာ
that
ပြုတ်
Druid
သွား
build
ခဲ့
to
တာ
smoke out
EI
now.
qualifier မှာဟုတ်တယ်မ
they're in a good position here on Mouse. They have great vision. They're just going to jump in right away for XM, try to scout them out. He gets vision for everything, but it's going to be the Ember Spirit who's trying to do it.
အာကောင်းသွားပြီအောင်အေးအဲ့ဒီလက်ဆိုကြီးကတော့လုံးဝ
The Wheel of Wonder is going to hypnotize them both.
အေးအောင်အေးဟိုကသွားရက်နေတယ်ရှီရိုကသွားရက်နေတယ်
But they've got to get back the Ancients exposed. Shiro
မဟုတ်ဘူးလေရှီရို
under the focus fire is going to try and just finish
ရှီရို
the
မဟုတ်ဘူးလေ
game. Can they stop him? Pushing him away from the throne.
အာရှီရိုစေးထိုးသွားပြီအေးကိုဒီရှိနေတာကြီးကိုသူဟီရိုကြီးတော့ဝေးရန်တာနဲ့
They keep themselves in the game. It's a triple kill for Crystals. They buy back on mid one. But there is no fortification left for the throne.
No. They hang on to it though. 80 seconds until Shiro's
သူကန်
back
တွေ့
up.
ရင်လာစေးသေးဦး
Roshan
မယ်
is up, and this is the
သူ
opportunity.
လည်းသူ
for
တင်
Mouse.
တရား1အဆင့်လို့မ
Not
သတ်မှတ်
too
ထား
bad
ပါ
for
ဘူး
them.
အဲ့ဒါအ
All
ဆ
the
င်ပြေတယ်
buybacks being forced out in Vici. There's
အဲ့ဒါတော့အဆ
pressure
င့်လောက်ပဲ
on
သူ
Vici
ရှိတာ
Gaming to actually get this Roshan now. Cover the buyback on XM or Bach. And Bach, he'll just get back to it.
We've seen this one
He
a few
axes
times.
out again. It's eventually going to roar, and Mao's they're in position to actually try to
တယောက်
contest.
တည်းဟို
It's
ဘီ
just
မာစတာနဲ့
about
ရူရှန်
area, really.
ရူရှန်ဆိုလိုတက်ဖို့ကြိုးစားနေတယ်တရုတ်ကြီး
Boom. Multiple times
တရုတ်ကြီး
now.
ကြီးကျန်နေတယ်
Lincoln's break into the lasso. Chrysalis
ဝင်လာပြီရန်သူတွေပေးလိုက်ပါလို့
Will-O-Wisp is down. You've got to respect the Bat Rider.
ပေးလိုက်
The
ပေးလိုက်
buyback
နောက်တက်မင်းတို့
is available, but it's not that easy.
ပေးရင်
to get
ပိုဆိုးရမယ်
into
ထင်
the
တယ်
fight
နော်
at
လို့
Roshan.
ချိန်တစ်ခုကိုစောင့်လိုက်တာကောင်းမယ်မင်းတို့ဟီတို့က high ground ကောင်းပါတယ်မင်းကင်းတို့ဘာတို့က
Why?
တိတ်တက်လာလို့ပဲမကောင်း
They
အေး
see-
တွေ့ပြီတွေ့ပြီ
they
တွေ့ပြီ
see
တွေ့ပြီ
Yamich. Can they burst him down in time? It's going to be very close. The roar gets reflected.
Ah,
He's
but that's all
so
we
low.
want.
He's dead. He's going to buy back into the game so far.
ရှီရိုကဘာမှ
Vici
ထွက်ချင်
Gaming
မှာမဟုတ်ဘူး
looking
စက္ကန့်
quite
20ပဲရှိတော့တယ်
into the Ringmaster Panto caught for the nullifier. He's going to
ဘိုးပိုင်ဘက်ကြွပြီအဲ့ဒါပူဆိုးသွားပြီ
XM's going to die back.
စတုံးစပရစ်မရှိရင်က
45 now
မလွယ်တော့
as
ဘူး
the Wind Rangers
ဘိုး
about
က
to
လည်းဘိုင်
respawn.
ဘက်တွေအ
You've
ကုန်
got
ပေး
to
လိုက်ရတာ
address
ဗျာ
the
တလား
creeps in your base.
မန်ကီကင်းမဲ့ဘိုင်ဘက်ရှိတယ်
Bad.
ကျန်တဲ့သူတွေက
This
အ
is
ကုန်ကုန်
wild.
ပြီ
XM taking
That's
that
no,
huge
V.
risk.
Another
Hey,
Hey,
divine.
the Divine Chong, Divine
This is
Chong.
starting to get scary, man.
GG.
The free damage of Crystals, the map control he has with his Ags.
လီကြီးဝရင်လုံးနဲ့တစ်ချက်ရရင်နော်ဆွေမျိုးမေ့သွားမယ်
He finds him.
Oh, he missed though.
Gets the jump away though. In goes the Ember Spirit. Needs to be a little bit careful here. Nullifier on top of the Lotus protecting him for the moment. Chrysalis will clean up the Will-O-Wisp. Xinq's
Stevie
currently
Tine,
dies with
me
a
wa-
gem.
do di de.
Very, very close there. Lots of damage coming in from that focus fire, but not enough to finish off mid one.
တဲတွေရလိုက်တာလီကြီးရဲ့
It is so
လီ
close.
ကြီးကလူကိုယ်တိုင်မဝင်တော့ဘူးဝရင်တော့တီးတယ်မယ်ကျွေးတော့မယ်
You
ထင်တ
have
ယ်
to maintain your ancient. You have to watch this Roshan as you can just take it from outside here for the side of Vici Gaming.
hero red ရှင်ခုလိုအနေထားဆိုရင်တော့ဒီကောင် red လို့ရတယ်ဒီကောင် buyback လည်းရှိရဟုတ်တယ်မလား
This might be a moment to breathe for Mouse.
40လည်းမရှိတော့ဘူးခုန40ရှိလို့ဒီကောင် red လို့မရပါလား
An amplified damage will spawn top though.
အိုးအဲ့ဒါကိုလက်ကြီးပေးလိုက်ရောက်နေလက်ကြီးပေးလိုက်ရိုက်စမ်းအမ
It's a crazy find. 206 plus 1,000 damage here for
အဲ့ damage ကြီးကဟိုဟာ hero နဲ့မပါတဲ့ကောင်သူတန်းတီသွားနိုင်တယ်နော်ဖောင်းလို့ပြီး supporter တွေပါလေ
35 a 10k lead for Vici Gaming is Mouse. If they find this Roshan, man,
they have to find
တွေ့ပြီအမရိုက်ပြီးနှစ်ချက်ပဲရိုက်သွားတယ်
on the run, but burning underneath
ဒီဘောက်တက်လိုက်လဲဘိုင်မတ်မရှိဘူး
That's 3 dead. Storm's going to be respawning in a moment. They are within 5,000 up against Mega Creeps as we hit that 60-minute mark. They will take Roshan, I think like number 4 or 5.
Yeah, right around that mark.
ဘာရိုက်တာပါနေတဲ့အတွက်ကြောင့်မလို့ link in တွေတော့ထည့်ထားရတယ်เนาะအဲ့ဒါအဲ့တကွက်ဟို carry ဒီ mid တွေအနေနဲ့ပုတ်တယ်ပြောရမယ်အဲ့ကောင်ကြီး respect ပေးပြီးတော့ထည့်ထားတာဒီစားကို supporter တွေထည့်ပေးရင်ဆိုးလားလို့ supporter တက်လည်းအများနဲ့အတူတကွတော့မရှိနိုင်ဘူးဗျကိုအန်ဒီကတော့ကွက်ကိုကာကွယ်မှပဲရမှာဒီချိန်
Can you somehow win on Mouse with your throne exposed?
Yes, but it is very difficult. Right, you have to make sure Shiro's dead because if he's alive, honestly, at this point, what you want to try to do is have Bach always have like a boar hidden in the side or something.
Yeah.
တရားစစ်ကတော့အခုမှရောက်တာ Omega သာအစောကြီးပေးထားတာနော်တရားစစ်ကအခုမှရတာလုံးဝပွဲရဲ့အနေမြင့်အတက်ကြောက်ထပ်ပြီးတော့မြင်တွေ့ရအောင်ပါ
Fully topped up.
I think he takes the spider. I mean, he doesn't have a
Chip
lot of
down,
options. I think
Tay
spider
lại
legs
bị.
is not bad. He'll take the meteor hammer. Okay.
Yeah, Fallen Sky instead. I mean, mobility's fine.
For the Fallen Sky, yeah.
Yeah. Just like a pseudo blink, which is fair enough.
Testing it there to make sure it works.
Yeah,
like, okay.
Got some Aeonics coming up. Dazun Bloodright ready for mid one.
See a Harmonizer there for the Storm. That's classic.
Oh, that's classic.
Harmonizer.
ပြန်ပြေးတော့မယ်နော်3
I
minute
like it on the Ember.
It's a lot of damage, really. And some decent enough buffs as well. I mean, this is... Like we were talking about at the start, these two teams are just going into the survival stage anyway. They're fighting for
လူတော့ယူဒီချိန်ထိကင်ထားရတယ်နော်
It's so intense to fight for third or
link
fourth.
in မကောင်းလား
It is wild.
BKB link in ဆိုရင်
Bots 2 getting picked up on the side of Mouse. They all want to be able to join the fights.
refresher လည်းမထည့်ထားဘူးဗျကျွန်တော်အဲ့ဒါတော့နည်းနည်း
Stygian for the
Sorry.
Beastmaster. Okay.
Great. I mean, do we have anything else? Like, did Crystallis get one?
I'll be honest, this might be the
No.
first 62-minute Radiant.
Radiant,
I've ever
oh.
seen.
နည်း60ကျမှ
Standing
radiant ပြန်
value against
ပြောင်း
Radiant
လိုက်တာ
Ranger, of course.
Yeah.
Does make sense. Good call in mid one. Huh. So this is now a very, it's a very creepy game. Like, you're constantly shoving in. Did no one get Book of the Dead as well?
Xingqiu did. So
All
Xingqiu
right.
has one on the coddle,
Very
and he's
based.
already getting to work, being super annoying with these.
What is Pantos
Oh,
enchantment?
boy.
Cooldown reduction. All right, fair.
We're bobbling.
Yeah, we're bobbling.
What was
Then
the
that's
other
neat.
bobble? We saw 2, right?
ဝမ်းပွဲပဲကြည့်ရမှာပဲเนาะအဲ့နှစ်သင်းက
Oh, it is
ဟို
just
က
one.
Just
All
the
right,
one.
Panto's bobbling.
Yeah,
Who did
Pantos
man?
bobbling.
Shenzhen
CDR
down
is
in
gonna be
the
fine.
ဝ
Fun.
မ်းဝင်းကိုတန်တ
As
ရာ
this game goes
မ
on.
ထွက်ခင်မှာကောင်းနေလဲ
Will
ဆောင်း
this
ဝင်း
game
ကျန်
last
အခု
7 more minutes?
ရင်းကျန်
I
ဒီ tournament
don't think
တကယ်
so, but
ဒီ tournament ရဲ့ပြောရမယ်ဆို
Roshan, Aegis is like 2 minutes away from expiring.
finalist နှစ်သင်းလို့တော့
Maybe.
ထင်တော့ထင်နေကြ
Yeah,
တော့
both sides
အဲ့
are
နှစ်သင်းတော်
kinda
တော် strong နေ
spooked. I mean, this Ags on Shiro is like, all right. Tailwind's
Ay,
like,
vision ito
whatever.
to lang.
So, not really
Kaya
something
meron ka,
meaningful. Did XM buy himself an Ags blessing yet? No, I'm pretty sure he hasn't. All right.
No, yeah.
No gold yet.
He finished his scythe. He did have
Alright.
to buy back, so
ဟိုဆိုတာ Yandex ကအတင်းကြီး
he
ချင်းချင်း
hasn't
တွေ့
been
ရင်
able to
အဲ့
make
သူ
much
က
gold since then.
တဲတယ်မဟုတ်
He's
ဘူးသူက
gonna need
အ
to.
တင်းကြီးလို့ ပြန်
We've
ကြော
got
တာအဲ့လို
time.
ပုံစံ
No one's going to be making a move here.
I mean, the,
ဟိုဝမ်းဝင်းလို့ဆိုရင်လည်းဒီကောင်းလေး
Vici Gaming can really leave
Don't
their
you
base,
win?
right? That's the scariest
ရ
part.
ရင်တော့မှ1.6တို့ကအဲ့လိုပုံစံကြီးပဲသလား
They're just going to keep split pushing with the
handicap ပဲကျွေးရမှာပဲเนาะ
hoping the Mega Creeps gets
ဒါ
the
ပေမဲ့အဲ့လို
pillar.
ပွဲတွေတည်ကြတယ်
Wukong's
တည်ရတာပေါင်း
Command's
ဆုံး
going
ပဲ
to come out. They're just
Try
going
to
to
siege.
aggressively place here.
Yeah,
Look for the
damage.
siege.
Snowball ပဲဆိုမှာဒီ
Yeah,
ကောင်းလေးနှစ်သင်းက
Chrysalis just
ကြည့်
four shots the racks. They're going to go
Already
with
back.
Hex. They're going to get his first life. Plenty of damage there from the Storm Spirit. Commits everything. Boom, looking for an opening. Great bushwhack's
Sabi
gonna catch too.
la.
They need to get the Monkey King out of here. He cannot afford to lose the double rapier. They'll get the racks. They'll be able to get out.
I mean, you do see the openings. The damage is there.
Step 1 of 3. 1 lane equalized. You got 2 more.
It's going to take 2 more Roshans.
It's going to be 2 more Roshans. That's all we need.
I don't know if we're going to last that long here. Smoke out from VG Gaming. They've seen the chink in the armor. They've seen that the Monkey King can die. Mind you, Maus was playing ultra conservatively with the Aegis as well. So it's not like they were fully backing up. They were staying relatively far, ensuring just you don't lose it, but having faith in that secondary life. Can they catch something? Lines drawn up top for the side of Vici.
I'm keeping my eyes on that Batrider lasso. He's got that refresher shard ready to go.
Boy.
စီရတယ်မပြီးသေးဘူးဒီ A ရပဲလာဖို့များပါတယ်နော်ဝဲဝဲပေါ့ဟုတ်လေဆို
They find him though. The side.
He came back. He came
remnants up. XM's gonna get the shackles. He's gonna.
Mid one. No, what? He came back. He came back up.
Well, he's back
2
in the
minutes.
He's back in the grave. He's 50 gold from buyback.
Okay, 50 gold, manageable.
Yamich, Aeon this gonna proc. Lotus. He should be out. They don't know he doesn't have buyback yet. He will have it soon, but that is a very.
20ကျော်လောက်လို့တယ်
Yeah, just
ဘိုင်ဘက်ရပါတယ်20ကျော်လောက်ကကိစ္စမရှိ
Purest vision.
The blood. I didn't even see the blood right on the Batrider. This search radius is gonna be something else.
Oh, that's gonna be wild. It only shows the cast range for the primary. Doesn't show you the search, if I do recall right. Is that affected by AoE or cast range?
I don't know, man.
I think it should be cast range, no?
I mean, he's still got the Aether Lens.
Yeah.
Everything else is still pretty good. Oh, there it goes in. The blink the last found two.
he was
XM's free. The damage in the back.
အိဆန်ရဲ့ damage ကြီးရကျွတ်စင်
The whole back line, but the
လေကြီးရရင်လည်းခဏပဲရရ
They're
နော်
back on the Ember Spirit, trying to find these heroes, but they can't do it. They'll give up the chase. 2 for
ခေါင်းထဲတန်အောင်
2.
ဆော့နေထင်ပါတယ်
But you get the buyback out of mid 1.
ဂိမ်းမပေးရဘူးဆိုပြီးတော့သလား
Dude, XM just one-shot Panto.
It's ridiculous, man. It's that short. It's all that damage with his talents, with everything flying about. It's just an insane amount of output. Just zip right in.
Dude, he almost killed the Monkey King as well.
Just from all that magic damage. It's wild. That shard is just wild. And I can't believe it took so long for him to get it. Through the freaking Tormentor. He didn't even bother buying it himself, XM. There you go. Now, with the buybacks forced out, you know what that means, Ricky? We're going to be waiting for Roshan.
I was going to say, are we going to be waiting another Roshan timer?
A minute until we see how long. I mean, at this point, if you're VG Gaming, I would say, Shiro, what he should do, again, and Bach as well, drag a creep into the tree line. Just wait. When the fight breaks out, have your Wind Ranger come in. Maybe try to force out the Fortify earlier before making that big commitment. And then end the game. Because they're going to be trying to end the game with 2 Divine Rapiers and the Monkey. You betcha they're going to be trying to end this game soon on Maus once Roshan is up. So it's either you go head on, hope the lassos don't connect. Do we have 5 Lincolns up already? Because I swear to God, that's one solution as well.
I mean, they have a lot. The problem you're running into is they're very patient on Boom.
Exactly,
he's been making sure that whenever he does have the opportunity to go for it, he's getting the Lincolns pop into the lasso, and then the search, obviously, the Agnums doesn't pop the Lincolns, right? So that's one of the benefits.
အမစပရင်းနဲ့ brain master နေတော့
I
မရှိ
mean,
တော့
dead
ဘူး
even net worth, but you're still up against mega creeps. You have to constantly manage your waves.
တက်တော့မ
VG
တက်
Gaming
ပါ
able
ဘူး
to
နည်း
just wait
ကို
out
ချောင်း
the
တူချောင်းလို့တာ
respawns
ပဲ
here,
ဖြစ်မှာ
not use any of their buybacks. In Storm, he's close. He only needs about 90 gold, and then you're playing 5 buybacks versus 3.
Yeah.
And that's what they're playing for. And it's a really long Roche respawn. 2 minutes and 30 more
တုံးစပရပြကြောင်းမထည့်ထားဘူးဗျ
Smoking out early on the side of VG.
တော်တော်
I
များ
like
များ
this. Yeah, I think they need to look for the fight. You have
ပြကြောင်းတွေပါ
buyback
ကြိုက်တဲ့ခေတ်မှာ
advantage. It all comes down to who you find at the beginning of the fights.
ဆက်မရှိလို့ပဲဖြစ်မှာပါဆက်ရှိရင်
You
တော့
can catch out Boom somehow. Like, I
Well,
don't
we
think
gonna
even
lie.
mid one's the issue. It's that lasso, like you said. It's got to be the Batrider gone first, and then you can
တွေ့ပြီ
kind of
တွေ့ပြီ
manage
လေ
the
ကြီး
one-
နဲ့စားတွေ့ပြီ
Oh, they jump in BKB.
Ah,
They're gonna
knockout
get the
power,
disarm.
yeah.
The lassos take
အဲ့လို
out
ကြီးစပူ
both
တာ
of
နှစ်ကောင်က
the
အဲ့လိုကြီးကြီးတက်
supports.
ပြီးတာ
They do have
အော်တော့နောက်တယ်ဒီ
buybacks.
ကောင်ကြီးရတယ်
XM on the side. Trying to get some vision.
တစ်ဖက်နဲ့တစ်ဖက်ဘယ်သူရှုံးရင်ကောင်းမလဲစော့နေလို့ပဲ
I think we're going right back to
ပူ
the
တာ
base
နာကော
so
မိနစ်
5
60 မှာ
VG
ကို
gaming
မို့
are
အဲ့လို
like,
ပြေးတက်
"Alright,
သွား
we'll
တာ
just
ပါ
wait out our respawns once again.
I mean, they're going to get
Singa
caught
jiwa.
off guard by the fresh refresh orb now as well on good old Boom. Not just a shard. He's got double lasso set to go. It's going to be very
မင်းတို့မရှုံးအောင်ငါတို့ရှုံးရမယ်ဆိုတဲ့စိတ်နဲ့
I'm
စော့
trying
နေတာ
to think of ways of dodging that out. The only thing I can think of is like a Wind Waker.
Wind Wakers,
But can you even fit it into any of these supports? Aren't they fully slotted up at this point?
70 minutes in the game, you should have a Wind Waker, I think. But the thing, they're mostly worried about Lasso, so Wind Waker doesn't really save you there. So they're all just trying to build Lincoln Spheres.
I guess. I mean, if your two supports hang far back enough, you see the lassos coming, you Wind Waker both of them. It stalls out, but the second lasso is just going to murder you anyway.
Yeah.
It's so hard to find a solution to this problem. It doesn't feel like you have. Your best bet is to kill Boom first.
Yeah, you have to find him first. It's the Storm Spirit, right? XM
တနေ့ကို
has to
မိနစ်
go in
60ပွဲ
and
တပွဲတော့
zip
အများတန်း
all
ပါတယ်ဗျ
over
တလား
the
မနေ့က
find the
လည်း
right target, and then Shiro
ကျွ
can
န်
go
တော်
in
ကြည့်
with
နေ
the
ပဲ
focus
ပွဲ
fire,
လေမိ
but-
တော့မေးပါဘူး
I mean, we're just seeing how difficult that
Nigga ma-
is. At this point, they're
ပွဲလား
just sitting in base.
ဟုတ်တယ်နော်
still
နေမှာပွဲ
pushing
ပါသွားတယ်
with summons
မိန
and
စ်60
relying on the mega creeps. to
Game
try
one
and
မှာ
keep
Stone
this
Spirit နဲ့
push
ကန်
down.
ပတ်တဲ့ပွဲ
Again, Mouse, it's a really long Roche respawn. Unfortunate for them because fifth
That's enough
Roshan
time.
was definitely
ရင်းက
gonna be
လို့
theirs.
နည်းမိနစ်
Yeah,
30
it's enough time for the
ပတ်
supports
ချ
to
လဲ
come
ပွဲ
back in.
တိတ်မရှိ
They're
တော့
going
လို့
to be able
အာ
to force a fight here on the side of VG Gaming. And
အရင်ကဆိုမိနစ်
after, like,
30
17 minutes now, do we have more
30
bobbles?
ခွန်
They
အဲ့
have
ဝန်းကျင်ဆို
already
ဂိမ်းတွေက
bobble on
ပွဲကပြီးတာများတယ်
There's only good
Nah,
old
there's no way he's had any time
No,
to
က
jump
ပန်း
in.
ကြီးဖြစ်စေခြင်းနဲ့ပုံစံပေါ့ဗျာတလား
Yeah.
ဟီရိုကေးတွေဖောင်းပွား
That
ပြီး
ain't
တော့
happening.
give me the bobbles. Still, they're
ဒါပေမဲ့
setting
ခဏ
up.
နေလာ
I
မယ့်
know
ပွဲက
VG
အဲ့မိန
Gaming's
စ်
gonna be
30
looking as well. Smoke out.
38မိနစ်အဲ့ဝန်းကျင်နဲ့ပွဲပြတ်မယ်
They get the scan.
Yeah,
They know
and
exactly where they are. The
အဲ့
question
ဒါ
is,
တော့
can he find the
သိကြ
right
တယ်
target? He's just going to zip in, try and find them.
Oh,
They
they
get the
cut
tree
the
cut.
tree.
Chrysalis with the BKB. He's out, but Boom is dead. He's going to have the buyback. They get the roar onto the Ringmaster, but they're a little bit afraid to chase further. Gets the cheese. He'll be okay. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fight, it's the Ember Spirit.
Boom bought back.
Trying to make space. Can they get their hands on Shiro? Chrysalis is going to start leaping through the fight. He's underneath the ward. Can they get the kill block? They've got
David
the
Jene.
lasso. There's going to be the Wukong's command.
ဘယ်လိုရှိပါလဲ
Beastmasters
ပုံ
get
မှန်ပဲရှိတယ်
in low. E-Blade to save him. Hold up. The refresher.
အမစပရစ်ကို
though.
ရှာအမစပရစ်ကိုရှာ
Backline.
They've taken out the Ringmaster. It's going to be a dieback. Mid one needs to be careful. He's fallen low. Has
ဒါပေမဲ့
the
30
BKB
30ချင်းမှာတော့
Gonna
နော်
be forced
စ
to
တုံး
use
စ
a
ပရစ်လေးကတော့
Yonic
နည်းနည်းတော့တာတယ်ဗျာ
Because
မင်းကလွတ်သွားတယ်လေ
It's found the Monkey King. He's dead. Ray
အာတပိုင်းနေအများကြီးကြာပါပြီဟာ
Can they finish this one off? They're looking for Boom. He's gonna die twice.
အားရရကောက်တယ်ကောက်တယ်
Gaming might have done it. The
တဲတန်နေ
throw
ပြေးကောက်ရတယ်
taking damage. They have to go back.
ပွဲကတော့ပြီးသွားပြီဘိုင်ဘက်ကနှစ်ကောင်မရှိဘူး
It might be.
ရှိတဲ့ကောင်က
It might be over.
ဆက်ထားတဲ့တပိုင်းနေနဲ့
They got that snipe
ဆိုတော့
onto
အဲ့
Boom.
တန်း
They
လေးခွက်ပဲ
forced
ရှိ
the
တော့
buyback much earlier. You're gonna have to try here somehow without the lasso. I don't see it happening. Without those divines.
Focus fires out. They have one fortification left. They're going to be forced to use it, and you've got to go in. How can you, though? They just whiff everything. The Wukong's command is available as he pops the refresher, but he doesn't have the beacon.
အဲ့ဆန်တိတ်တော့မနိုင်ရင်ပါဘူးဘောလိုက်နေယူဟိုဘက်ပြေးပြီးတော့ဝင်ရသွားတယ်
Will take it 2-0.
I mean,
Essentially the final game of the day, depending on how they do and depending on how other teams do, we'll have tiebreakers today, potentially. We're talking all about a series that is also potentially also our grand finals. I know a lot of potential in this one. We got 1W and Team Yandex going head to head. An absolute blockbuster. It's a 2-game series, and I got two people here to
These
talk
string
about
alarm,
it. I
one
got
win
Effie, I got
Wow.
BSJ. I think this
ခုနတစ်လေး
is
ပတ်ပြန်ဖြတ်လိုက်အောင်နိုင်နေတစ်ပြတိတ်မဖြတ်ရှင်တဲ့
I wanted to be at the Sony
ခုန
series
ရှုံးတဲ့ဥစ္စာကြတော့ဂိမ်း
You
ကြီးတာ
went
နဲ့
for the
တန်း
other
ဖြတ်
one, but this is mine.
I vetoed you, Sheaver, as what we're going to see in this game is a lot of
Gaming
GPM
Nace.
and a
I mean,
lot
it's down,
of
maybe.
farming, but in two different ways, actually. One of the, if not the lowest average game time. They get off to an early lead, and they, if they
Aku
have
masa
that
lah,
lead,
Rabia.
they will run at you nonstop and close out the
အဲ့ဒါဆို
game.
ရင်နိုင်ဝက်15မိနစ်လောက်ကြာအောင်ပါအဲ့တော့ဘာလုပ်ရမလဲဆိုတော့လူသားတွေကိုခဏဝင်ရမယ်ကာဆန်ဟီလိုခဏဆော့မယ်လေကိုရှယ်လိုက်ကရေးချောင်းဆိုပြချက်ပဲဘယ်လိုရှော့ရလဲတော့မသိဒါပေမဲ့ဒီကောင်လေးလောက်လုံနိုင်ပါလေဗျာဟိုဘက်ကစတုံးစပရစ်တို့ဘာလို့ဖြစ်နေတော့လဲမိုင်းရင်အတွက်ဒီချိန်မှာဆော့ရတာအရင်ခတ်သွားပြီသူကဒီဘတ်ရိုက်တာဟိုအမ်ဘာတို့ကြတော့အဲ့လောက်စတုံးစပရစ်လောက်တိတ်ပြီးလှုပ်လို့မကောင်းဘူးဗျာဟီရိုပစ်ကြောင်မှဖြစ်မှာပါ ပြီးရင်ဝင်းရိုင်နာတို့ဘာကိုကြတော့မြန်နေဗျနောက်ပိုင်းမိနစ်တွေမှာစော့ရတာโอเคစာလေးတော့ထိုးထားရမယ် waiting for 1W and Yandex okay ဟိုမရှိမဲ့လူတွေလက်တော့အောင်မယ်လေဒူရာ chest မစော့ကြည့်ဟိုက9កောင်ကိုက9កောင်ပစ်ပြီးတော့စပယ်တွေသူ့အတူအော်တိုသုံးတဲ့ဥစ္စာနာမည်ပါလည်းမသိမေ့သွားပြီဗျကာစတန်ဟီလိုချော့မဟုတ်လောက်ပါအောင်သိရင်ပြောပါအောင်ဒီမှာကိုက9កောင်အတော်မြတ်ဝါဖြစ်မယ်ဟုတ်တယ်ကိုက9កောင်နေရာချပေးရလေသူတို့ကကိုဆက်ပေးတဲ့ item တွေနဲ့ကျွေးရတာဟုတ်မယ်ခင်ဗျာဥမာကွင်းတဲ့ကိုစဝင်လာဆိုတော့ကီးဘုတ်ထိုးရမယ်လူတွေရှိမှခုနကလိုဒီကောင်တွေလို့မတက်ရက်ကမယ်အင်တာဗျူးရမယ်အဲဒါတော့အဲ့ဒီဥစ္စာမိနစ်20နဲ့30လောက်တော့အချိန်ယူမှာပဲ production အနေနဲ့တပွဲလောက်သွားလို့ရတာဆိုတော့တပွဲလောက်လည်းမသွားကျင်တော့အဲ့တော့ပေါ့ပါတောမေးလေးဝါလိုက်အဲ့ဒါကိုက host ပဲဟေးနေပါလိုင်းလေးနည်းနည်းပါအကြောင်းကြဗျာကျုပ်ခါထွက်လိုက်လို့ရတယ်ဘာကောင်းနေကျန်းလဲမသိဒီဟာမစော့တာတော်ကြာပြီဗျလွန်ခဲ့တဲ့3နှစ်လောက်ကတော့နောက်ဆုံးစော့တာထင်တယ်ဂိမ်းဆိုင်မှာနေတော့အဲ့နောက်ပိုင်းလုံးဝမစော့ပြတော့ဒူရာတော့ပြန်စော့တာတိတ်ပြီးတော့မကြာသေးဘူးဟိုကောင်နေနဲ့ပါတီစော့ရင်လည်းမှာနည်းနည်းတပွဲစားနှစ်ပွဲစားနဲ့နောက်ကြတော့မစောရမနေနိုင်ဖြစ်လာအဲ့ရောက်စရင်လည်းစားလိုက်တော့တယ်ကွာကိုကဘာလို့အလံကြီးပါအလံကြီးပါနေတယ်လို့တော်ရင်ကြတော့ပြစ်တဲ့ကောင်ကြီးကျန်းတော့တယ်ထင်နော်အဲ့ကောင်တွေကအိမ်မခံအောင်လို့တကယ်ဂိမ်းထဲမှာအိမ်ခံလွယ်တဲ့ကောင်တွေစော့အောင် and that's where and ဒါကြိုထည့်ထားနိုင်ကောင်းမလားပွဲစား over under ကြိုထည့်ထားနိုင်မယ်နော် Yuki under ဒီကတော့လိုက်စာမှပေးလိုက်မယ်ဘာလို့လဲဆိုတော့စာတွေအရင်များသွားရင်နည်းနည်းလေးမမြင်ရမှာဆိုလို့ အားရမဝင်လာဘူးထင်တယ်သွားပြီ new player can chat hero guide တဲ့ under leaderboard popular hero free wide ထင်တယ်တကောက်က find ရတာမြန်နေဆိုတော့ free wide ပါတယ် အေးပါကွာလို့လောကနီးစနစ်ပိုင်းနဲ့တိုက်ခိုက်တော့ပါမယ်ဆိုနောက်မှသွားကြည့်ထားလိုက်မယ်ကောင်းနေနေနေရတော့ယူနေပြီသလားကြားတော့နောက်15မိနစ်20လောက်ဆိုလာပြီတီတိုက်ရိုက် ဟုတ်ကွာအဲ့လိုကြီး feel အေးဟုတ်တယ်တော်သေးတာဘန်ရမယ်ကောဒီကောင်ဘန် let's rap ဘန်ရမယ်ဒီမှာ let's rap ဆိုတယ် let's rap ဘန်အဆက်စင်ဆိုရင်နောက်ကနေပြေးခုတ်တာဟုတ်တယ်နော်အဲ့တခုတော့နည်းနည်းမှတ်မိလားလို့ single လော့တယ် jewel လော့တယ်ဟာကြီးတော့ဟို jewel လော့ပဲရွေးကြတိသူများရွေးလို့လိုက်ရွေးတာနော်တိလို့တော့မဟုတ်စနိုက်ပါယူမလားတဲ့ဒီဘက်တစ်ခေါက်နှိပ်လို့ရမယ်တိုင်းကြီးယူရင်တိုင်းကြီးကကန်ထည့်ပြီးလိုက်ရအားရောက်ရောက်ပါကိုမှာတိုင်းကြီးရဲ့ကိုစင်မတဲ့နှကောင်ယူခွင့်ရှိရရင်အဲ့ဒါဆိုတော်တော်ကျန်းမှာပေါ့စတေဘကောင်းမနော်နာများတော့လေစတေဘနဲ့ဘက်လိုင်း2 highlight ဟာစကိုင်းဝတ်ချန်တိုင်းကောင်းတယ်စကိုင်းဝတ်လည်းစပယ်ကြံတော့လော့လို့မရဘူးလော့လို့ရဒီဘက်မှာမေ့နေတယ်ချမ်းဟုတ်ပြီကွင်းပိန်ကျန်းတော့တယ်နော်ဟဲ့အားရအကောင်ယူဖို့မေ့သွားလားဟုတ်တယ်လို့အားရဒီမှာကွာပတ်စံမရဘူးကွာလေဘယ်တက်တဲ့စာအုပ်ကြီးရသွားတယ်လာနှောက်ဒီကောင်လေးဒီစရဘက်တကောင်လေးပဲဆော့ရမယ်ဒီစရဘက်တကောင်နဲ့မဖြစ်ဘူးထင်တယ်ဒီကောင်ကောင်းတယ်ရင်တော့ဆော့တော့ဒီကောင်အမြဲတမ်းပါတယ်ဒီပါဦးအာလီဂင်းပေါက်ဘာဒန်OD ရတယ်ဒီကောင်ခဲထားချိန် OD 73နိုင်အဆင်မပြေလောက်အဆင်မပြေတဲ့ကောင်တွေရင်းများလိုင်းရုံတော့ကျန်းလောက်တယ်ဗျဒီဂိမ်းမှာလိုင်းရုံကလက်သီးနဲ့လိုက်ထိုးလို့ရဟုတ်တယ်မပြေဘူးလို့ဟိုကောင်းပေါ့ကွာမင်းတို့လည်းရောက်မင်းတို့တာတော့မင်းတို့နေနာအောင်ပေါ့ကွာကုန်ကရမယ်ကုန်ကယူမယ်ကွာ ဘူးလေယူထားလိုက်ဖိနေပဲလားနောက်မှခောက်တာပေါ့အားရ Winter Weapon level များသွားပြီ Winter Weapon တစ်ကောင်ရ level 18တယ်အိုးWinter အခုပစိန်ယိုးအကောင်လေးဟာအားရကျန်းလိုက်တယ်ဒီတော့အဲနှစ်ကောင်လဲဆိုပြီး short တွက်လိုက်တာကျန်းအကောင်သေးရင်ပဲအစိတ်ပြင်းနေဟာအားလီဂိမ်းမို့လို့နေနေတာဖြစ်မှာပါเนาะနည်းနည်းပြန်လာမှာပါကိုကောင်လေးရှော့ကို level တင်ရင်ပိုကောင်းတဲ့ item ပါတယ်မလားတဲ့ဟုတ်တယ်ဒီ level လေးအဲ့ဒါတော့မှတ်မိတယ်ဗျTier 4တွေ Tier 3တွေအဲ့လိုမျိုးနောက်တော့ငါနိုင်တဲ့ကောင်တွေ့ပြီတင်နေအဲ့မနိုင်ဘူးရောဆက်လက်ကြီးကစိုးတယ်ဟာဒီကောင်တယောက်တည်းပတ်တီးနေတာမင်းရတယ်လက်ကိုနိုင်အောင်လေးနဲ့ကောက်ထိန်းပြီးထားလိုက်တော့လားငိမ့်ပဲဟဲ့ကောင်မဖင်ကားကိုတီးလာဖင်ကားများတော့လေသလားပြောရမယ်ဆိုရင်လိုင်းရောကဘောနဲ့ဒက်မစ်တွေမဆိုးဘူးဗျပလာပြီတစ်ချက်နှိပ်မယ်ဟို Winter ပဲ level တင်လိုက်ရင်ကောင်းမယ်နော်ဝါရောခိုင် level 6ပါရ level 6ကိုဘယ်လိုပေးရအားရ Discord နဲ့ဖြုတ်သွားပြန်ပြီလို့ပွဲစာသွားလို့ထင်တယ်နော် level တင်Winter Weapon အကြည့်ပြီးဒါလေးပေးထားလိုက်ဘာလို့ပေးမရဒီလိုထည့်ရတာရိစနေပြီဟုတ်လားချိုးလိုက်မယ်
Yeah, just like
ဟုတ်တယ်ဗျအဲ့ဒါဆိုတော့နောက်နေ့မှထပ်ဆွဲရဒီလေ့လာတဲ့ဘိုင်းကိုပြီးသွားပြီနောက်နေ့ကျမှအတီကျုံးမယ်
They would ban, but none of these are surprises. I think the axe might actually be the most surprising ban out of all of these. Maybe they're planning on going for Drow right now, or Kez, and they want to get rid of the axe. I can't think of any other reason, really.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be a Kez to start with because I feel between Axe and Centaur, and you're playing against 1W, you're playing against 33 in particular, that Centaur has been much more problematic than the Axe for a lot of the teams.
Or you could just go for Lone Druid, because it wasn't bad. Now, we've seen Yandex beat the Lone Druid time and time again, but as we said, that was against a different caliber of team. Can they beat the pure Lone Druid?
And I actually thought they were going to go Underlord, because DM was saying, like, they did do it yesterday or 2 days ago, and it is Lone Druid's worst matchup, according to the stats.
Yeah.
But Centaur has been an absolute premier offlaner this event, and I think for good reason. Anytime you have a hero like Centaur, so Centaur is innately a very greedy hero. I think a lot of casual Dota players will think of him as a Blink initiator that can maybe save with the late game card, but this hero wants to play on his island and use his ulti to help occasionally, and the fact that people are often able to go for this Helm of the Dominator into a Heart of Tarask second item, this allows him to just spam double edge in order to farm, and that's, I think he's just a premier pick right now, and that's why he's getting picked here.
Yeah, I also think that they probably would have liked to go for the Underlord, but you only have one ban left, and we talked about the Centaur as like 33's #1 hero this patch. So if you're not stealing it, you're giving it away, or you're wasting your only ban left in the second phase.
Actually, that's a really good point, because I think if they would have almost certainly taken it on 1W if you don't take it there. But also, because you pick Centaur, Centaur has been the best offlane pick against all of the ranged people. Like, because the retaliate in lane, the gap close that you offer your entire team with Stampede. So now I think they effectively forced out the Drow SF bans, and then you have the Wind Ranger access available as well. And Centaur is absolutely unplayable. Was it Nightfall we saw yesterday fall to 0 himself on Retaliate Aura?
I mean, I can't remember properly, but it does check out.
It was pretty funny to watch. The Retaliate Aura talent is pretty wild at level 25, but it is an unplayable matchup, so I think they're actually doing it to simultaneously deny pick, like Mira said, and enable Watson's hero.
There's still the Templar Assassin and the Terrorblade that you could play in response to Centaur, but those are definitely harder to make work, and they go for the Hoodwink, who was ignored in the ban phase. It would have been her or Dark Willow to play with the Centaur, but this lane is basically unbeatable. There's not really much you can pick against it.
Yeah, I'm actually interested, because I would agree that's an incredibly strong lane, and Lone Druid's also widely considered the strongest safe laner just purely off of laning prowess. So I think even with Lone Druid, you need to invest fully into lane strength here for Whitemon. All the premiers are taken out. Maybe Clockwork? We haven't, like, the fact that he's just in there.
They'll select the Willow first.
But that's your 4, right? So you still need to find a 5 hero that can play into Centaur plus Hoodwink. It was kind of tough. I mean, I guess Wyvern is an option. Stocks have been going up.
Yeah, I think the main concern always,
I
think LGD have this problem, is you need to be able to kill Centaur at 20 minutes into the game, because this guy will have 3,000 plus health. And so I think Willow makes sense a lot. You mentioned like her and Hoodwink being the best right now, but she also offers a lot of damage. So if they go for a Spirit, I was wondering how the mid game or the mid lane matchup dynamic was going to go here. That's likely a mid-air Spirit, because Willow, I guess Willow could be 5, but I think that'd be a bit of a weird flex. But my idea was, like, if they don't pick their mid here, then Yandex will probably pick their safe lane duo, and then they'll leave the overall last pick for Chiro. But now that you see this Earth Spirit, is there anything they can pick to punish it?
I mean, there's all the melee punishers, the Huskar, the Necrophos.
It's really good against Lone Druid as well.
We've seen Lina punish it. We've also seen actually
Shadow V
Largo punish it, but that was just the one time. Still lost the game.
You could also mid Slardar versus Earth Spirit and do pretty
I'd be down for that, yeah.
There are options here for sure. Ember Spirit is also the best Spirit brother against Earth.
True, and still with an exceptionally high win rate at the CWC. Taking a lot of time to think about it. It's not just this one they're selecting, there's also the next one. They take 2 picks here, and they also have to consider what 1W wants to do with their 4th pick, which is their most important pick in the draft that they can protect with 2 bans afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, it would be really cool if Yandex stole one of the really
Round
strong
group.
laning fives like Lich
Round
or
group.
Winter Wyvern, but that would
Con này.
take them away from
Round group guys got
their
Lina đi bài con này thì
specialties
kìa,
like
bro.
Witch Doctor that other teams don't play.
And we said Wyvern
À
was
đi
good
game
against
don't do
Lone
lấy
Druid
mà
himself as
fan
well,
nào
right?
đâu
But
vào
they'll
đâu
go for
alo.
the Undying
Lý
nonetheless.
nên lướt toài.
And the Lina does come
Lina
out to
cháu
counter
thui
the
rồi.
Air Spirit.
Yeah, they're telegraphing so
Tại
hard
vì
that
ta
they're
lại
going to
mà
be
tay
picking
video mà
Watson
khác
a
kìa.
ranged carry, but like so they're going to see two bans obviously on top of the Drow and SF, but the Lina, I like that a lot because you just need the bear kill to be convenient. You need to have a hero that either can teleport like Underlord, you can pick a mid bots builder like Lina. I'm anticipating the magic build for Lina, the like Kaya.
What's
and
that hero?
I have a very important question.
Yes.
Because we have seen Lina against Earth Spirit a couple times and she does well.
ဝင်ရရပဲလာမလားဒီလို
Wasn't it Watson
ဒီနာတို့ဘာကိုပစ်ထားရင်
reinvented
တွေ့ရရအမျိုးသမီးတွေပဲတည်တံပစ်တာများတယ်
begin with? Is that even anywhere on the radar right now, or is that dead?
တော်ရရရှိလားတော်ရရလည်းမရှိတော့
In
နော်
theory, it's possible,
တံပလာ
but I also feel like the ranged carries right now are not like Maelstrom buyers for the most part. They're usually the stat builders, but I don't see why not. It's definitely an incredibly scary lane with Undying Lina, but I think with the way the map gets played right now, you generally want your carry to... Lina's not really a lane dominator. She's strong in lane, but she isn't oppressive the way that like a Drow and SF are.
Well, still Largo, but this one is for 33.
Yeah, I mean, from his usual suspects, it
Ah,
would
boy,
have been the Largo or the Darkseer, and it's really hard to pick Darkseer blind. With the Largo, you know, you can play for the sustain in the mid game. You're gonna have the
ပွဲရ
Earth
ပါ
Spirit
လေ
going in. You're
မော
gonna
ဖ
be
လင်း
able
တွေ
to
ပါ
back
လေ
them
လုံး
up
ဖြစ်
with
သွား
the
တော့
damage
ဝါဆန်နေနဲ့
application
မောဖလင်းစော့ကြတယ်
on his Bull Belly Blitz song, which is a pretty cool combo. But there's no usual, I'm gonna make Largo's life easier hero. Usually it's the Keeper of the Light, you know, with the stacks, with the bonus mana. It's spanned out this time, so this last pick really should try to combo with him a little. But that's
မီ
a
ကောင်တော့မ
tall
စော့
order
ဘူးထင်
to
ပါ
do
နော်ဘာ
from
လို့
the
စန်
position
တော့ရဲ့
five. We know this Willow's probably before.
ဒါလေလဲပေါ်တင်
I
ပြီး
think
ပြစ်
the
မ
only
ယ်လို့
reason
ပါ
that
လို့ဆို
Lina might get rotated to carry is if they want a Huskar here. I don't know if that's... I actually don't know how good if Chira Jr. plays Huskar, but I was just like looking through matchups and stuff, and I know Huskar is really good against Lone Druid. He's also really good
နာ
against
ကယ်ရီကတော်
Largo.
တော်လေးတယ်ဗျ
So it would potentially be a sick draft win there, but sometimes you can overcook, and you know, for all we know, Watson hasn't played carry Lina in a year, so you don't want to do that, I don't think.
ကလောကဘန်ပူကောင်းမယ်လီနာတို့ပါတော့အဲ့ကလောကနှောက်မှာပုတ်ချက်
And now also the Tusk ban.
I love the Tusk ban. Lone Druid synergizes really well with the tag team because your bear and the hero itself also both count for the tag team. So you kind of have like 60 base damage as Lone Druid when you combine the bear and the hero, but you're getting double the value out of the tag team.
It's probably just gonna be a Lich or Wyvern with the Tusk taken out. I mean, you need something that can right-click the Centaur, and Wyvern does allow that, and the Lich would just be a nice combo with the Largo plus Earth Spirit.
We no longer like the clock that we mentioned earlier.
I think the Tusk was better, but I think I think Clock is still a viable option. It might even be their ban here.
Okay, the Terrorblade was the other carry ban, so only carry bans for a 1W.
And there's still the TA
for sure.
Watson. Can't forget about that. I don't think he's busted it out this tournament yet, but that was his most played hero during qualifiers.
Okay, I was just looking around. He hasn't played Huskar on Chira Jr. in the last 8 months in a competitive match.
Okay. We do have that clock ban coming out as predicted, and we got a hero needing for 1W, a support, a hero for Whitemon. A hero that they don't need to think about
Whitemon
too
hero
long,
so
because
in
they only got like 20
Bashi
seconds left.
ဖိနေတော့မကောင်းတော့ဘူးဒီနာလေးရှိရ link ပဲလာသွားပြီ
Hey, you know, you just put the armor on your green boys. You got a couple of them that really like
အဲ့ဒါဆိုရင်
blast armor,
magic
but
လည်း
this
ပါ
one you just
မယ်
need something to help
physical
you
damage
on
လည်း
lane,
ပါ
and there
မယ်
wasn't much left.
I like Clinks a lot.
ဟိုကဆော့မယ်လေဖန်တလန်သာမဆော့ချင်
Been
ဘူး
a little while since we saw him.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of them.
No, no,
this
no,
tournament,
so
but
chena
they were,
ba.
I think the first
Throw
couple
in it.
days.
Yeah, exactly.
Pitch
Not
in,
like
pillow
yesterday,
yard.
today he seemed to be absent, even though he was
link
so
chain
dominant
floor
in
တွေ
the
ပါ
first
လေ
few
ဟုတ်လား
days.
အ
Yeah, I think
spray
the
ရဲ့
problem with Clinks is he's
အကလန်
easier
တိုက်
to
တွေ
collapse on than a lot of
ပြီး
other
လာကိုလိမ့်ပါနဲ့ easy
carries right now.
နေ
But
ထိုင်
I
လို့
think
ကောင်း
it's going to be difficult to do that given the pressure from Hoodwig Centaur and the Undying in lane. You have a lot of like meat shields for you, so I was just thinking maximum damage. They might just go the
ဒါဝဲလို့ရဲ့ skill 3တွေပါလေ Fnatic က debuff လုပ်ရတယ်
If they have it in them, I think
Watson
Hustle is
အနေ
like
နဲ့
a free win here.
ဒီ
To be
tournament
honest
မှာ
with you.
100%
Yeah, okay, they end up going.
Lina
so
KD.
Slardar-
That's mid Slardar and carry Lina.
It actually is carry Lina. Wow.
There you go.
So we mentioned the mid Slardar earlier. Like it is just a fantastic hero to play against Earth Spirit mid, but I
နည်းတော့ lane တီး
they
တတ်
would
မယ်
actually flex this Lina the way that they
Like,
did.
we
It's
call her
very
Tau
cool. It
Dare,
makes
no?
Lina stronger by making her physical damage more relevant because now she's
ကောင်
kind
ဖား
of
ရဲ့
a
ကလုံးက
damage
လုံးနဲ့
hero.
တိုင်ပတ်နေဦးမယ်
It's gonna
ဖားရဲ့
be
က
able
လုံး
to
က
do
လုံး
a
နဲ့
lot
ပြီး
for
ရင်
them
ဟို
with
bush
that
ward
early
တွေနဲ့
Blink Dagger, and
bush
it's
ward မယ် sorry
obviously
ဟို
their
ချုံပုတ်တွေနဲ့
anti-Lone Druid, anti-Bear hero, but it is a bit riskier because
မောင်းဝင်လေး
Lina
တောင်နည်းနည်းကြိုက်ချင်
is
ပါ
still
တယ်
untested as a carry this patch.
Yeah. And the question is if it's gonna work out. And we did see some Maelstrom buyers here and there, but that was against the PL. So I don't know if we're gonna see that. But if Watson's playing it, Brian, we have to believe it.
Yeah, I mean the obvious Maelstrom
ဒီနေ့
buyers
ပွဲ
in
စဉ်
the
တွေ
patch
ကျွန်တော်ထင်
are Nature's
တိုက်
Prophet and
breaker
Wind
ရှိလာမှာထင်
Ranger,
တာ
and
ပဲ
both of them what they have that Lina doesn't have is Wind
ဒီကတော့
Ranger
လွတ်လွတ်
has
ကင်း
Wind
ပြီး
Ranger
သွား
in
တယ်
lane.
ဒီ
She's very
ဒီ
hard
နေ့
to
ပွဲ
gank.
စဉ်ထက်
And
ဒီ
then Nature's
အခု
Prophet just
လာ
plays
မဲ့
off map because he can teleport anywhere he wants. Lina doesn't have
Rudy
these
what?
luxuries, but also so I think
တိုင် breaker ရှိလာတယ်
Lina's much more punishable, but at the same
ဒီ
time
နေရ
you're playing with a Lone
အောက်ဆုံး
Druid
တစ်သင်းပဲ
lineup. Lone Druid just
ပွဲပြီး
wants to
တော့
take
ထွက်
creeps
တယ်
for
ကျ
the
န်တဲ့
first
တင်း
20
တွေကသူက
minutes.
နဲ့သူ
Largo generally wants to
အ
just
မှတ်တွေ
hit
တိတ်မပြတ်
lane
ကြဘူး
creeps or creeps in general for the first 20 minutes as well. Yeah, you can go like a meteor hammer or like an earlier utility item to run around with your team, but I don't think they have too much punish for this. So I think that's why they've elected to like. I think Lina does have weaknesses that these other meta carries don't, but I don't
ဒီရ
think
နာ
they
ပဲ
really
ရက်
exploit
ကွက်
them.
Prophet was first phase
I didn't
banned,
mind,
so they had
Diana,
that
what
full
are-
side already there for 1W. But yeah, Wind Ranger could have been an option there. I feel like this was strategized beforehand.
It's kind of like that Night Stalker pick last series where it's like the Largo got rotated mid and it wasn't about the Largo, it was about the Night Stalker. So I think that this Lina is a substitute for the other carries in order to allow Chira Jr. to get this awesome Slardar game.
Effie, is it good?
I think it's good. I mean, I think Largo's going to have a really rough lane and a really rough time entering this mid game, but the window for failure is kind of high for a carry Lina, but I think Watson can pull it up.
A very important game here between 1W and Yandex. Can one of the two 2-0 the others? We're finding out together with Kezu and Sansfan.
Thank you so much indeed. This is a really hype match. Yandex versus 1W. Some would call it a doozy, absolutely, as we are in a pause because 33 is in the house, everybody. We got the lights on right on his face, which means the pause needs to come. It's just tradition at this point. Kezu, what do you
West
think
side,
the
no,
meta
no.
is on the
Setting
light
the
situation with these teams?
You gotta emulate
ချက်
what
ချင်းရပဲ
which is
ဒီပါ
near
လား
darkness, but
ကျွန်
not
တော်ဒါ
full.
ထိုးနေ
You
လို့
can
ပါ
see a little light on Whitemon's face that is probably not acceptable for him,
That's
but
too much.
for 33, it's okay apparently. As long as it's not him, A-okay, as we have a smoke on both sides. Yeah, what do you think of these lineups? Lina carry. Very cool.
I'm a big fan. I'm a bit intrigued to see what he will build. I haven't seen it yet, but I would assume that you could tap into a specialist array on Lina. We heard lots of talk about the Maelstrom, which I think if you want split damage, then pumping out a bit more magic could be good. But I think you want stats on heroes, so I think specialist array could be kind of cool. Of course, Watson, like they talked about, he was one of the OG Lina carry guys, so I trust him to know what he's doing.
Okay. DM will be able to get the bounty, but he's going to take some damage in response. We see a Lich picked. I'm very excited about a lot of these heroes. The one hero we won't mention is Pure on Lone Druid. Nobody
စန်
gives
တော့ရ
a
တဲ့
shit.
ဒေါ်ရနဲ့သူကသူ fan ပါပဲဒီနာကလည်းချင်းတူရခြားသေးဘူးသူကလည်းသူ fan ပါပဲ
In this tournament, so they know what's up.
Sara
And
le.
actually, what's funny, you know, both
Ali
teams
game.
have one loss each to their name.
တကားလောက်ရရင်ကိုဝင်းလေးနဲ့ပဲစော့မှာပဲ team fight တွေတော့မရှိလာနိုင်ဘူးအဲ့ဒါကြောင့်ဒီရန်တာအရင်ကောင်းပါလေ
Gee.
သုံးသက်ချက်
So it
ကတော့
takes, you
ပတ်
know,
တည်
you
ပဲ
gotta, maybe you need something crazy to beat, you know, the teams out. But of course here, these are the two best teams in the group currently.
That's an interesting stat.
You're welcome.
What's their record overall?
They're both 7-1.
No, OG.
I think 4-4.
Wow.
ချို့ရန်နိုင်နဲ့လိမ့်ကြ
The
တော့
best teams.
I mean, that's the
Rain
thing
Freedom
with OG
စားတော့
that
ပြ
I've
တ်
not
ကျန်
to
သူ
talk
တနိုင်
about
ပေး
OG all
ဖီး
of a
လိုက်
sudden, but
အဲ့ဒါတွေ
We
ကတော့
are.
you brought it
နှစ်
up.
သားပွဲရ
I feel like they underperform against
စန်တော့နဲ့ဟိုဝင်ရ
overperform
တော့နည်းနည်းတော့နှိမ့်ပါ
teams that are just
အဲ့ဒါကိုဒီ
tier
ကောင်လေး
1,
Rain Freedom
and then when they're with
Playing-
teams that are supposed to be worse
Akon
than
shot
them, they
ပြစ်လိုက်
actually underperform, which is weird.
Rain Freedom ဆွဲသွား
Very
တယ်
inconsistent.
Now back to our game.
I'm sorry, I want to talk about OG a little
Rain
bit.
Freedom ကောင်လောက်
What do you think it stands for?
ဟိုမ
Original
မနေတော့ဘူး
gangsters.
ဗျာ
Was there some original ganjas or something?
All right, now we're back to the game.
Good.
You, of course, went over the line.
You needed one lap.
33 is playing the Froggo this time around. And been a very strong, we saw it mid, obviously, in the last series with no one. Did not go well at all, but that was more of a, they were kind of all their eggs in one basket kind of deal. Whereas this time around, you have the very traditional at this point off lane Largo, very stable. You have BZM on the Earth Spirit, which is kind of that pop-off ganking type of hero. I like the mix that they have overall.
I think both drafts are very strong. I would say, like, this is an incredible Lina game, not just against 1W heroes, because if you think about it, against Lone Druid, you want to be on high range, or you want the melee guy that can man up. Lina fits you know, the high range. Same with Largo, he doesn't. None of these heroes gap close very well. It's only the Earthward, and even if they gap close, it's into a tombstone. You have a corrosive phase for more damage. You have Stampede and a potential card later on in the game. So I do think you have a lot of weight on BZM's shoulders and the two supports to like, offset a bit of the early game and get those team fights going.
I hope they get the horse cart out of the centaur eventually this game. I feel like that was nerfed so long ago and we barely see it now. But I mean, if they take Tormentor, which they do have Slardar, so there's a good chance that they're the ones to get it first. They could see some valuable shards coming out. Because Boomerang as well, very, very good for Yandex's side.
Yeah, especially like they have a lot of damage, especially within their like two supports, but can't really ever count off 33. I mean, that he's playing, I think he's looking very good on the Frog, and also you know croaking up an Earth Spirit is definitely very good. But CJ, we've seen him on the Slaughter before, not just in this tournament, also before. He is a menace on this hero.
He is against the melee, so it's going to be a little bit easier. As Pure taking a lot of damage to the Acorn shot, bouncing several times. We'll get back to his tier 1. Whitemon will do so as well. So keeping this aggression on. Bushwhack canceling the healing salve with the blood grenade to follow. As Pure will survive. No, he will not. That was actually enough. You do not see that very often.
That was perfect damage, I'm pretty sure.
Wow.
Like if the tower would give any more HP regen than 1, he would have lived there. But Saksa sneaking in.
Crazy.
That's an incredible kill.
Saksa, my boy. What a beast. And they lose some resources with the healing salve as well. Just a very good start in that bottom lane then. And like you said, this mid lane definitely going the way of Chira Jr. at the moment. I mean, what can he even do as BZM here? You kind of just gotta take it.
In this matchup, but Earthspirits buy bottles as he's in a lot of trouble. Level 3 stun.
TP is coming. BZM. Gets off the bramble. Not going to get any of the water runes though. I think he's going to get both here. Actually, very low level. In that Shadow Realm, will save him for a bit. Gets through the tree line. Will live. Yeah, water rune control on Chira Jr.'s side. The Earth Spirit having to walk all the way back to base as well. So, already great advantage.
It's good by CJ too. Like, he doesn't die for the kill. Maybe you could have, but then, you know, if the Bramble connects, you're going to give up the kill.
Yeah.
In the top lane, as DM taking some pressure, but he is building towards the hell.
Bushwhack. Do they try to turn this around now? DM will have to hoof stomp. Return, I guess.
Thất tìm là một tí, thất tìm là một tí. 2 second.
Hold
Pure now gets bushwhacked to a tree, a double kill for DM when it looked like he was about to be killed off. Instead, he gets 2 kills thanks to the rotation of Saksa, who has been all over the place to start this game.
Yeah, he's been everywhere. And you know, just from the thing earlier, there's pressure mid, so that's where RATP, that's trying to return the favor onto Watson in the top lane.
Yeah, Watson gonna get licked in. Ari in the area with the Shadow Realm, should be able to finish it here, and they will do so. So at the very least for 1W, they get some. Now mid lane, crush on BZM. You can see the corrosive haze is already there. Level 6 versus level 4, and BZM dead to rights. So crushing defeat in this mid lane.
Despite
the death, still doing very well in the farm department.
Thank God they were able to squeeze in that kill on Watson in the top lane, because you're down 3k gold now. 6-minute rune should also go CJ's way.
because
I don't really see him dying in this lane. Well, Ari is here, so maybe
blocks coming out. Does get off the hoof stomp, and another Bramble coming in. Bushwhack on the 3 heroes, but it's not going to save the Centaur.
Very much
some
so.
would say.
They are finding good connections though. You know, with Ari in the safe lane and getting some kills. Earlier they find it onto Watson up top and now onto DN.
Remember, 33 and Soxa used to be teammates. Soxa goes to another level when he had to face off against former teammates.
He's kind of showing it here in this early game. All his spells kind of on point, very good on the rotations as well. CJ's really trying to work something here into this lane as he steals all the creeps apart from a little Johnny Cobalt.
And I assume Blink Dagger will be the main item coming out of him from the mid lane. See if he wants to rush it. I mean, is there any other build from a Slardar mid?
Not really. As Malady, I like his positioning here. Just like this guy does this in so many games.
Oh, don't stole yeah, next level don't stole you know.
There ain't no way you're killing that.
Meow.
Although several members now of 1W have joined the party.
Team is going down there.
Making it really annoying though, so they're not going to get the fast one. They get the Sinister Gaze. Watson comes in as well. He's going to get the Laguna Blade.
Malady
and he's going to get the Shrine. What the?
Honestly, what a beast. This is probably the best early game Undying play I've seen all year.
Disgusting.
He
wasted so much time.
And he's instantly back up. No, got a free Aegis on Undying. You make use of that. They make the work for like 20 seconds. So then Watson again. We've seen a lot of these layers, from the supports. They make space for 20 seconds. Thank you.
Yeah, what a masterful.
Really only the smallest thing. The
some levels on the heroes. I think the ultimates on your supports, of course, is very, very important because Lone Druid, as we know, doesn't really interact. I like that 33 is looking though.
Yeah, they're gonna roll in with the help of the in the area. How many bushwhacks are you gonna get this time? Lick back in as well, but Malady joining the party. They're gonna lose the Slardar. No, it gets off the sprint just in time. And all the vision in the world, Malady takes him out. As the Tombstone now being pursued.
Malady, thou shalt look down on my
33 as well. They get that kill as well. This is ridiculous. He does fall in the end, but my goodness, Yandex getting basically every trade to go their way.
I mean, Malady is cool. I kind of love this guy. You know, he pops off in interviews, popping off in this game. I think great play up top, goes mid, gets the flash goal in mid-fight.
He's the same level as Pure right now.
Yeah, and Pure, he's been AFK farming the whole game, as you should on a carry, but like looking at all of this, it takes him so much to like try and kill CJ. No, even the Stampede comes out, and again, perfect timing on the Tombstone.
This kill gives him 6. Well, not quite. I guess a creep died as well. That extra HP allows him to stick around a little bit longer. Help secure a couple more kills.
Yeah, thank God for 33 that he gets the frog stomp off there at the end. To ultimately squeeze in the kill.
He's got your
safe lane going on. That was definitely spotted if any one of the Yandex players have their eyes open.
I was really looking forward to the specialist array. It's going to be Maelstrom though.
Okay, unlucky. Maybe one of the next times. I think for Watson it applies, you don't judge his item build.
Yeah, we've been through this before. Sometimes you can.
Sometimes you can. You just gotta wait. It's gotta go garbage first.
Gonna take a chain. The Tombstone dies shortly after, so this is gonna be just free gold for 1W.
I mean, good riddance. Like if you're 1W, you just wanna get this guy out of the game as quickly as possible. Watson is the top tier 1 tower. I don't think they will just give it up too easily here. Of course, the very classic Lina carry build. You max out your passive. You have very good talents for carry Lina. You have damage resistance on 50 if you want to get more percentages on your fire result.
Watson spotted by 1W. Gonna be far enough away that they can't really connect. No chain frost anyway. Lane immediately gone on.
Don't know if this one is good.
They're gonna try to go through the gate, the roll in, not quite there, but they have the damage.
Okay, let's see, because the top tier 1 this type of delay, I don't really think it did much. Tier 1, it's great.
ရလားဆိုတော့ရှားဖို့ကလည်းနည်းနည်းမမြင်တော့ဘူးစလားသားလည်းတကားပါလာပြီတင်နေဟုတ်တယ်ပါလာပြီလိုက်ပြီအနိုင်နှစ်ခေါက်ပဲတည်ရတယ်ဟိုကရန်သူဘက်ကလှုပ်ချင်တဲ့ objective ကိုတတိုင်းလှုပ်လိုက်တယ်
One more bushwhack for the road from Soxa. I wonder how many bushwhacks, how many heroes.
What's the many ပါမှာနော်တော့ရှောက်ကခိုင်းတာ
Probably on like 1.8.
နောက်ဆုံးသူပင်တာပဲမြင်လိုက်တယ် different ဆို
definitely quite high, but turns out, I take back what I said earlier. The two little plays that Malady went for here did allow them enough time and space for everyone to come back. 33.
Right on top.
အဲ့ဆလာရာတို့ဘာတော့တိုင်အရင်ဆော့လို့ကောင်းတယ်ကောင်းတယ်မှာပါတယ်အာလွယ်ရတယ်ရှောမလားရှောဖို့တော့များပြီ
Indeed, 33 is healing up, but it's not going to be enough. Watson joins the
သူများတာဝါလာယူတယ်သူတို့ကတာဝါတစ်ဖက်ပြီးရန်သူတာဝါပြန်ယူခြင်းနေတယ်လောက်အောင်ဟာဒီကောင်ကြီးတော်တော်စိုးနေ
Specialist array in your brain and all.
Yeah, you did. I was really excited.
I'm sorry.
မိကကိုပါကောင်4တောင်ရန်သူကကောင်6တောင်နေတစ်ဝိုင်း
Yeah, I don't think you can.
ကျန်တဲ့ကောင်တွေတက်လာဆိုတော့တက်တယ်ဘာလို့လိမ့်သုံးလင်းဖီးတဲ့တန်ကိုခံနေရပြီဝမ်းဝင်းဟာ
I guess you could, but then it also kind of depends. Do you need to upgrade your dragon?
စပူတာရောအကုန်တစ်တိုင်း
Can you
စကေး issue ပြောရမယ်သလား
Pure's bear in a bit of a battle here with Centaur. And
ဒီလိုကခွာတယ်ဆိုမဲ့အဲ့လိုကြီးလိမ့်ချသွားလိမ့်မယ်လို့တော့မထင်တာဘူးသလား
before that can be a little rough.
Honestly, out of the laundry games we've seen, I think it's fine at best. It's not good against Lina. It's bad against Lardar. I think even Undying is a win for you, and so is Centaur.
We'll get back to your definition of fine after this. Centaur gets gone on.
အခုလုံးမယ်ဆိုရင်အဲ့လူငယ်ကအရင်သုံးနေရတာစိုးတာဝမ်းဝင်း3ယောက်လောက်လာလိုက်4ယောက်လောက်လာလိုက်အဲ့လိုမျိုး
Something like that.
ပြန်ရောက်လာပြီတဲ့
It's a good recovery from you.
ကောင်းနေဖွင့်နေတဲ့ဥစ္စာကိုတောက်လျှောက် Yandex ကတော့ live ပိတ်နေ
Good caster, back to you. They're smoked.
Have a smoke.
ဒါကတော့ရပါမယ်ဗျာပြီးတော့မှ key တွေသာပြန်ပေးရမယ်
6K.
ဟွာပြီခင်ဗျာငါတို့ key အန်တာတော့ချလိုက်တာဆိုတော့တအုံးတိုင်းတိုင်းပဲ
Connection here. And Chira.
ထောင်းလိုက်ကွာ3កောင်ထောင်း bush က3កောင်အဲ့ဒါကိုပြောတာအဲ့မှာ bush ကြီးကအလိုက်
3 dead in fact for
ဘလူးကြီးလည်းမသိဘူးအတင်းဝမ်းဝင်းရဲ့ မ movement ရင် force to ရန်ဖြစ်တော့အချင်းနေတာ
Holy what is that camera view?
ကောင်းနေသူတို့လုံးမအောင်အကုန်တွက်ထားတယ်အဲ့လိုပုံစံကြီးကြလား
4 dead for 1W. Yandex with the backstab.
အောက်ရှောက် free တာ objective တွေပေါ်လမ်းမှာလည်း free တယ်အောက်လမ်းမှာလည်း free တယ်
What a 3-man crush into at least 2.
ဒီကောင်နေအများဆုံးရ hero တစ်ကောင်ပဲရပြန်ပြီးလိုက်ရင်3កောင်2កောင်အဲ့လိုတွဲလိုက်ပြီးပေးရအဲ့ပြင်မဟုတ်တာဝါတစ်လုံးမှာပါ
Not something you see too often in the early game that you're that stacked up. Like they were smoking for a while too.
My goodness, disgusting.
တို့လေလာတာတော့တိပုံရတယ်တိလို့9កောင်လုံးတာဝါဝိုင်းခုတ်တာဒါပေမဲ့နည်းနည်းလေး
I mean, a single
Chain
Laguna
nene
blade
liwa
and crush puts Pure to
စက္ကန့်
about
15စက္ကန့်20လောက်လိုရတယ်အဲ့
he is a
လောက်ပါ
squishy
ပဲ
boy without that ult.
အဲ့တာဝါရရင်ဒီကောင်
We
လေး
just
လစ်
find
မှာ
the
ပဲ
perfect. Yeah,
At
33 is like, oh,
Oh,
oopsie.
there's a little light on his forehead. Maybe that's a bit of a misplay from him not to pause again to take care of that.
We'll get that fixed for game 2. Well, let's see. Pure working on the only build that Lone Druid has, of course.
လင်းကိုထက်ရပြီအဲ့လင်းကိုထက်ရမှာဟိုကဟူးဝင်းကိုရသွားတာ
Also of 33. Yep.
You see the reflection there?
It's just a bit, just a bit.
ကြီးကတော့
Yeah, this is out of control for Yandex now.
နည်းနည်းတော့
9K
short ရှိနေပြီ
lead. They have a great Roche lineup as well. In terms of push, how would you put this? I mean, Lina obviously long range. But
Quite good.
ထက်တော့တီးလို့မရတော့ဘူးကိုကတန်40လောက်တက်ပြီးကိုတိတ်နေ
very
ပါ
tanky
ကောင်း
later.
25
You
ကောင်း
have return. Lina is high range, and you have like Tombstone and good team fighting. Yeah, Meter Hammer is completed, so 33's farm will be pretty good.
33ကတော့မီတာ abuse ကတော့လုတ်လာမင်းနဲ့အာအောက်မှာရောက်အေးရမဟုတ်ဘူးမင်းတို့ ဘာလို့တာ33မင်းတို့ပြန်ပြီးရွဲပြီးပြန်လာပြီ
Separate successfully as Malady might live through the day along with the center. Going to turn this around to 33 instead. And that's a blade reserved for Whitemon. They do take out the Lina though, but it's at the cost of 3.
ရင်းနဲ့တကောင်ပြီး3កောင်စားတကောင်ပြီး3កောင်စားနေပဲကြီးနေနေရ
Gets caught. Bushwhack finds him into
ကောင်းလားဆိုတော့ဒီကောင်ကြီးတော့ကောင်းတယ်
and the back
ကိုတော့မကောင်း
propped up. So Chira with a triple kill on this slaughter. He is completely dominating this game.
Man, all these plays are so
ဘလို့ဖြစ်လို့အဲ့လောက်တောင်ချနေကြတယ်ဒီကောင်တွေကလေ
and I like his itemization. You know, he has the Maelstrom into the boots of travel. You can always just TP in on the Dominator creep. But even so, you lose 3 to 4 heroes in return. I mean, this fight was before BZM finish up the vessel. You really need that one, and all he doesn't have magnetize yet. We've seen it many times. Or
Show này cha màyဖြစ်တယ်.
Level 10 and level 11. I feel like they need it in these fights. Like imagine a magnetize rolling here.
Yeah, for sure. They were so close to getting several kills.
ဒီရန်ရဲ့ဟို
They do get an
ပေါ်တယ်
important
ကြားလို့ရအောင်လုပ်ပေးလိုက်တဲ့ဥစ္စာတွေကလည်းအဆင်ပြေသွားတယ်
The case has been this game. The cost is too high for 1W.
It's also Malady from all these plays. He has double bracer, treads, magic wand. DZM.
This is still a replay.
Oh, sorry. I was
ဒီ
testing.
နောက်ပြာကြောင်းတော့မြင်တယ် sorry ages လေးပေးမှရ900တော့6တော့
Okay, there we go. So
Imagine
it's kind of a team.
Imagine if in the replay I had talked about unknowingly what is actually happening. That would have been good.
လုံးလူကလည်းအဲ့လောက်စိုးဝင်မထင်
We
ဘူး
will
နော်
not see the Hydra's breath.
The only thing we can predict are the early game pauses for lights.
Of course, but those are very easy.
အမှာရှော့ပြီးဒီနာပြင်ခဏပဲပြရမယ်
But yeah, I believe we will not be seeing a specialist array or a Hydra's breath as he will be turning
As
his
a brave,
dragons
di
into
na-
a
now like
hurricane
Bulu
pike
yang
on the Lina.
Yeah, very nice.
As DM's body is just forcing 3 heroes to run away from him. Not a good
ပြီးတော့
sign.
ပြေးနေရတယ်ဒီရောက်တာအမြဲတမ်းပူပူတွဲပဲ
Members of 1W on the retreat now. They've seen this blur
Wow,
set
they are
that is
sorry, they
Centaur
gonna
in
leave
the
our
courier
Blu-ray.
outfit. You just can't handle it.
I mean, also now actually
On the
you've got a
Seville
Lotus
Lure.
Orb completed
yeah.
on DM.
Oh,
So I
wow.
was talking about the magnetize, but if you're
Memo,
quick, you can just
memo.
immediately dispel it and even kind of own all of it, or at least take it away from one guy later.
$10K lead for Yandex.
အာရီတော်တော်မွတ်နေတာပဲ
1W
ဒါပေမဲ့စစ်ပဲရှိသေးတယ်
grouping up
18မိနစ်
right
ကို
now. They expecting a fight?
Might be just. I think they just want to be ready for Yannick for a potential play off of his Roche.
They do roll on him successfully. Lick
roll
him
him
in.
out,
The crush
aye.
comes out, but that's enough damage. Great pickoff from 1W.
That's an insane.
Ngaji,
good one.
Ngaji,
I think especially
Mia,
also, if you look at their wards, like they have a lot of decent control, like a mid-river ward that spotted CJ walk over to the top area. Mid-river in nighttime is the most dangerous area on the map. It's definitely something that CJ needs to respect.
Now, next time, that won't be so easy. Chira about 1,000 away from BKB. And for Watson, you talked about the Hurricane.
Mà cái này
pack.
that's
Do we
mình
definitely
nó
need to
khui
BKB
hình.
this game?
ဟာစပရက
Honestly, he could also play on like I think Satanic even later. I mean, BKB is great. It just depends on how
Đúng rồi,
greedy he
use
wants
này
to
thế
be. I think if they can get him like a
Mấy lane
Solar
nào rồi,
Press and
mà cái này
like a
đây
Tide
lấy tới sen tiền
card,
là
I
bao
don't
lâu?
really think you need a BKB.
Khắc khe
You
luôn.
can just play around like positioning maybe a Shadow Blade, a Silver Edge into Daedalus Satanic and play on that. I would probably like it a little bit more.
အတော်လို့ဘက်တရီပိုင်းနည်းနည်းလေး
The lead has
ကြာ
kind
မြင့်
of
သွားရင်
been
Still
stuck
be
in
on it.
place as they're going to find Centaur now to terrorize. Not going to be there in time. DM gets the Stampede off. The rest of Yandex now catching up. The Whitemon sacrifice for 1W.
And they got all
Better
like
go.
neutral creep. Like Ari was gonna connect the terrorize and they just
အာ
like,
ထပ်ပြီးတော့
dominate.
ချအောင်ပါ
Done yet. BZM trying to get the roll in, but a nice positioning there from Chira Jr. Malady turns into a disgusting golem, and they'll find another kill off the back of that. Turning around onto Pure now, already at half HP. Is the Laguna Blade available still? They find a support on the back line.
Đúng rồi,
As
tìm
Pure
một nhà đấy.
trying to get to the other side of the wall. He'll do so.
တော်တော်လွတ်သွားပြီ
So just like that, 3 dead in favor of Yandex. Another
Oh,
bushwhack.
really?
Okay, Watson stuck.
Okay.
Will TP over the gate. I'm surprised he didn't yell about the tombstone shard. As
Không
Malady
giật
just
đúng
went
rồi.
hopping into it.
Oh, I didn't
Ủa,
even
xem
notice
nó-
he had it. Did they take
ခ
out
ဏ
the
နေတော့ယူ
tormentor?
တော့မယ်ထင်ပါ
It's
သူက
19
တော့
minutes.
15ကောင်ဆိုတော့
He bought it?
Yeah.
ချမ်းနေရတော့တက်လို့ရတယ်ဗျ
Dude,
ကောင်း
Bro
ဒီတေး
has
ခြင်း
been
သိချင်း
cooking this entire game. He's in
But how
14
often do
kills.
you buy this anymore? I feel like I never see it.
အနိုင်ရဆောင်းဖတ်တယ်နော်ဟိုကမင်းလိန်တာနဲ့
That's awesome.
He has
ထောင်မဲ
shards,
กว่า
so
လေ
he's about to buy a
ကျိုး
blade mail.
All right, I just had to. Now I have. Oh, Ari.
ဆက်ရှောပြန်ပြီ
He's
အာရီ
gonna
ကတော့
try here. Whitemon in the area though.
အာရီ
Shot
ကတော့
is enough from
ဒီပွဲမှာတော်တော်မွတ်တဲ့စပူတွေမှာပါ
Position to the south as Whitemon really wants to find a connection. He gets the Sinister Gaze onto the Slard Art. And
Shorby
Chira now in some
today.
trouble. DM in the area as
Chira
well.
Shorby.
Chira does fall, but the
3-3
Laguna Blade
yeah,
comes out
Shorby.
from Watson from the south. They get 1 core kill. As BZM trying to roll away, does have the
Yeah.
magnetize onto several
မ
heroes.
ကနတိုက်ကို
Watson
ပြောတာ
with
အဲ့ဒါ
the
ကိုပြောတာ
LSA
ခုလိုမျိုး
missing.
ချိန်နေတယ်မကန
With
တိုက်
that,
ရန်ကောင်းတယ်
Yandex
လို့
tries to back off, although Malady will get a nice Lotus to try to back away here. And BZM continuing
I mean,
his
I don't know now, no?
magnetize. But I think the fight breaks up now, so ends up being mid laner for off lane.
ကျွန်တော်တို့ရှန်ယူချင်းတော့ယူလို့ရပြီထင်တာပဲ
1W.
Absolutely. 1-for-1 trade at this point is very, very good for them.
မကနတိုက်တွေလည်း
BZM
မရှိ
looking
တော့
to work on a BKB. And like we all know, this is not really the strongest timing yet. You know, he's got only the Mjolnir. So of course he can kind of join fights if he wants to, but he'd still prefer to just get some more space.
Yeah, will be a BKB for the next item on Watson.
Okay.
As DM, we talked about the Lotus already. It's going to be Heart afterwards. 2k into that.
Nice save from BZM here onto Mr. Whitemon. But yeah, I think with the BKB, it's going to be quite hard to take down Watson. And it should just kind of go to Yandex. I mean, even if you go and try and contest it, you're fighting into an area that's just plastered with a tombstone.
We have to see if Collapse is somewhere in the crowd.
It might take over a PC.
Otherwise, yeah, I would think that this is a free Roche for you.
That would be a sick Joker. Like if you swap in a player for like 30 seconds.
That's right. That would be nice. Next Midas mode.
Yeah.
All right, so Undying already has a shard, so DM gets a free one. That's excellent.
Oh, what a dream if you're playing Centaur. Like, you're already very close to hard. Also, when you play against Lone Druid, it's really easy to rack up the stacks on your shard, because you can just keep using it on the bear. Counts as a hero unit, you just stack it up with your heart, and you're...
Do you think teams ever talk about this idea of if a support is off to a good start, able to afford a shard, and hold that thought? Crush finds BZM. Chira showing off the BKB, it's going to be a free one. What was I saying? The shard business.
Support,
hold that thought again, Kazu. Very important. DM
being licked.
He's fine.
Okay, fake high. Back to your great point.
Back to my point. I've forgotten now. Shard. That's right. Yeah, if you're off to a good start on a support.
Yep.
Did they ever talk about letting me buy a shard to give my core a chance to get the Tormentor?
It's not really. I would say it's more about specific,
more niche.
If you have like specific heroes where you're like, wow, if we get this now, yeah. Like, you're owning in the game. It's like minute, I don't know, 21. You're super owning, and you can get your mid Viper or shard or something.
Yeah.
Then you can go in. I think then absolutely you're gonna do it. Otherwise, I do think that support items are actually very valuable. Like I would rather have 1400 gold on a support more often.
Well, the only reason I mentioned that is because I can't remember the last time I've seen the Undying shard actually be purchased.
Yeah, it's true. I think it's still usable. It's just
I'm not saying it's bad. It's just versus the original form of it. Yeah. It was completely bonkers.
No, for sure. It just makes sense as Pure is in.
Yeah, he does have Aghanim Scepter. Bushwhack is dodged, but Corrosive Haze gives them all the vision in the world. It's the bear or the lone druid. Pick a target, young man.
Nice.
Pure.
Double save.
And he's gonna get saved by BZM, so they'll.
He died from the bear dying.
Oh my god! I didn't. Oh my god! Oh no!
Great try by BZM. And he really bailed him out.
How much damage does that do?
That looked like 450 pure damage.
Damn. On Pure himself.
Damn, pure damage against Pure. It's a counter.
Jeez. Well, that is truly unfortunate for in a huge hole. 18k lead for Yandex. BKB now online for Watson as well, so they can get ultra aggressive. They can go for Roche at any time. I feel like they could have done this 10 minutes ago.
They could, but they're just continuously playing, you know, for the map play.
I see.
That's a lot of gold.
At first I was like, why are they focusing the bear and not the hero? But one Laguna Blade, he's low enough to die to the bear.
No, it's also so much gold. Like, you're not just getting the hero kill, you're getting the bear kill first. True. It's basically like a double kill.
Well,
Whitemon, it was nice knowing you.
He's fine.
Yeah.
Yep.
Surely they go for Roche now. Or do they want to get some tier 2 towers first because they don't really need the Aegis to get those?
I mean, they definitely can do that first. I think the way that you go about it here, when you're up this much, is that Roche is yours at any point. You want to keep like a foothold on the map. You don't want 1W to like walk out on the map. Once you know you have them locked in with good vision, then you can do that. As Pure and BZM are farming on top of an observer board.
Bushwhack finds BZM, DM in the area as well. Looking for the hoof stomp, will not get it.
But if people want to gain MMR, if you're ahead in a Dota game, you should ward exactly like Yandex are doing. You want to put wards on the outskirts of the map. You want to see these rats on 1W run out. You want to know where they are and go run at them and just keep forcing them back into their base. As there is your Chasm Stone. Of course, it's not casual because it's being built into the Shiva's Guard.
It's casual for now.
ဟိုကကူးတော့ကောင်တော့နေဒေရူတော့သွားတာ
a lot more of that when that originally came out.
Bring it up again next game.
Roche, Chasm Stone. Who got first blood this game?
Actually, I don't know.
Saksa, how could we forget?
We kept talking about how big he is.
That's right. He's a tall boy.
ကဲ40ဒါတော့
Ages of the game goes to Watson.
ခါတဲ့ high ground တက်လို့ရတဲ့အနေထားတစ်ခုပေါ့
Having a
စိတ်သက်ကြပြီ
terrific
ဒီ
game
ခေါ်
on
သွား
the
မယ်ဆိုရင်
Lina
တော့အန်ဒါတော့
carry,
ဝင်
which
နေ
we
တယ်
don't get to see
အား
all
ကောင်
too
လုံးတည်လေ
often. Has a Hurricane
Oh,
Pike
they
BKB
let-
mid,
what,
showing
in my
a little bit of
chow,
trouble.
man.
So Daedalus is next for him. Shira gonna be not going in here, it seems.
No, CJ is just dodging them for now, closing in on his own Agadams.
လိုက်ပဲမောင်း
I
ထုတ်
feel
နေ
like
တယ်
Essence
လိုက်
Distiller
မောင်း
has
ထုတ်နေတာ
changed gameplay quite a bit.
It
Actually.
is such a cool item.
Very good item.
Great addition.
The roll in from BZM onto several heroes. They're going to go for the bear first. Laguna Blade applied to
ဘောကို
BZM.
ရင်မတာပါ
Tombstone place, and I think 1W going to try to back away to get out of the radius of that. But the
ဒီ
Stampede
မရှိတော့ဘူးပြေးနေရပြီမကရတိုက်လည်းကုန်သွားပြီ3-3တော့ချန်ထားခင်မှရမယ်ကျန်တဲ့ကောင်လေးပြေးချင်းပြေးပေါ့
Watson with the LSA and the right
အဲ့ဘာဖြစ်တာဘာဖြစ်တာ
should be
BZM ဘာဖြစ်တာ
blocking up, and now BZM nice block off by Chira
BKB ရှိသေးတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့မလွတ်တော့ပါဘူး BKB ရှိတယ်ဘာလောက်တာလဲလို့ဆိုရတဲ့ပြေးစရာရှိမပြေးဘူး
1W and the LSA connection canceling the TP. It's all Yandex here in game number 1.
It is really difficult for 1W to really do anything. Also now Watson, level 20 talent unlocked. You love this one on the Lina. More move speed, more attack speed. As yeah, DM, I think he's just going to be playing with his food here. 4,000 HP on the Centaur. I don't really know if they can touch him.
Yeah, that's a beast.
And like, even with Pure having his bear in the fight, if your hero
သူကဂျူနီယာရတယ်ဟိုကောင်ဝက်ကိုတောက်လျှောက်လိုက်ရှာအဲ့ဒါဝက်ကိုဆိုလိုပြေးလို့ရနေတယ်ဆင်ကြည့်ရ
against the Slaughter and the Lina.
လာပြီလာပြီမှာ
Need a
ဟိုဝင်းနဲ့
trick
တွဲ
wave
ပြီး
to
တော့
get
တီး
some
ပြန်
stats. So DM, don't touch it. It's reserved for Watson.
Now Chira with the
ဟို
Aghanim
ထောက်လို့မရ
Scepter
အောင်လိုင်း
gonna
နောက်
be
နေတာ
that much
ဆက်စ
more
ကား
tanky in these
တွေ့
fights.
တွေ့ပြီမတွေ့တော့ဘူး
Slaughter mid looked very good in the last series as well. I'm a bit surprised that it died off. Like in that sense, of course, he had a great lane against the Earth Spirit.
လိုက်လာပြီပြေးတာဝက်ဆန်အေးကန်ကလည်းကောင်းကျင်တော့ region ရိုးလေးရပါတင်ဆောင်ယူနေလိုက်သေးတယ်ဟာလုံး
Yeah, I mean, it does help that it was against a melee hero, obviously.
Yeah.
I mean, other than the Huskars and Vipers of the world, I feel like Slaughter against range heroes is generally okay still, right?
He does pretty fine against most.
But it's not like you're gonna win the lane.
Yeah, no, and you just get kind of spammed by a lot of range heroes, and then there's like your... Probably like some of the heroes like Viper that are really annoying to lane against. But most of the other ones, you're fine. Of course, you want to play it into a melee. Melee, isn't that how you keep telling me to say it?
Thank you. You sound much more intelligent now.
Surely that's
Keep it
the
up.
one. Yeah. Great take by you.
Pronouncing words makes you smarter.
Yeah. Have you tried speaking a second language?
Yeah, I'm very bad at it though.
That's good.
Be sure to end the Maga Kasif.
ကျွန်းနေကောင်တီးဖို့တော့အသင့်ပြင်ထားတယ်
Back to the game we go. 22k lead for Yandex.
Okay.
And Chira having himself an excellent game. They're going to be met by
ကဲတက်ဖို့တော့များပါပြီနော်
Lina, Mr. Watson. I believe the
Naman
Daedalus is
eh,
on the
Aegis
way,
Flash
so
ni
this
bi.
is a great timing overall.
Okay,
It
ngah
is
kaung
prime
long
time
tee,
to go.
48နဲ့
If
10
anything
piece
looks bad, you can keep
စင်ပြေမလားလို့
Soul Rip on Watson, get up his HP.
Ah, Lisa
You have a
Pong dao.
secondary Lotus Orb as well now.
48နဲ့
on
10
Malin.
piece
You
လို့
can
မရ
always
ဘူး
save
မား
them.
တာမား
And
တာ
honestly now, with the Tombstone drop, you have full nighttime vision. You see everything.
ကိုနှစ်ကောင်တီးဒီတန်းခေါ်
Yeah, free tower. What can they do? 1W. All these tanky, look, 3 of the 4 behind them are just so tanky. There's a roll in, the kick.
အာတစ်ချက်တည်းခုတ်သွားတယ်လုံး
Deletes Ari as Watson now the
Yeah.
Laguna Blade onto BZM has to roll away with the BKB.
အဲ့ကောင်ပြစ်အဲ့ဒီကောင်
Look at
ပြ
all
စ်
the space being made by Chira Jr.
ချက်နှစ်ချက်
on the back
ခေါ်လိုက်တော့မလား
line, another
တော်ပြီ
kill.
လေ
And this is just
သူကတော့မတည်နဲ့လေ
1W.
လူချင်းတဲ့ကောင်
Surely
ကွက်တီး
this
ပြစ်
game's
နေ
about
ပြီ
to end. They can't do anything. The bear finally coming into play, doing a little bit of
တော်လောက်ပြီ
damage,
ထင်တယ်
but a little is
သွား
not
ပြီ
going to
ဗျ
cut it this stage.
ညာမ
25k
ဒီမ
lead
ခေါ်
with
ရင်တော့
still the Aegis. It's at least 1 lane.
အနာဖို့ရအကြောင်းမရှိတော့
Probably 2.
Yeah, when will people stop playing Lone Druid against this team? They just seem to have all the answers game after game after game.
It's true. Well,
80
Ego is a
second
great
AG
thing.
ရှိတယ်
It sure is.
The lick in.
အားရဝက်ကြီးသေးပြီလား
Watson.
That's a
Okay,
dead
up
bear.
top, only on
Another
top
what?
one is Watson able to right
Another
click
what,
from
let me see
afar.
you.
Corrosive Haze really helping his cause here. Terrorized.
ဒီ
Not
ဒီ
gonna do a whole
တင်
lot as the
ဒီဒီက
LSA
စိတ်တက်ကြ
into
လွယ်တယ်
the
သူက
Laguna
ခေါ်တတ်
is
တယ်
enough for 33
ခေါ်လိုက်တော့
to bite the dust
တော်ပြီ
one more time.
အာ
50 seconds down and out. No creeps, actually. And now they do.
Here they are, and it's going to heal all the way to full with the Aegis. I mean, I love
Không
being
nên tắt lại đá rồi,
guy,
tại
you
vì không
know,
nhau
where you
mày.
look for a specific plan to come back, but I think it is really hard to come up with a realistic plan that you believe in here if you're one dub. As this could be...
BZM, they fake back. Sinister Gaze not going to do much here. They delete 2, and GG's just going to be called. As game 1 goes to Yandex, and my goodness, they put on a performance.
They had this game from start to finish. Like, really,
Yêu à,
with some of the early rotations that they had. Melody with a super cool Wisdom Shrine play, I think is well that set them up for success a lot. Honestly, I do think that this is the type of game that you can write off pretty quickly. It's like, okay, you play the Lone Druid again. They've beaten it so many times. You know, go next, try something else. Because this series is incredibly important.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, if I was giving MVP, it has to be a co-MVP between Malady and Soxa. The support duo was absolutely ridiculous for Yandex. We saw how many bushwhacks Soxa was getting early. He was in every single lane, it felt like. Undying at that one play at the shrine. I feel like that really capitalized their lead, and they never lost the lead from there.
ကဲဟိုဘက်မှာဘာတွေဖြစ်နေလဲတစ်ချက်လေ့လာရမယ်နော်ဒါအေးဆိုတော့ထားခဲ့လိုက်
Overall, you're happy. A roll is down, not the longest cooldown. You drag some mid. Your side lane's free up. Your Necroforce is free farming into that 12-minute timing for Radiance.
Radiance is done. It's on his courier right now.
There it is. Like 11 minutes and 11 and a half. Quite quick. Raven's allowed to kind of play catch-up. Again, bottom that 4 on that Viper. Eventually, we'll have something to play with.
He's hasted on Yopaj. He really wants this. Gets the slow, forced to stampede. Nice disengage there from Saberlight, but we're thinking of contesting even more.
That's a huge creep wave Skems dragging around. Oh no, it's sorry. It's
Saberlight, yeah, Helm of the Dominator.
Getting some farm up.
One of the only ways he can farm right now is to just drag the wave with the creeps.
Ooh, amp damage.
He steals it. Wow, very nice.
Tiny mid làm gì? Không bảo.
Viper coming in.
Tiny support đấy.
Mía hàng pro chạy nó. Save Mortimer kisses with a little boulder toss. It actually kills Hellscream. No way.
Let's get Micro, man.
He's got it.
He loves it.
Ồ, xe ba lại cả đấy. Round 1 bà lùi dạo lại làm gì? So lại nó đi sand only về so chỉ. Ngon hay round 1 này nên nào đâu.
3K lead for the side of OG VP. I mean, all things considered, not too bad, right? Like the biggest pain point has been not even Saberlight.
Offering này mà tài ra đấy. Position full này lên nên nó sai mấy thế này vậy.
Not quite like that.
Xe ba lại crit đủ. Bảo lòng này pi so lại nó đi con xem gì này mà nào nó cho nó ai được. Nên xin ra mì đã.
Rolling Thunder as well as the Brambles, chain stunning him in place. The rest of the team trying to come in and stop this Snapfire just being an issue, but look at the damage. It's not quite there to kill Snapfire. Too tanky. Viper strike now onto the Pango. Nabed's now gone for his life.
Sorry,
oh, that is a disaster.
They have to throw everything. That's the
Philippines in your
onto this Snapfire. Yopaj just has too much HP. He had a Vit booster lined up earlier on. His items were just right for the amount of HP he needs to cop 2 ultimates. And Tim's was right on point, hiding away, getting the avalanche into the back, just cutting off like more damage coming in from these supports. OG getting away with murder so far. No reason to rest for Yopaj just yet. They will continue to siege down bot. It's been a little bit quiet now for, like, say, Natsumi. We haven't seen a Reaper site come in, but again, he's been getting that farm going.
Oh, Natsumi is unbothered, I can promise you. He's chilling. He's got himself his Radiance on his way to his travel. Shard. He has no worries right now.
A happy boy. At the least, you know, the issues we were talking about for OG, it doesn't seem to be an issue at all yet. You know, they're able to take these team fights. Avalanche has been enough for the most part. So far, massive creep mark just dragging around here with a lot of stuns. Just looking for someone that misstepped so far. No one quite yet showing up to face off against our Chen army.
I really like the positioning from Thames so far in this game. Like,
can do one way. Pari vision
scouting,
လို့
looking for
ပြန်
these
လာ
avalanche
နိုင်လားပဲ
shots.
ကြည့်ရ
Doesn't
မယ်
even have
ဗျ
a blink dagger. He's
yet.
like, yeah, I'll run in there and see what I find.
နော်
Atos out from Yopaj. There's going to be the Mortimer Kisses. Quick terrorize, but the Avalanche connected. The Brambles will make just enough space. Abed almost tossed back to his death, but they will settle for the mid-tier 1 tower here on OG, opening up more of the map here.
That's just been pretty clinical right now for VP. Where things start to come online is, I mean, your scaling in the Muerta is quite amazing, right, compared to the scaling on, say, the Necrophos.
Microphone
The
ရဲ့
healing does
ချန်ရဲ့
maintain
အားလီ
that
ဂိမ်းတက်မယ်ဆို
durability,
တဲ့စတိုင်မို့
as fights
Minute
get prolonged,
30
sure, the Necro still feels good. But the Muerta's
Now, where
upfront damage is something that you will have to be
chain on
keenly
and
aware of.
while you
Maelstrom's
are
start, farm pace starts to pick up here for Timado. And of course, you are waiting for more here. Movement up top doesn't really amount to too much there with the smoke. And OG still happy enough to keep invading that bot jungle. You've got some good timings lined up. The drum's not too far off there from Tim's. The creep wave just constantly pulled around to give Abed some free farm and a little bit of pressure onto the mid. But Yopaj again, like he's very close to like the BKB and the blink kind of build up. Once he has that BKB, it's just free times for the kisses. You're gonna have to try to commit something like the grip, which is not ideal. Try to just stop the snap fire. Even Tim's, again, just having some space to get that farm up for the blink dagger is going to be quite big for our Tiny, although he's surrounded a bit.
He's making him work for it, but there's no way out of this one. There's the Fiend's Grip. Brambles come through as well, and Fly will get credit for the kill. I was looking at the Snapfire build. I actually kind of like where this is going. It's, you know, Atos we don't see that often, but then BKB, Blink, and then, you know, Kaya. It's good stuff. He'll be able to just kind of go in with his Necrophos once, you know, once he has like the shard and stuff. Necro gets kind of right in the middle of the fights, and he can follow it up.
Yeah, he's got the eventual upgrade for Gleipnir lined up as well, right? The added AoE tends to feel good. Skem, this is a little bit sneaky into the back.
I mean, he just walked right under a courier. They know exactly where he is.
His creep just walks by. Timado doesn't even bother trying to kill it. Feel like just didn't want to tempt fate. Yopaj hanging around the area as well. Abed pretty close to his own blink dagger as well, though. And that added mobility on the Pangolier, the added ability to be able to just get a stable chain stun off, start to make these things, these engagements a little bit more complicated for OG. Again, the key thing for Virtus Pro, you are being allowed to farm up a bit. Like, yes, that network lead, 5k. Majority of that is
ကန်တော့ကန်ပတ်လို့ရနော်ဟိုကမတိုင်းရက်လေဒီကွက်လောက်နဲ့ကိုပြချဝိုင်းအဲ့ဒါ BKB ပါနိုင်နိ Fiber ဆိုလဲခဏတော့ပဲပြည့်ရမယ်
Get that scaling into gear.
Apropos ဆိုလဲ
How long
ခဏပဲပြည့်ရ
allow this farm game to play out. Got the drums up now. Good old Scam. And Tim's should have his blink if I'm recalling right. Maybe not, but
he's close. He might have it. Well, there's the blink for Abed. Okay. The Pike as well. We're going to see some movements coming out here from both the teams trying to smoke it up. Obviously, OG was trying to make a play for that 18-minute power rune. Didn't quite find the enemy team.
Not quite.
Saberlight's doing... Okay, can we actually talk about Saberlight right now? This guy,
he's
level
recovered.
14, he has a pipe, Helm of the Dominator, on his way to the Heart Trust. He's so farmed. After being in a really rough lane, he played this comeback perfectly, but there's the blink. Abed at Shield Rune!
Yeah.
He gets out!
She don't care why.
Whack.
That is a very fortunate rune to have at that time.
Block out all the damage, blink away. I do agree with your point. Like, Saberlight had a pretty rough
She don't get what,
fully farmed up, number 2 in net worth. Like we said earlier, you know, the center will always have impact anyhow. He does, you know, utilize that Dominator quite nicely to get that farm going. Again, the game is a lot more even than the kill board and the net worth lead would suggest. That difference really being on the supports, if you check it out.
Yeah,
there,
it's the supports.
It's really not a core difference, and that's what makes this game really playable for the side of VP. Yopaj does have his blink though, so he can get up close and personal with a shard. So he can get his cookie scatter blast combination going.
ပြန်စရည်လားမသိနော်
Without the BKB could be a little bit risky. VP just going for a free tower.
Easy to invade, very easy to gank.
အဲ့နေတော့စားတော့မယ်
On the defense.
ခုံဒီမှာနည်းနည်းနေရာ
What
ထိုင်
are we farming
နေရာ
up
ဝင်
in
ထားတယ်
Natsumi next after the Radiance? Right? Like, what's he working on?
It's usually consecrated
Travels.
wraps or like Manta. Okay, he's gonna go Manta.
Yeah.
I thought he would go the wraps because you're against the Muerta,
Yeah, right.
but opting for the Manta, the silence being very annoying. You do not want to get caught in the calling.
No. Just wants to be able to keep spamming those spells out. Smoke out from VP.
I see the Viper mid, but that's a little bit rough to dive. Here comes the Rolling Thunder.
အိုးရှော်ပြီးနေဘိုက်ပါနေတာမဟုတ်ဘူးစစ်တွေခုံပေးတာဟာ
You should have enough damage, and they do.
အဲ့လောက်ကြီးကြတော့လည်းမသိ
We'll take down the Viper.
တန်နေကွာလို့ပြောပြီးတေးရမှာ
This is a sick twin gate move. If they find Tomato.
That is going to be quite worthwhile trading this away.
They're gonna know.
ချန်အောက်မှာရှိုးပြီးဖိတ်ပြီးတော့ဘွားကောင်တီးမှာ
Toss back. Oh, the cookie.
Just
okay.
Oh,
Just on the edge, they will get the kill.
That looked a bit dicey. With
Hold
just
on, hold
on
it,
the
no?
edge, and they trade better. And you're slowing down the Muerta, you're slowing down with that win condition. The Viper at this point, like Raven, is just doing his job, soaking attention away. Can they find more? Tim's is still hanging in the area. No one else is here, though.
He really wants to contest the Wisdom Shrine, but
Solo is risky.
yeah, not against the Bane. Like, what are you gonna
No.
do? Get
TMD
get
လည်းမယူ
nightmared
ဘုံ
outside
က
of it.
TND ပို့ယူတဲ့နေတယ်โอเคဒီကိုတက်တယ်ဘယ်လောက်ရ
Farm up the wave just a tad bit. Again, very
ညာ
calm
ရ
game so
ခ
far.
ရိုင်ရ
We
ရှိရ
have some
TND
healing
လိုက်ရင်
reduction now.
1400
Spirit Vessel up on our Dark Willow. So you've got some play here from Hellscream. At least slow down the ultra sustain that OG is trying to bring out here with Chen Necro. You've got the Ags being farmed up by Abed as well. With a shard on hand is fairly close by. So wants the additional swashes to come in. And again, it's such a measured out game, right? Like neither side wants to take that risk. So much on the line for both as well. One single misstep could potentially cost you a game, which will then cost you your ride into survival stage. For Mentor to be taken by OG.
မီယာဇန်ပါလာပြီเนาะတဖြည်းဖြည်းတော့စနိုးဘောခြင်းနဲ့ item တွေပြန်ဟာ hack ကြီးဟာI hack ကြီးဟာကောင်းမှာမလား
Got that really quickly.
ဒီ group ဖို့ကြီးနဲ့เนาะကိုယ့်ရဲ့
Falling like a maniac.
He's having a great time.
ဒီ group ဖို့ကြီးနဲ့ hack ကြီးဆက်တာကောင်းမှာ
Who needs to buy Radiance when you just have more health for Retaliate?
You don't need it. You don't need it. You just want HP. You want to spread that damage out. You want to cop the attention for the team. You want to be able to heal up. Actually, with a heart in hand, what healing reduction does OG have? Nothing. What would be quite funny, if there was no Muerta, I would say a Necroforce with Krellis Crozier is actually not bad. It's like an Ags option right there. So it is quite fun. If you were able to farm that up at some point. Probably not this game. 7-13, 6K lead from OG. As a game, again, it's been very measured out. Very calm.
I
စံ
kinda
တော့
like where
ဖိတ်ထားတယ်
Saberlight's build has gone. Like, I
Carry
wasn't
ကအချိန်လာ
entirely
ပြီးလိုက်ရ
sure what
တ
he
ယ်
was gonna
တိတော့
accomplish
မ
with
ကောင်း
this
ဘူး
game, like
เนาะ
where, like what the item build is, but I like him just being tanky and being on the front line and making it difficult for OG to get into the fights. That being
လာ
said,
ပြီလာပြီရင်ချမတော့ရမယ်ရင်ချမတော့ရမယ်
I was like, I think it's going to be a little bit difficult for them to start the fights until he has the blink, because you have Rolling Thunder, but I don't know if Rolling Thunder can actually get your team in close enough as like the only damage dealer. Like, you got to get them where it's there. Like, you need the Stampede, you need everything.
Yeah, you need all of those pieces to come together. As we've seen, if it's just the roll, like they've had to pop Bedlam, they've also had to pop the grip. Like, it's a lot of commitment for just the one kill, and that will leave you vulnerable for the next set of kills. Blink up now for Saberlight. Will they find an angle out here?
Arcane Rune, big avalanche.
ရရတယ်ကုန်တက်ကွာရအောင်ကြိုက်ဝါကြီးကြိုက်ဝါကြီးကြိုက်ဝါကြီးရှော့ပြီးချင်တယ်တင်
Do a little bit of a safety. Rolling Thunder's going to come through. They cancel the Mortimer Kisses.
ဘယ်မှာကိစ္စကြီးဘာလို့ခံစေလိုက်တာ
Of what's coming, but yeah, you just don't have damage. Tomato not quite here to help out the team.
ဟိုမပြတ်ဒီမပြတ်ဒီဖြစ်ကုန်တယ်
Trade at the rune, but no one going down. And with this, Rolling Thunder's dead. Stampede as well. We'll just go right into the Roche pit.
Yep. Get that Aegis up and running. They could try for a cheeky blink play, but Saberlight.
They jump in, the calling into the
Sure,
stun. Question is, can you get more? The Viper. Glimmer Cape gonna be able to keep Saberlight alive for now. We'll get the stun there off the Curse Crown, but a little bit afraid to pursue.
Yep. And that's gonna be it for now. Roshan at least changes homes. So you've got your own triangle to play in on the side of OG if you'd want to try to go for the Roche cleanup afterwards. Half HP, not an objective you want to leave alone here. As VP can also easily look to try to clear that one out. Still the 5k lead coming out from OG, but again, all the tools being up for VP. Saberlight's been doing a lot of work up front with this game hard, but he's up front. He's just way too tanky with 3.2k HP, although.
Well, they're going to try once again. Avalanche
Stampede
toss,
Stampede
Stampede
just
walks away, gets a stomp. You know, they keep trading.
Overall
for OG, if they get another one of those, they're much happier, but
yeah. They just don't have the lockdown for it, right? Like, you have to Avalanche toss to start, and then when they're back, if Yopaj isn't there with his Atos, then you're really not finding anyone with the Stampede still being there. Ag's almost done for Abed, so more damage coming out for Pango, a little bit more utility up front with some swashes on hand as well. And the side of OG. Look, I don't think it's terrible for them to play it slow, but they certainly aren't finding the opportunities they'd want to. They're trying, but their lineup is kind of stymied by the fact that, again, there's this lack of control here that you really can't do too much about outside of maybe relying on, say, Skem Micro on creeps to try to get some control here somehow.
well, they've got the gem here to get rid of these. You know, VP have this Centaur on the front line who's very tanky. They've got Necrophos, who also almost has
around that time.
I had to tip my hat to Watson specifically. I think as we're going, I know we praised the supports in their play last game, but I think
I know this doesn't feel comfy. I mean, it's
Maladi,
fine.
Maladi.
In absolute terms, it's probably fine, but I just don't like having to scale on Necrophos. It can just be so hit or miss. If you're playing against high burst, and the Murtha will eventually be high burst.
Oh, they're gonna go in. They get the silence. Save him. Abed gets stuck, but the Terrorize did its job. Now looking for Scam. Can they finish off the Chen? This would be a fantastic hero. Yopaj coming up to save him. Saberlight, he's found Tiny on the backside as well. The Vessel doing a lot of work. First ground stunning him up as Abed continue to bounce around. No way to stop the TP out from the Viper, but the big kill is Yopaj, and they get the Curse ground to save. Stuck. Gonna go in. They get the silence. No one's gonna come to save him. Abed gets stuck, but the Terrorize did it. Looking for Scam.
Oh,
they finish off the Chen. Hero Yopaj.
Yopaj.
He's found Tiny on the backside as well. The Vessel doing a lot of work. The Curse ground. And the Terrorize did its job. Now looking for Scam. And they finish off the Chen. This would be a fantastic hero. Yopaj coming up to save him. Saberlight, he's found Tiny on the backside as well. The Vessel doing a lot of work. The Curse ground stunning him up as Abed will continue to bounce around in this fight on the Pangolier. No way to stop the TP out from the Viper, but the big kill is Yopaj, and they get it.
Boy, if I were to make even from lane, even after that slow start, you know that there's a timing here that you will eventually just damage right through the sustain that OG is trying to build up. It has not felt like it saved anyone in the past like 10 minutes now. Just hasn't been the biggest.
Especially when you find these types of kills, the Stampede to hold him in place just a little bit longer, and Tomato will clean up the kill under the Pierce the Veil. Yeah, I mean, the Muerta can get very scary from here on out. We mentioned, you know, in the draft, you need to be careful about the Muerta counter.
It's not even ကြီးခေါ်อ่ะဟုတ်လား VP อ่ะ
had those two early Reaper sights almost on perfect cooldowns.
လုံးနေနော်အဲ့လို
And
မျိုး
now the matter for OG is how do you take these fights? Because we've seen it twice before. They tried to jump Saberlight, Stampede, he just gets away.
Oh, that's the Fiend's Grip coming out here from the Bane. The rest of the team coming eventually. The Nightmare. This is what we were talking about earlier, right? It's like at some point during a nighttime, you just spend the last 10 seconds of it CC'd and the team shows up and kills you.
Yep. And there's not much you can really do. At the least, it's some space here from Skem. So the rest of OG is free. Kind of use that area on the map, try to farm up. Heart done now on
အဲ့တော့ရပါပြီ
Going back.
ခုနဟတ်မပါလို့တေးသွားတယ်နော်
Again, just feels necessary when you're stuck in the calling like that. It is just
ဟတ်ရှိသွားဆိုတိတ်တော့မတေးတော့တော့ထင်တာပဲ
be able to cast your spells, of course.
Is that the full Ags done on the Centaur? Is that what I just saw?
I'm not too sure. It might be. And well, if he's got the workhorse, this game is pretty cooked.
How do you like Necrophos like Reaper Scythe anyone?
Yeah, you just can't. You have this 30-second save on hand with Stampede as well.
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
Maybe if you can start to get more damage on Tim somehow or on Raven somehow, let him be the win condition. It just doesn't feel good.
I've seen Vipers do insane work in games. I think it was RCY recently that did some insane stuff, but it's like after the late talent. That's going to be the Reaper side. This one, it actually does end up getting the kill. Yopaj will get it. BKB from him. Nightmare get tossed around. Fly's got to run away. They're going to be able to pop the Mortimer Kisses and chase for more. Stampede does come through. Tim's huge avalanche finds two.
They're
going to have to turn around. Big stomp from Saberlight.
ရှေ့ကပွဲကြည့်ကိုလည်းဒီပွဲကြည့်ခဲ့လို့လားမသိဘူးဒီနှစ်ကောင်ကတော့နည်းနည်းနောက်တယ်ဗျာ
baby get to firing away. They're getting melted on the side of OG.
ပြီးသွားပြီမတာ
But not Sumi's in deep.
ပြစ်ပြီ
both supports. Big Fiend's
ပြစ်ပြီအမတစ်ချက်နှစ်ချက်သုံးချက်လေးချက်တိတ်တောင်မပြစ်ရပါဘူးနော်
Just finds the kill and now Tomato is all alone.
Yeah.
He's going to find that.
ပြစ်တာပြင်းတယ်သူ့ဘက်ကလူတွေတေးသွားတာကွာ
Can he get out? Saberlight nearby, but pierce the veil at the
နောက်တယ်ကွာဒီပွဲက
game. I don't know. It's going to be difficult. Stomp is there. He's
Oh,
held in place long enough. The Athos comes through now, and Saberlight will join him. A little bit of a
ဒီကောင်တွေကကိုမစ်လိနာမရှိမှကိုချတဲ့ကောင်ကြီး
Can the Viper get it done?
ပြီးခဲ့တဲ့ဗတဲ့တော့ဟာမစ်လိနာဖြစ်တယ်သူကကယ်ရီမရှိဘူး OG ချတယ်
Fragmented coming in.
အခုဒီဘက်မှာပန်ဂိုလီယာမရှိဘူး VP ချတယ်
You prevent
ဟုတ်သေးဘူးနော်
from being
ကောင်းနေ
great. The grip was a little bit forced out. Natsumi with a heart is starting to be a lot tankier, so he can just stand in the middle of like 3 heroes and not care. The big part was that you took care of Abed early. Like without that role, you don't have that disruptiveness in the fight. All you have is Stampede to kind of go in and out, and Yopaj had good identification of just going for the BKB, the kisses on the side. Tim's really salvaged that though. Like without that avalanche, this would have been a very different story.
They just TP out on 2, right? Like Saberlight doesn't have to commit. It would have been maybe a 1-for-1. But I was kind of surprised. I thought they'd pop the Pierce the Veil here when they went in aggressively on the workhorse, because the biggest limiting factor from the Muerta is her mobility, which is kind of solved by the workhorse. But at this point, you've committed.
Willow game versus range carries like Draw Ranger.
We've seen Mirana a few times. I'll be honest. Mostly on the morning games and
drawing ရတယ်ရန်တဲ့လောက်လိမ့်နေကျန်းတဲ့ပလီယာတွေကို drawing ရဆော့တယ်ဆော့ရဲတယ်
But maybe a little bit different in the
Mirana
hands of
Santo
of Saxa.
Oddly enough, I actually put Mirana in like the coddle category in the sense that if you're not building around Mirana, then she is really underwhelming. I think even more so than coddle in terms of underwhelming, because if you don't have follow-up damage, if you don't have some heavy utilization of the vision of Moonlight Shadow, if you don't have catch that sets up the arrow, like, these are just things where Mirana, she's just kind of a worser version of every support. If she doesn't have those things, I think she's really strong on lane. They have the Centaur set up. Even like Curse into arrow is actually a pretty decent combo. It threatens heroes like Puck and stuff like this.
Yeah, I was going to mention that I think they're going to pick Clockwork with the Draw Ranger, and Mirana, you just pre-pick her. She's a hero that can play against cogs. relatively
Claw what?
comfortably, and it can be as simple as Yandex just thinking they need strong lanes to win because they snowballed so hard in that first game.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess if you're going, is there something you like more about Mirana as opposed to like Willow, for instance? Like why Mirana over Willow? Because I think they're both strong laners, right? Or do you think she matches up better against Clock?
I think Mirana just plays better against Clock, but I also think it's hard to be Willow against heroes like Brow Ranger that can like gust you away. They don't necessarily get caught by your spells. They're playing from a distance. It's a tough one. She's not one of the carries that are comfortable for Willow, unless Willow's snowballing.
Gotcha.
We still see Willow coming out. Ari will play it 2 games in a row.
I'm a big Lifestealer fan here.
Yeah, now Willow for 1W, that's a strong Willow game because you have a lot of magic damage versus Winter Wyvern, which is very important.
I didn't think they would do it. Sorry, Mira, I interrupted you. I just didn't think they would do it because Axe is traditionally a hard PL counter. PL like absolutely destroys the rest of this lineup. Don't get me wrong.
I got told yesterday, I asked this very question to Seb about Axe and PL, and he said the best PL players, they are able to make Axe look stupid.
Yeah,
I mean, always have a doppel.
It's one of those in the laning stage, you just can't really do much to them. That's the thing. Like for me, I'm more so looking at the lane. In the mid to late game, it's really not that bad at all.
He didn't use those words, by the way. He didn't say stupid. Just want to point it out.
But I mean, PL can absolutely make you look silly.
1W rank hero mid laner
meant to kill somebody at the very start of the fight hero, and if you blink call 5 illusions, you do look kind of goofy, especially when we're playing from bird's eye view and we can see which one's real.
Yeah.
I am shocked because PL has level streamers. PL's in like half the pubs. He's in like every game, and he's a hero that does require. It's like harder to play against PL than it is to play with PL. So I think he punishes pubs a lot more than he does professional play. But so far, Yandex is the one team that's repeatedly ran PL to success, and I don't think Axe is enough. So I hope that one win, like they're banning out Leshrac. I hope one win or 1W does not, you know, think, oh, we gotta cover with just Axe. I hope there's a hard PL counter coming in here.
I mean, the Leshrac is the big one that you think about. What else could you pick against PL? Because Invoker's also taken out in that first phase, and that's AoE damage.
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, it's mostly about heroes that are willing to walk into PL, and they're not like Ember's a great example. They have to ban it themselves because Yandex. I'm just like it's really hard without a hero list, but I don't think of counters as like Earthshaker. I'm thinking of counters of heroes that early game, like Primal Beast, for instance, they like walk at the PL and you just can't really do anything about it.
Does Puck count as a counter? I know she's been bad, but Puck would work. Dream coil everybody.
Puck would absolutely work. It's not a hard counter, but it would give them answers for sure.
You know, you mentioned Shaker, and I think that if Yandex pick a melee mid laner, we might actually see the Shaker come out for VZM.
She got look behind the she got being Salada Ruba on the team looting it. Yeah.
The drafts as they are now, because while it is true that PL and Axe have like nice dynamics on lane in the sense that, you know, PL can press Doppelganger and then you can remove the Battle Hunger, and then you've also got the Wyvern healing you. I still think it's a great matchup for Axe later on. I mean, if he's not being made to look silly like you mentioned, Sheaves. And this Drow plus Clock lane is very strong. This is an Earthshaker steal.
But
okay, before we talk about that, I just want to say that the lanes on
look
very solid in that first game.
We'll see how the mid lane is gonna look, because with the Slardar ban after the Ember, that Shaker definitely feels like a steal. What's Brian telling
Necrophos, dude? Just go for it. I actually think Necrophos is disgusting here. Like I was just thinking about, I'm like, ranged heroes that punish Shaker and buy like Radiance or punish PL. I think it's a sick I think this is like a really 5-head play to like ban out the ranged lane dominators and pick Shaker, but I think you missed one.
What about Huskar?
It's not a PL counter. That was my concern. But I think they have two favorable side lanes right now. Like PL's fine against Axe, but he does lose the lane generally. Like you're not going to punish the Axe. Then you have Clockwork Drow on the other side lane. I think if you were to just all in lanes with Necro here, I do think they have other options. Like, but I would love to see the Radiance buyer that connects to fights.
Would if they do go for that, would they still be on a timer? Like, does Phantom Lancer still just eventually close out a game?
Yes, but it's one of those where if you're down by 20k all game, does it really matter?
What do you make of the qual?
I like it.
What do you like about it?
I like that it wins lane versus Shaker, and I really think that's the approach that 1W needed to take in this game too. They just needed to draft strong lanes for themselves. I think they do have win conditions within their drafts, and it is a strong Axe game, which was picked second. So all they have to do is not lose that 5k net worth advantage from the laning stage, and I think their draft will play itself, whereas I know it was an 18 kill, but it doesn't look like they're using
I think it
follow
the
it,
thing
no?
about PL is most games are, it's similar to Naga that we just saw. Like, it is decided in the first 15 minutes. If this game is remotely even, then I don't think it's going to be remotely even. I think they are going to fall 5 to 10k behind by 20 minutes on the side of the index. Like, if they don't, I think it's just going to be a massive outplay on their side. I would probably this draft looks a lot better for 1W than game 1. I don't think Yandex got the better half of it this time around. I like the PL, and I like the idea of the Shaker. It's creative, but it's not nearly as much of a gotcha as I think they got in game 1.
So we feel like this game 2, the adjustments from 1W are good enough to, if they play well and don't get outclassed in the laning stage, they should just be getting that advantage, and they should be able to write that advantage into a win.
For sure. I mean, in that first game, they really could not play after the laning stage. This time around, they can, and the big thing was Axe going to be exploited in the laning stage? Because if he gets shoved out of lane, then they don't really have plays to make, but I think Axe got away with his lane, which is the big one for me here.
Yeah, I think that's the big weakness of PL is that you are not the one that's going to shut this down. He should be a really good game on 33 here.
You guys want to put a timer on this one?
Because 1W tends to slow it down, I think they're going to get a pretty massive lead and then gradually end it.
I see Effie nodding along, going for about 40 minutes. Let's see if this is a tie and we'll go again, or if Yandex can pull ahead and take this one to an unclaimed top spot in the group. We're heading over to Sunspan and Kezu.
Thank you, Shiva. Indeed, Yandex versus 1W game 2. If you had to guess now, will there be a tiebreaker, or will Yandex 2-0?
There'll be a tiebreaker.
You think so?
It's a tough choice for me because I do like the chances of PL, but if 1W play well, and I think their lanes go as they are designed to, and the game gets played like very nicely, I do think it is in their hands whether they will win or lose this game. Because while it is a very, very strong PL game, Quap can pop off. Quap is quite good later on. So it's a lot about how do the early lanes go, how about the early rotations? Can Saksa do what he did last game? I do think it's a lot harder with Marana to try and apply similar pressure as a as the Hoodwink.
Yeah, let's talk about some of these new here. Let's start with the Phantom Lancer. What does it bring to the table? Why have we not seen more of it?
It's just it's always been a very specific hero. He has special requirements, right? But in this game, he is quite good. I would say Quap is by far the best hero that 1W have against him. You're in a very OG draw counter. You're very good against both the supports. They have barely any AoE clear. You can even just farm cogs all the time, which is also like, just bonus gold for you. And the hero is very different than it used to be. No diffusal. You're nowadays just like Manta, Aghanims into some Heart or Scotty. So very, very different hero and needs a lot of time.
Explain the innate.
So the innate of PL is, first of all, I think something cool that people don't really know. So you have one doppelganger illusion that deals 0 damage, but with the innate, even this one deals damage. So first of all, it's a lot harder to understand which one is real and which one is fake. And when you spawn illusions, they are way stronger than they should. Like the damage is really, really high with the innate, which also goes up. Very close on the brambles.
Yeah, looks like he'll be okay. Saksa will not, because that is a battery assault level 1 clockwork. I never thought I'd see the day. And 1W with the first kill of the game as a result. Watson still being pressured heavily here at the wraparound. He's missing a lot of CS.
Yeah, that's so sad. Should get this one.
Get these range creeps. 33 is very healthy. You can see Mally also quite low. Looks like he might just early call picked up from 33. Fairy Fire not going to be enough to save Malady, so already a 2-0 start for 1W. As Sox is stuck inside the cogs, another kill going the way of 1W.
This is why brains need to be turned on, Shannon. Look at these skill builds. You have Battery Assault in the top lane against a Mirana who is arrow level 1. Screw you, idiot. I'm gonna kill you. Bottom lane, you're Axe against PL. I'm not skilling Battle Hunger. You think I'm stupid? Boom. No, you go Counter Helix, you go Call. Screw your stupid Doppelganger. And he's going Ring of Health into probably Vanguard on Axe. This is why autopiloting in Dota is so punishable. And if you actually think about what your heroes can do and what you're up against, it can look like this. This is beautiful.
I feel like not even with the pro players, they still go for the cookie cutter builds. But seeing this,
not white gold.
I mean, 33 is obviously a huge exception to this in general, but yeah, that's awesome to see.
It just shows like full understanding of what is happening because this top lane, this is gonna be a problem. The Centaur and Mirana. I mean, I'm not gonna call it a grief hero, but if you're arrow level 1, you're not gonna be adding much right now. I would steal all my creeps with arrow.
Yeah, just going to the jungle. Get some I'm in a very precarious spot as 33 gets off the call. Should be a free kill. And on the other side, Shadow Realm keeping the Dark Willow alive and not really threatened that much by Watson anyway.
Yeah. Nah, they are going sicko mode in their lanes.
Soxa still level 1. My goodness. Into the free line. No, Cogs not quite there, but the right clicks will suffice. So still stuck on level 1 Marana.
Bro, Pure has more than the most last hits on Radiant.
Yeah, that is insane.
Yeah, they are
15 and 14. Wow.
2K lead at minute 3. This is a speed run of like records. That's for sure.
Jeez. I mean, maybe they didn't know that they had to read what Battery Assault even did because this hasn't been a spell in so long.
Wow, I have this. Yeah, I wouldn't even be surprised if it's like 33 telling him, yo, like this spell.
You should get this in
exactly.
This lane. Yeah.
This is Soxa. He's gonna go arrow level 1. I know him.
That's true. There's some inside knowledge there for sure.
Oh yeah, easy.
33 gets a courier that has haste on it. Man, everything going wrong for Yandex. This is, I would say, you go arrow early, although he's level 2 now either way. But Chira Jr. getting that kill on the BZM. A saving grace perhaps for Yandex?
Yeah, you need that one. I'm surprised he found an angle on that one. Very, very nicely played by Soxa. Somehow he does it again. Steal the rune.
Yeah, 33 getting everything out of this lane still.
Body blocks. Courier.
Nice job. Malady slowed to a crawl, but he should be okay.
Oh, this is gonna be
in the mid lane. It is
this is gonna be an incredibly big Axe. You are not stopping this guy in this lane. Sure, Axe is very annoyed by PL like later in the game, but early and in the mid game, PL doesn't do anything to you either. So you're gonna, which is very nice for the Axe.
Should mention, first pick Axe.
True. After the Centaur into
first
Axe.
Pick for 1W.
Exactly.
It's 33. It's gonna be fine here.
Like the
pro players. Like,
it's
9th pick Axe and 8th pick Centaur.
That's so stupid.
The other cool thing, no, this is just pro. Anyway, super nice. Like if you have a free game on Axe early, you're gonna immediately get a neutral item, more HP regen as White Goat with the Battery Assault running down the Centaur.
Yeah, even BZM blinking in, gets the shadow strike, so now DM is going to be slowed up. And Whitemon, not able to get him inside the car. I'm not sure if that's what he wanted to do.
He definitely wanted him inside.
Yeah.
So DM outrunning him for now. Well, the problem for DM is, sure, you don't die, but 33 has 6.5 times your CS.
Yeah, that's quite a bit.
That's
pretty good.
5.
Yeah, and he can creep skip all he wants, which means, I mean, at the very least, Watson is able to get a lot of CS as a result of this, because he can definitely last it under the tower.
Yeah, he's at least getting like a little bit of space, as 33 of course is ultra maximizing himself. Active rune, BZM will take that one.
It just feels like Ari will fall. You have this much momentum, the runes just seem to go on your side every time. So you get the free rune there for 1W. Tell me about this Earthshaker, what the purpose behind it is supposed to be.
I do think it had to do with the fact that they were toying with the idea, and they also mentioned it on the panel. It was a little bit of a steal pick for 1W. That, you know, definitely could have been the case. And I think also when you look at how PL has holds that.
Yeah, this is a huge kill. Nice doppelganger right into okay. Echo Slam comes out.
Did deal damage.
they do.
Like when you think about how the mid game is played, or like later when these heroes have some items.
ဒီကဟိုလမ်းပတ်လျှောက်ဒီလမ်းပတ်လျှောက်နေတော့ပြန်တော့အဆင်ပြေလာတယ်ဗျာသလား 9 မိနစ်ကတော့ 1W ပဲရမယ်
in the cogs this time, and that's going to be an easy pickoff for 1W. 2K lead, 7-minute wisdom shrine should be theirs as well.
Well, Malady's trying to be a sneaky guy again.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to get away with it though, with BZM there to force him out eventually.
Malady.
Yeah, we'll be able to grab it. So 1W,
Malady
both
là
trying their way.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
As a call from 33, but it was just on the creeps, and yeah, his CS is still insanely good. We can see the top net worth of the game right now is Pure, who we haven't even talked about. The Drow Ranger. Feels like this
She
year
got
getting off to a
like
good
bit
start just
ပြီးတော့နောက်ကနေပစ်ထားနော်ဒါပေမဲ့ she got သူ့ရဲ့ပုံမှာ
Nearly a
နော်
given. You need like a very good like lane performance, or you need some like Darkseer +1, or you need your mid to pop off and
အဲ့
go
မို့
over
ချူ
to
ရ
that
ဂျူနီ
lane
ယာ
because
ကောင်းတယ်
Drow
လို့
is
ပြန်
an
ပြီးတော့နှိမ့်တဲ့ lane
incredible
ကို
hero and an insane laner.
ပြန်ပြီးဆော့နိုင်
And they took the safe lane tier 1 tower. DM's net worth is the same as Whitemon. Been a while since I've seen that.
yeah, that's not
တော့
good.
တို့လိုက်ပြီဆိုတော့နည်းနည်းတော့ပြန်ပြီးတော့အဆင်ပြေဖို့တော့များသွား
Not good at all.
Dota 101.
Yeah. Time to turn that Centaur into
Okay,
a
chopping the
support hero,
illusion.
feels like. Yeah, he gets the move speed, 33. I mean, he's not scared
Yeah,
of dying at all right now. Has
Two
the ring of
bind like
health,
that.
has the
ဟိုကတော့တက်သွားတယ်နော်
whatever
ဥမ
the
စပီတော့
chainmail's
တက်သွား
called
တယ်
now,
ကူတော့လည်းမကုန်
Splint
မိုက်တော့မိုက်
mail,
တယ်
of course. The worst icon in the game, still doesn't look like it's from Dota. And it's Chira.
What does it look like? World of Warcraft?
It's just a different game entirely, yeah. It's Chira Jr. found in the jungle inside the cogs now. With the battery assault, they don't have that much damage.
အာတီလာလားမ
Gets
သိဘူး
out, although BZM joining things up, gets the shadow strike, and now
ဟာ miss ထသွားတယ်
moment. And the TP should be successful here. Yeah, there's the building.
Well, he TP'd from his tier 3 to the fountain. I don't think he needed to do that, but either way, you know, living, forcing heroes away. 4K lead for the 1-dubbers here.
I was not expecting a series quite like this, I have to say.
You mean like Ultra Stomp one way and the other?
Yeah, I thought this would be like some 60-minute. I mean, it still could be, of course. It's not over by any means, but I feel like one thing for 1W that I appreciate is when they get off to a lead, they almost never give.
It's an okay Axe game.
It's an okay.
But now that he's 5K gold up, it's a Giga Axe
well,
game.
yeah, now it's a different story, of course.
Yeah.